Maybe. I mean, again, Utah's not going anywhere. So I think young players that could get them big returns have to be considered. I think marketing should be available.
Could be. I mean, I think when you come away from the draft or the lottery with what happened, now all of a sudden it does change the possibilities of either trades or free agency. Those teams, because San Antonio, right? They're one of the teams that are vying for the services of one Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Now they fell to 5, so they can take Danny Wolf. He's such a Utah player.
Oh, God. What does that mean?
He's such a Utah player.
248-539-9797. Some ticket text, lottery, Tigers win. We're going to do what I say this affectionately is one of the dumbest bits in radio coming up at 6:35 today. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all sporting events, but we can't wait for football season. So make your reservations now. It's at Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter if you're in the pool, poolside, in a cabana of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there in one of the most entertaining places in this world, Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Carp on base. Torres drives him in. Hot start. Big day. 14 runs for the Tigers. 9 in that third inning. And Jackson Jobe, some big swing and miss, came in and gave him a nice start.
How about Sweeney?
He had a 3-run homer in there that 9-run third inning.
Yeah, the month of May has been pretty damn good to him. I think he's I heard last night in the post game he's hitting just above about 450 in the month of May. Couple of home runs. I mean,
he is a former first-round pick. I know, he may have been looked at as a Band-Aid. Certainly playing more than that.
Yes. And it's, nice turn from third base. What was it, McKinstry to Sweeney on a tough ground ball. It just, the defense is probably one of those areas where, you expect them to be okay, but they're playing much better defensively than I think anybody anticipated.
They continue to exceed expectations. Last night was great. If you were at the ballpark, you had a great time. John, you asked about the reception for Bregman. Ticket Texter says, "Are you guys deaf? They booed him every at-bat. It was clear on the broadcast." And we listened back to it. It's a little louder than we realized. And this one says he was booed loudly from a guy at the ballpark. They were really letting him have it.
I was at one of many graduation events since I have a high school senior, and I was following along on my phone with no audio, so I did not hear.
You consulted the people to see, and we've got some response. Texter says Veerling's back next week. Signed Jerry in South Lyon, talking about the third base spot. Costa, we don't need Bregman. Having him doesn't guarantee a World Series.
That's true.
But is that how we justify needs now in sports? We only think it's a need if it guarantees you a title?
Well, nothing's going to guarantee you a title.
But you still have needs, so this guy can shove it effectively.
Oh, okay. Yes, sure. Fine.
No, it's this idea, we're better than Bregman. Like, he's an MVP candidate. He would be someone that we should want. And I just don't understand this, we don't want him.
No, we wanted him.
We're happy to boo.
He didn't choose us.
Yeah, so we let him have it. We talk our smack. But this idea that fans think we're better than Bregman is always kind of confused me.
I guess my take is we're just fine without him. Okay,
I'd like to be better than fine.
I'm not going to sit there and say, "Oh, we need him. Oh, we have to trade for him at the trade deadline."
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Let's hope we get him in free agency.
You should
in
want
26.
him, not hope. You should want him.
I want all good players.
Good. So we're on the same page. On the lottery, John, I thought the same thing as you. This is from Chad.
Annoying me this morning.
We're only 20 minutes in. When I heard Dallas got the first pick, I thought the same thing you did, John. I thought it was fixed to make up for the Luka trade. Mm-hmm. And another one says it's got to be rigged. They gave up Luka. Now they get the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
A very popular takeaway was, great, now Cooper Flagg's going to be a Laker.
Give him a couple of years.
Yeah, you got to let him slack off on defense 1 or 2 times, and then Nico will send him out of town.
Yes. Let him get fat.
Yeah, we'll get some good eats down in Dallas, I guess. I don't know.
The food there is good.
I'm sure it is. But yeah, I just love that we're above this now, that we're not participating in this. I love that the lottery is not our concern as a playoff basketball team.
I love the fact that I didn't even know the NBA lottery was going to be last night. We all knew it was coming up at some point.
Yeah.
And I don't know, did you know yesterday morning when you woke up that the lottery was last night?
I had almost put it in my prep for Monday to talk about for Monday night, but then I completely forgot when Monday night rolled around.
I think what Jim is saying is that we don't need Cooper Flagg.
That's what I'm saying. We got Cade, Cunningham, and maybe more. There's some rumors on that. We'll get to those later in the show. 248-539-9797. One of the dumbest bits in radio. We'll get to it at 6:35. And a taboo conversation. It is. It's stupid,
Can we
but
just throw Tom under the bus now?
It's his thing, but it is dumb, and we embrace dumb. We do. We embrace dumb.
I enjoy it.
Are you mad?
How about the Chapman bit?
Oh.
What's a dumber bit? Mock schedules or
I gave away the
going back
keys.
to Matt Chapman?
Trying to build some anticipation here. Well, Matt Chapman,
that's what you get for calling me dumb.
You're not dumb.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
The bit is dumb, Tom. Jeez, everybody's on edge this morning.
Well, you started it with hey, well, we won 14-2, but we don't have that guy.
Yeah.
He makes us better. I don't know why people fight this. I'm falling into it. Heather with the news.
Hey, you guys. Good morning. So Wayne County is hoping to reduce youth violence through this new program that will actually monitor teens on social media. So the county is hiring a youth intelligence specialist who would basically track any alarming posts made on any social media platforms by young people in Metro Detroit. So this youth intelligence specialist would be required to create and maintain online personas, monitor online interactions, and then keep up to date on social media trends. The goal, obviously, like I said, pretty simple, to reduce youth violence. Here's a little stat. In Detroit alone, the number of juveniles shot and killed in 2022 was more than triple the number killed in 2019. So it sounds like a great idea, but of course, some people are saying, hey, what about privacy online, right? How much privacy are these teens entitled to online? And this youth intelligence specialist can't track profiles that are private, right? They're not the police. They're not going to be. So if you have your profile set to private, they can't see your interactions. But if you have a public profile, those would be the profiles they would be looking at.
Yeah.
So you can apply if this is something you'd like to do. You could make between $65,000 and $92,000 a year.
Dang.
Sign me up.
Just to peruse.
I'm great at
stupid posts by
perusing the
kids
internet and
sleuthing.
social media, and I'm a good online sleuth. If I need to be.
There might not be anything that would be more eye gouging and punch myself in the head moments than perusing social media all day long.
I know. And then let's say you miss something.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, girl, you're out of here. You're fired.
Mm-hmm.
For teens, no less, John.
Right. Yes.
I wouldn't even understand the language. Right?
This
They
is true, yes.
speak in a language I don't understand.
Yes. And no pronunciation.
Yeah.
No, just terrible.
Yep. A 16-year-old Roseville girl is facing charges after stabbing another teen at Campus Martius over the weekend. Too bad her social media account wasn't being monitored by this youth intelligence agent.
Yeah, what happened?
So I'll get there. She was charged on Monday with one count of felonious assault, which is a felony punishable by up to 4 years in prison, $2,000 charge. Not positive yet on whether she's going to be charged as an adult or not. So that could change her punishment. But they say this girl and another young boy, 15-year-old boy, got in some sort of verbal argument that then escalated. The girl used a pocket knife to stab the boy in the stomach multiple times. It does sound like he's going to be okay. I know as of Sunday, he was in like serious stable condition. An argument, a fight over who knows what. They didn't go into details about that, but some sort of argument. Shelby Township police say a man has been charged after allegedly scamming an elderly couple out of $50,000. So this man, who actually lives in Toledo, he's here in the U.S. on a student visa, has been charged with one count of false pretenses and one count of larceny. But they say that this couple was contacted by this guy through email, and it said that they had a pending fraudulent credit card charge for purchasing child pornography.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't want that, right? So the suspect told the couple, you need to withdraw $50,000 in order to prevent the charges from being successful. But not only that, do you just take out the money? You have to put the cash into a box, and an agent from the Treasury Department would come and pick it up. And, of course, don't tell anybody about this because you don't want this to get out.
People.
But the couple did it. And 2 days later, this guy rented a car, drove from Toledo to Shelby Township, and the couple gave the suspect a box with $50,000 cash inside. Police say that this guy is under federal investigation in at least 2 other scams of elderly
Did
residents.
they recover the $50,000?
I really hope so, because normally they can never find the people who do it, right? Because
it's cash and it's
so hopefully, yes, they got the guy. I'm hoping this couple gets their money back.
No.
Oh, it's sad. A lucky West Michigan woman scored the biggest payday of her life after playing the lottery recently. So this woman, 63 years old, she's remaining anonymous. She actually forgot that she purchased these online tickets because she won a little bit of money playing the lottery. She thought, I'll just put some of this money, buy a couple of these tickets. Mm-hmm. And you just kind of forget. But she said she got an email because she bought them online. You got a big payout. Go check your account. So she logged on, saw $1 million pending, and she said she had to log out, log back in, log out, log back in, because she was like, this can't be.
Let's unplug the computer.
So yes, she restarted and started, and lo and behold, the $1 million was still there. So she says she's going to save her winning. So good for
Good for her, yeah.
And finally, a record number of people are expected to hit the road for Memorial Day weekend this year. 1.29 million Michiganders are expected to travel at least 50 miles from home between Thursday, May 22nd through Monday, May 26th. And that's 37,000 more than last year, just for Michigan residents. Nationwide, 45.1 million people will travel, which is 1.4 million more domestic travelers than last year.
Wow.
People want to travel.
Excited.
Get out of the house.
On the road again.
It's Heather with the news. End of the hour, a taboo conversation. And coming up next, a very highbrow, intelligent, not at all dumb or silly topic that we will do as a radio show. It's 97.1. Speaking of serious, if you're injured in a car accident, you need some help. You're stressed, you may be in pain, you're confused. There's a law firm out there that cares about you, and it's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. He's a Detroiter. He built his business the right way. He built it with a team of people, many of which are still there from the beginning, staffed up to get you the biggest payout possible. Views you as more than a number in the insurance game. His phone number is 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. It's spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. Gov is very protective over this, going as far as to hand us his mock schedule, but making us promise to go with him one game at a time so we don't spoil it.
I actually got blindfolded, and I got the hoodie put over my head as he was laying the mock schedule in front of me, covering it up. So,
well, a little history lesson here is way back in sports radio in the late 90s, I was part of the NFL Elite.
Oh.
And basically what that was is saying that the NFL is going to pretty much take over the world, and it has, right?
Yep. No doubt.
And so I'm acting like the NFL. They're very secret, little leaks out there and stuff like that. But this thing is guarded. I mean, we don't get like humongous leaks and stuff. So anyways, guys, I know this is a silly exercise, but why not? The Lions mock schedule. We've been pretty decent the last couple of years at this. We're doing it a little bit earlier. We used to do it day of, but because of leaks, we're doing it early because it was kind of starting to be, I was getting, too many things to where I would know what to do to a degree.
Right.
So here we go. Opening game, Sunday, September 7th. And I know it's an old bit, but we're going to knock it out of the way quick. It's at Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams, 4:25 Fox America Game of the Week. And the reason I think this is because of the news we got yesterday that Philly and Dallas is a big sacrifice for Fox. So they're going to give them a big NFC matchup week one there. And those are two of the best NFC teams after Philly's gone. Dallas, I think, bounces back a little this year.
They can't be any worse, really.
Right.
Your response to that matchup? Mine's yawn.
Yeah,
Been there, done
eye
that.
roll.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, they got to play them sometime.
I know.
All right, week 2. Oh, Sunday night. Guess who's coming to town? And they're probably going to be led by an old friend who once called us that team. The Pittsburgh Steelers, week 2, Sunday night, Ford Field.
So you think Aaron does end up in Pittsburgh?
Yes.
And, I mean, the new contender is New Orleans because of the retirement of Carr. But, yeah, so September 14, Steelers, Sunday Night Football.
Let's go.
That's going to be a hot ticket because Steeler Nation will want to invade Ford Field. They want to do a takeover. All right, week 3, we're going prime time again at Benedict Johnson and the Chicago Bears, Monday Night Football. And a little intel on this one. A couple leaks have come out about the Bears, and they've got some primetime late season games. They're going to be playing on Christmas Day, most likely, because they announced the week before matchups, and therefore for time off and all that. And then also they're playing the Black Friday game against Philly.
Saw that.
So
I think there's a chance we do get the Bears early in the season. Some people think it could be as early as week 1 if it ends up being a lot of division matchups.
True.
But I think this makes sense early in the season. Bring it on.
Week 4, September 28th, we go on the road for the third time in 4 weeks. The Detroit Lions go to Arrowhead in CBS's America Game of the Week. Nance and Romo on the call.
At the Chefs.
Every game's a big game.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you're a Super Bowl contender.
Well, I'll tell you what, one thing with this exercise, and maybe that's what we talk about after we get through the whole schedule, the gauntlet that this team's facing this year is more eye-opening when you put it on paper and you put dates next to it. It is. The Lions have a hell of a schedule. All right, week 5, October 5th, Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers come to town. First 1 o'clock game of the season.
And just the second home game into October here.
Mm-hmm. I'm okay with this. I like how it's setting up so far.
Week 6, October 12th. Oh, Sunday night again at Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders.
Okay.
It's a game we've been circling.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this one, too, a little guidance just from a few leaks out there. All right, this is the snoozer of all snoozers, and Jim's not going to get his wish. Week 7, October 19th, the Cleveland Browns, and who knows who their quarterback is, come to town.
Dylan Gabriel season.
You wanted that game to be on Thanksgiving for some reason.
Well, just because food tastes better when you win. No stress this time.
So I've been to 2 Thanksgiving games in my life. I actually saw the Browns on Thanksgiving at Ford Field back in like 1989.
Yeah.
And then 90, I saw John Elway and the Broncos. Not that anybody cares.
No.
All right. Week 8, and this is the biggie. October 26th, America's Game of the Week on Fox at the Philadelphia Eagles. And there have been a few leaks out there with the Eagles with some backloaded games. So again, and I've thought this all along, this game will be the marquee matchup in the NFC, at least going into the season, and Fox is going to want this thing dead set in the middle of the season on World Series weekend to create their triple header of football World Series.
I know I make fun of you, but the level of detail on this is impressive.
I take this serious.
The guy's got Fox's programming schedule in mind here.
I had CBS's too.
I don't doubt it. And this is at the midpoint. Will Aleem McNeil be back? I think will be a big question.
Yeah, that's right before Halloween.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, but I think this is. I like the fact. I really like how this schedule is shaping up.
Week 9, November 3rd. November 3rd is not a Sunday. It's a Monday, and Ford Field gets their first Monday night game of the season. The Green Bay Packers come to town.
Okay. We're also waiting on a bye week at some point here. This is a
Well,
later bye, which I appreciate.
You're on cue. Week 10, November 9th, bye week.
Are you looking ahead?
Don't be
Cheater.
cheating
John, I
on the
swear,
sheet.
look, you guys can see. This is one at a
Cheater.
time.
No,
These
whatever.
younger
Yeah.
generations, they can't wait
Yep.
for anything.
Instant gratification. Gotta know.
Bregman. All right, back to the schedule. Week 11, November 16th, Benedict Johnson and the Chicago Bears come to town. 1 o'clock start. Nothing prime time.
Special, yeah.
Because all these teams have so many prime time games. Now, maybe a candidate to go to 4:25, when they change some times later in the year.
Right.
All right, week 12, and this is the week before Thanksgiving. I speculated this yesterday. November 23rd at the Cincinnati Bengals. 1 o'clock start because they want the Lions to get home on the short week.
I agree with that. I think that looks good. Trey Hendrickson will get a chance to go back to Cincinnati.
Not if Brad has anything to say about it.
He wins. All right, Thanksgiving, the big one. Traditions, parades, all that stuff. And this will be a 1 o'clock start this year, not 12:30.
Not traditions. Traditions thrown out the window.
Sorry, John.
And I kind of hinted at this yesterday when you guys were doing your circle games, but I am going with the Minnesota Vikings. J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings come to town, and it will not be the Bears. We know that because they are playing Black Friday.
So how about this? The month of November, you have them playing all division opponents, all at home. Good chance to pick up some steam there.
Well, so maybe
except for the Bengals.
No, but he'll play the 3 division teams all at home. They can't play 4 division teams. They are the 4.
No McNeil, maybe a tough start to a 5-3 or the first 8 weeks or something like that, hopefully. And then they get the division teams and they start to get healthy. McNeil gets back and we get this thing going.
So as we get to December, I'm not cheating, they have to play Baltimore still. Who else do they have to play?
Dallas.
Dallas still. Some big games coming at the end of the season.
All right. December 4th. That's not a Sunday. That's the Thursday after Thanksgiving at Ford Field.
Oh.
The Dallas Cowboys, who will also be on 7 days rest.
Makes
Thursday
sense.
to Thursday.
Yeah.
And the Lions played that Thursday night last year against the Packers. All right. December 14th, Sunday, 1 o'clock. Could be cold as we get into the winter. The Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field.
Lambeau Field.
Outdoor games, elements.
Tiny hands.
Week 16 at the Baltimore Ravens, 4:25 kick. Most likely a Fox or CBS game of the week.
This is what I was talking about yesterday, though. I had the Chiefs for preference, but I want a big test at the end of the season. Outdoors, elite quarterback, see what the team's made of.
The Lions do not play on Christmas Day on my mock schedule. Week 17, December 28th, the New York Giants at home, a 1 o'clock start. And finally...
Is that a free space late in the season?
Yeah.
Jackson Dart playing?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the Citadel before they play the Iron Bowl.
And we can buy tickets for Valenti for Christmas to go see him.
Oh, perfect.
That's why I did this, actually. All right, finally, Week 18, January 4th. You should know this one. It's a division opponent. They haven't played them yet. At Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy and Kevin O'Connell could be for the division title again.
Starting on the road, finishing on the road.
And that's a TBD because every game could be flex at the end of the year.
John,
What do we
immediate takeaways.
Well, I like it because, you look at the start of the schedule, Rams, Steelers, Bears, I think there's a high likelihood that they start 3-0. And then the Chiefs, we know whenever Jared Goff plays Patrick Mahomes, that's a win. Pencil that one in.
Are you gearing up to pick 15 wins?
Buccaneers, Commanders.
Is he going to play the win-loss game on my mock schedule?
I'm looking at this going, they could be 7-0 to start the season before they travel to Philadelphia. I like the way it starts out. It becomes much tougher. But if it starts out like this, it gives this team a little bit of time with new offensive coordinator, new defensive play caller, to get their feet underneath them. Obviously, at the Rams, Kelvin Shepard's going to have to be on his A game to start the season because of what they've done with the wide receivers. Obviously, Matthew Stafford, it's on the road. But I do like how you have this schedule starting for the Lions.
3 of 4 on the road to start, 3 of 4 on the road to close. But the difference is at the end of the year, this team should be getting everybody right. And the month of November with the home games and the division games, this schedule's great. And I love the fact that the bye is middle to middle late because guys, we've dealt with this. They're going to get banged up. You want a little reprieve to get them right.
You know what? A conversation once in a while happens between a team and a league, and I'm quite confident the Lions had a conversation with the league after the season about their bye week. It's just kind of a hunch.
Oh, sure.
Like, seriously?
We had one early last year, so our needs to be in the second half of the season.
Yeah, give us something just a little bit later to kind of get things going. It was like last year, it was week 5 or something like that? Dude, I'm telling you right now, the schedule's hard. Man.
No question.
My God. I mean,
but if it lays out like this, I like it.
I'm counting 5 primetime games plus Thanksgiving.
Those 1 o'clock games can always be flexed as well. I mean,
but then throw in the America Game of the Week, the 4 o'clock, the prime spots on Fox. They have a ton. I mean, this is going to be some variation of this. A lot of high-profile, big televised games.
Well, as it should be. Get used to it because it's the same thing last year. Like, okay, the 1 o'clock games are done here in Detroit for the most part. You're going to be playing 4:30 or in prime time, whether it's Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night. This is a team that people want to see.
It's the mock schedule. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. You need someone who's in the know, and that is an experienced law firm like Abraham & Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes got you jammed up, you need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Reviews are in. People love the mock schedule. Texter says, Gov, that was awesome. There is follow-up, though. No international game for the Lions this year, ? No, there's not expected to be one.
No, I think they've announced all of the international games.
There's leaks out there
Yeah.
that haven't been like confirmed by like big time sources, but they're probably true. We kind of knew that they wouldn't have an international game,
Correct.
which means I think they get one next year for sure, and they probably lose a home game because of it.
Well, they'll have 9 home games next
Yep.
year. So it's more likely that they would have one next year than they would this year.
Germany? People have talked about it with St. Brown.
Okay.
Then we
whatever.
can-
Yep. That's next year's issue.
Anyway,
So who's I do the Irish accent. Who does the German accent on the show?
you got to be careful.
Heather?
You got to be careful with the German accents.
All right, let's move on.
That's right. Wednesday night, the actual schedule will come out, and we'll do the schedule game and all the fun and all the stuff on Thursday's show. But we got to work ahead, people. The leaks are coming fast and furious, so Tom threw that out there for us. We got 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25, and a question from Heather's life. A red flag.
Uh-oh.
I need advice.
Flags? Well, that's what we're here for.
7:35.
Advice.
We'll get to it. Taboo conversation that I'm not quite sure we're allowed to have. You see the latest on Trey Hendrickson?
I did. He has not had conversations with his current team, which is the Cincinnati Bungles.
Bungle in this. His quotes, no communication has taken place between my camp and the organization post-draft. He said this in a released statement. The offers prior to the draft did not reflect the vision we shared and were promised last offseason if I continue to play at a high level. Side note, he led the league in sacks last season. Coaches are aware of these past conversations. Rather than using collaboration to get us to a point to bring me home to the team, they, all caps, are no longer communicating. I've been eagerly awaiting a resolution of the situation, but that's hard to do when there's no discussion and an evident lack of interest in reaching the mutual goals. He added, we don't have any desire of being the highest paid or, first in line, just wants some security.
So it obviously opens up the conversation of, do you, Brad Holmes, go get him?
So it's funny you should say that. CBS Sports lists their top 5 landing spots. Mm-hmm. Number 1 is the Detroit Lions.
Does it give the reasons? Because I've got to imagine cap space, familiarity, head coach.
Again, yes, what it says, Lions addressed their offensive line early in the draft, along with receiver depth. The one area that went curiously overlooked, pass rusher, despite the team's desperate need since the departed Zadarius Smith to step in as Aiden Hutchinson's replacement last season. With more than $40 million in cap space still available, they could be a prime landing spot for a proven talent. The number 1 landing place.
Okay. We're going to go down this road yet again this offseason.
Can we, though?
Sure. It's...
No, I just know. I don't even mean from like the Brad looking down at us. I mean even our listeners, I think, get a little nauseated by this.
There are some, and I think those that are willing to be patient are nauseated by this because has Zadarius Smith signed with anyone?
No.
Has Trey Hendrickson been traded to anyone?
No, nor has he found a long-term deal.
Correct. But there's no one that is necessarily beating down the door or at least willing to give Cincinnati what they're asking for.
Can I give you the number 2 and number 3 landing spots?
Sure.
Washington and Green Bay. See, and I think that's where you'd irk some people.
Oh, no matter where Trey Hendrickson, if he doesn't stay in Cincinnati, if they don't come to a resolution on his contract by adding a few years, adding a few dollars, and ends up anywhere, sure, there's going to be some angst. There's going to be some anger of why didn't he end up in Detroit? I'm not saying he will, and I'm not saying he won't. I'm just saying he hasn't landed anywhere yet. Neither has Zadarius Smith. Now, if given the option between the two, I think everybody would sit there and say, yeah, I'd rather have Trey Hendrickson. The Detroit Lions have $40 million in cap space. That does not yet account for any extension for Aiden Hutchinson, which will take up a little bit of that space. Now, not necessarily this year, but moving forward. And I think the holdup for teams, there's 2 holdups. is they aren't willing to pay 31 teams across the NFL whatever Cincinnati right now is asking. As we get closer to the season, if this becomes a little bit less amicable between Trey Hendrickson and Cincinnati, I think that price will start to drop.
Well, I think we're getting there. I mean, he's releasing public statements saying they're not trying. They're not looking to negotiate.
Well, he's trying to force their hand. And, I mean, we saw Myles Garrett demand a trade. What happened to him?
Mm-hmm.
Contract extension in Cleveland. So it's not like these things can't be mended. They're not talking behind closed doors. So now Trey Hendrickson is opening up the door and saying, I want to have these conversations, and he's doing it publicly, trying to force their hand. Doesn't mean Cincinnati has to. It doesn't mean that they won't.
Yeah, I think that the difference here is Cleveland had maintained steadfast. We want him. We want to pay him. We want to keep him. We're going to take care of him.
Well, Cincinnati made that statement earlier.
Well, they gave him permission to seek trades to other teams, something Cleveland did not do, unless I missed something. And in this case, you have a breakdown in communication from the team side of things. The Cleveland thing was the player side of things.
There is a perceived breakdown in communication.
You think he's lying?
No, I don't think he's lying. I think that his timeline is obviously not matching up with Cincinnati's timeline. And yeah, there can be some anger involved. There could be some angst. And you know what makes it all better?
Money.
Cheddar. And when you look at his contract, if they add, say, 2 years, they add a few more dollars, all of a sudden, he is happy to be back in Cincinnati.
We've got some time before the 2 Grand Slam. Here's what we'd like from you guys. Why is this not happening? Because if we have the conversation, hey, Trey Hendrickson, the Lions should go get him, we're going to be met with, it's not happening. Why? Is it because of Brad Holmes' preferences? Is it because of the money that's at play in the situation? Is it because the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson are going to work this out? Why is this not happening? Because outside the market, national CBS is saying this is the place he should be. If we make that same argument for the 15th time, it's going to be met with, it's not happening, guys, move on. Why is it not happening, Trey Hendrickson to the Lions? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. A one-sided win for the Tigers during their opener against the Red Sox at Comerica Park. A 9-run third fueled a 14-2 victory featuring a so-called Little League home run by Riley Green, where a single turned into a homer due to errors. Well, Trey Sweeney and Gleyber Torres hit actual home runs, and Jackson Jobe went just shy of 6 innings with just 1 earned run and 7 strikeouts. Detroit now 27-15 on the season. They're 15-5 at home. The NFL schedule release will continue today. Their full international matchups and ESPN contests set to be unveiled before the entire schedule is released tomorrow. We did learn that the Chiefs will play the Broncos on Christmas night this year. Also, Black Friday's game will be the Bears and the Eagles. Ken Holland looks like he'll be back in an NHL front office. Reports confirm that the former Wings executive in line to become the next GM of the Los Angeles Kings. The 69-year-old's contract with the Oilers expired back in July, and he was replaced. NHL postseason scoreboard right now. Critical home wins for Carolina and Edmonton. The Canes took down the Capitals 5-2. Washington 1 loss away from going fishing. And the Oilers are now up 3-1 on Vegas after shutting them out 3-0 in the West. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We got responses flooding in. We got spots on the phones. Why not? Why is this not going to happen? Trey Hendrickson publicly speaking out against the Bengals, calling him out for not negotiating in good faith, not negotiating at all. We could bring him up to Detroit, but a lot of people feel like this is a pointless exercise. He's not going to end up here. So why not? Is it because since he's asking price is too high? Is it because Trey Hendrickson's contract asking price is too high? Is it a money issue? Is it simply that Brad Holmes doesn't value the position the way that many of us do? Why not? 248-539-9797.
I think he values the position. I don't think that's a question.
I said as much as us because we're frantic in the fan spaces and media spaces talking about
Some
this.
are, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's the argument that I don't like is pointing to Philadelphia adding Saquon Barkley. Now, they went out and added a star. I get that. Adding a running back and the price tag for adding a running back is very different than adding an elite edge rusher because he is an elite edge rusher. It doesn't mean it can't happen. And I think we would all drool over the fact that you had Aiden Hutchinson on one side, Trey Hendrickson on another. But when you're looking at adding somebody that's making $20 million a year versus someone that is making $35 to $40 million a year, that's a much different math equation than Philly was faced with.
So you think money is the biggest obstacle here with Trey
I think
Hendrickson?
it's one of the obstacles. I think the biggest obstacle is I don't know that the phone is being picked up in Cincinnati. I don't know that they're even listening to trades. We don't know if they are or aren't, but I also think that their asking price, I think it's more Cincinnati, their asking price is just way too high. That's why 30 other teams other than the Lions haven't been able to land Trey Hendrickson in a trade.
What were the rumors? Again, we don't know the actualities of this, but the rumors were at one point.
Well, originally it was. Well, I think originally it was even lower than that, and then Cincinnati came out and said, or it was sources said, "Oh no, it's much higher than that."
Let's call it a first. Even. I mean, is that too rich for the Lions to give up? We've done this conversation. No, it's not. They'd give up the last pick of the draft or one of the last picks of the draft to get Trey Hendrickson.
Of the first round, yeah.
Yeah. So you'd be willing to give up the compensation, even an aggressive amount of compensation.
Sure.
So where is the holdup here? I think the holdup is Brad.
Oh, no, I think the holdup is Cincinnati. I don't think that they want to trade him. I think that they do eventually want to come to a negotiated settlement in terms of a contract with Trey Hendrickson. I think they're always a team that operates at a much slower pace.
You're right.
They did it with Chase. They did it with T. Higgins, right? It's taking them some time. I think they'll eventually come to an extension. It just hasn't happened yet. I think the big holdup is Cincinnati.
Ticket texters and their thoughts. The first is all caps, walleye.
Oh. Okay.
Actual reasons. It's not happening because Brad has zero urgency. He's trying to win multiple Super Bowls, but is failing at winning his first one. You can't win more if you don't win your first one. He's not pushing his chips to the middle. Texter said, we don't have to extend Aiden. They have this year and next and can always franchise tag him. Not getting Hendrickson proves the Lions aren't serious about winning a Super Bowl. SMH, Sean the Mailman. Ticket Texter says, because Brad Holmes wants to be good long-term and not win a Super Bowl. Why is it not happening? Because Holmes thinks he's the smartest man in the room and thinks he can win with, quote, our guys. The fan base is clueless as to what's needed and expected to win a Super Bowl. There's a reason Smith hasn't been signed yet. He's using the back end of his career and wants too much.
Oh, Za'Darius.
I was confused there for a second. Offer a second-round pick for Hendrickson, get to the Super Bowl. Outside of Hutch, we don't have a pass rush. Go get Hendrickson and stop playing the we like our guys game.
So if Cincinnati were to pick up the phone and they were to come to terms on whatever it would take to get him out of Cincinnati, then the object at that point is to sign him to a long-term deal, because I don't think it happens without an extension on both sides.
Yeah.
You don't want to give up capital for 1 year, a first-round pick. But it's also, the reason that this is all happening in Cincinnati is because Trey Hendrickson doesn't want to play on the last year of his contract. I get that. I understand that. It's a business move. It doesn't mean it's going to happen there or anywhere else. But it's not going to be a case where he says, okay, well, if I'm not willing to play on my last year of my contract here, I'll be willing to play on the last year of my contract somewhere else. It's going to be an extension. Is he looking for 4 years minimum? 5 years minimum? 3 would get it done? I don't know. And I think then you start thinking about that. That's when the issue becomes a Brad Holmes issue, and it becomes, I don't even want to talk about Aiden Hutchinson yet, because they may have offered Aiden Hutchinson very lucrative deal. Aiden Hutchinson may be betting on himself. Says, you know what? That's nice. It's a large amount of money. I'm already doing okay, so if I get hurt again, I'll be fine, but I'm going to bet on myself. And if I am, defensive player of the year, the number that is offered now will have to go up next offseason.
So I'll throw a different reason out there that I don't think gets talked about enough with this, and I'm going to put it on the player, Trey Hendrickson. I think since he's calling his bluff. They've learned to do that with Chase. They learned to do it with Higgins big time. I mean, Cincinnati was so stubborn with Higgins that it took his mom to come out to say something. Remember? I mean, I think Trey Hendrickson isn't playing hardball. I think Trey Hendrickson should be more vocal about this. When you want out, you get out there and do the media circus. He wants to stay. That's what he really wants deep down, I think. And I think that's kind of what I think teams know that to a degree. And until he makes it uncomfortable for Cincinnati, where you have to trade him.
He's starting to, I guess, is why we bring it up.
But
right?
it's still it's very
I know what you're saying.
I've seen players and athletes do this in a different style, and they get what they want.
He's being too nice.
Yes,
in this process. I don't know.
At the same time, though, I don't. If it becomes a point where it's not going back, and he's going to get dealt, and we all know that, and teams start getting involved, and you hear rumors and stuff, I don't think the Lions will be in play.
Because they got to keep their own. I mean, Brad's been very upfront about that they are prioritizing extending their own. I would point out Kirby Joseph's deal is structured in a way where the cap hit is kicked 4 to 5 years down the line. Who's to say they don't do something similar with Aiden? They have $40 million right now, and they can always restructure Goff moving forward, which I think was always the plan when you look at the cap hit in 2026. There's money. Right? I mean, there's money to add Trey Hendrickson to this football team. If they don't if he's available, he's dealt, and there's money, and they don't do it, that becomes a Brad decision.
Because I think that money is allocated for other things down the road. Is that right? I don't know. Is that Super Bowl or bust for this year? It's not. He said we don't have who has two of these guys. We have one of the 5 or 6, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's teams that have won the Super Bowl with 2 of them.
Right. I think some of these texts are right. Whether it's going to remain to be seen if Brad Holmes is right.
But I think he is the one ultimately, and John, I think you initially disagreed with this. He's the one that's going to make the decision for them not to have Trey Hendrickson.
Or for them to have Trey Hendrickson.
So you think this is real? Because again, people think this is a waste of time, that it's not happening.
What happened when we got to the trade deadline? Everybody thought, oh, well, he's not going to make a trade. He's never made a trade deadline trade to get an edge rusher or to get somebody. And then all of a sudden, Zadarius Smith ends up in Detroit. Now, it didn't end up in a championship. There were more injuries to come. But it was until he does something, the immediate response is, oh, well, Brad's never going to do it.
Well, but I think there's a key difference there. Brad thinks you have to have one defensive end. When he lost Aiden, he added Zadarius. You need one pass rushing edge. That's how he's operated this team for the last 3 years. You have Aiden, therefore you don't need another. When you lose Aiden, you need one Zadarius. Now that Aiden's healthy, you cut Zadarius.
I think Brad Holmes is very opportunistic. And that opportunity is still there for Zadarius Smith. The opportunity is still there for Trey Hendrickson. The opportunity is still there for a lot of upgrades at that position that may be a trade that we aren't even aware of right now, but maybe some discussions are going on behind closed doors.
I'm just going based on what we've seen and heard and the actions taken.
That's my point.
And the
until
actions
he
taken.
does, you're
John,
always going to say, well, he's never going to do it.
I think him and Dan Campbell are incredibly in sync. When we talked to Dan Campbell at the start of last year, there were questions about the edge opposite Aiden, and they said, we're very happy with our pass rush. We're very happy with it. I think they're very happy with this current pass rush. I don't think they look at this like we got to twist ourselves into pretzels to go out and add a pass rusher.
I think some of that is talking to their own guys in regards to if they say at this time of the year, well, we are very disappointed in Josh Paschal and everybody else that is lining up in that position. We don't think they're very good. And so we are going to do anything we can to upgrade that position. I think they are trying to upgrade that position, maybe not at the level that we all would love to see, but I do think that they recognize the fact that they weren't able to get the job done, especially when Aiden Hutchinson went down. And so they're going to look to upgrade, but they're also not going to throw. They also know that it's really hard to acquire a second edge. And until they do, that's going to always be the conversation. That's why some people are texting in walleye.
Yeah.
Some people are just waiting and saying, well, let's see what happens with Za'Darius. Let's see what happens with Trey Hendrickson. Until he's traded somewhere else, it's still an option that's there.
248-539-9797. We've got 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need as you put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, NBA fans will be seeing more of Michael Jordan this fall. NBC announced on Monday that Jordan will join the network as a special contributor to NBA broadcasts. So that's exciting. In a video alongside the announcement, Jordan said that he's excited to see the NBA back on NBC, and he notes that the NBA on NBC was a meaningful part of his career, and he's excited about being this special contributor on this project. They didn't go into details of it, what exactly his role would be, but a person, with the inside scoop a source says that he's not going to be a regular. He's just going to make appearances throughout the season.
That'll be cool. It'll be cool to see him and get his take on what's going on throughout the course of the season and individual games and moments. He has shied away from any media responsibilities since retiring and taking over ownership and then selling, and I think it's been a couple of years, so it'll be fun to see what he offers.
Like Gretzky's on the hockey stuff. I think it's fun to get Jordan, especially with NBC. I mean, this is a huge win for NBC because it taps right into the nostalgia and getting basketball back for them. I just hope Jordan is like off the cuff, like we get real Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we all want. We love real Charles Barkley and Shaq, and now give us real Michael.
Yeah. So the iconic fountain on Detroit's Belle Isle is going to be temporarily closed this summer to undergo a $6 million renovation. So the Michigan DNR says that the James Scott Memorial Fountain is celebrating its 100th anniversary this month, and renovations are necessary to help the fountain stay functional for another 100 years, right? This is something that needs to be done. So the renovation project will include new concrete beam installation, replacing the plumbing for the fountain, and they say it will all be made possible thanks to the Federal American Rescue Plan relief funding.
Land pipe on Belle Isle. There you go.
Yeah. So fencing for the construction is expected to be installed on Monday, May 19th. And they say the fountain isn't expected to be back up and running until May of 2027.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's going to take quite a while.
Cool. It'd be fun to see what happens.
For sure. A 16-year-old girl from Roseville is facing felonious assault charges after she allegedly stabbed a 15-year-old boy near Campus Martius over the weekend. So the stabbing took place Saturday evening after these two teens got in some sort of verbal altercation. Obviously, from there, the fight escalated, and the 16-year-old girl used a pocket knife to stab the boy multiple times in the stomach. The Detroit police are basically saying, hey, we have a warning for you. If folks think that they can come down and do silly things, you're going to be apprehended quickly. Like, basically, we're going to find you. They know there's cameras everywhere, and during the summer, with the weather warming up, you might not even know it, but officers are walking around plain clothes, that you can't tell that they're there. They're undercover, basically. And if you do something dumb, they're going to get you.
Hit him with a Liam Neeson.
Yeah, I know.
We'll find you.
That's exactly how when I read these quotes, I was like, oh my gosh, it's exactly like that from Taken. So anyway, the boy who was stabbed on Sunday was reported in temporary serious condition. A woman was, not a woman. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. It wasn't a woman. It was a man from Warren. I looked at my Warren and I saw woman.
Oh.
Because my handwriting was so fast.
You'd never be too careful.
No. So, A Warren man was arrested after scamming a Waterford senior citizen out of $40,000. Now, this might sound like the exact same story I did earlier today, but it's not. It's something different. The Oakland County prosecutor says that this man called the victim, pretended to be an employee of McAfee Computer Security, and basically said, hey, you need to pay up. There's been funds that have been mistakenly deposited into your account. Called this woman numerous times, ended up getting $40,000 from her.
Jeez.
When this guy called her the fourth time, that's when she suddenly was a little suspicious, said this isn't right, called the police, and the man was arrested in a sting operation. They got him, been charged with multiple felonies, now faces up to 15 years in prison. Ridiculous. Hey, if you want to win $2,000, this is your time to call in now. 248-539-9797 could be your lucky day.
$2 grand slam.
Yep. Finally, an Amazon delivery driver in California has been fired after she was caught on security camera pooping on a porch.
We've had a lot of poopers lately.
A porch pooper here, yes. This particular homeowner says that
Pooping on a plane,
not only
pooping on
did
a
they
porch.
find
Hood of a
A
car.
hood of a car.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Road
So,
rage pooper. This
Amazon
is just
employee. They got her on one of the doorbell cameras.
yeah, and they even have signs posted at the home. 24-hour security.
Don't poop.
No, but just like you are on camera. Smile. So they found obviously the remains.
droppings.
Yeah,
Yes.
droppings. That sounds better. And a dirty tissue as well.
scat.
But that's not it. The same woman on the same day was also caught at another house doing the exact same thing.
Whoa.
So yeah, she
Sounds
was
like she
having
had a
tummy
day.
troubles, I
Yeah.
think. Anyway, they fired her and they released a statement saying they were disturbed by this unacceptable behavior and they are sorry.
A lot of fiber.
Yeah, a lot of fiber.
Apparently so.
Was was she hot?
There is video. I
And-
don't
and
ever
your-
see her face. It's
Oh.
blurred, but she's got long dark
Well,
hair.
Jim, I mean, maybe it's more of
That's all I know.
Your generation type of thing.
Oh. Thanks for that, John. It's Heather with the news.
It's a butt guy.
Let's play the $2 grand
He
slam.
has said that, hasn't he? Well, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to give away some money.
I'm ready to move on too.
Yes, let's do that. The game is simple. The rules are simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. And hopefully we can give away $2,000.
Tim in Lake Orion, you ready to win some money? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I am. Let's go.
All right, Tim, have you played before?
I have. It's been years. But,
Excellent.
Got 8 out of 10, I think.
Oh,
All right.
Yeah.
setting the bar high.
Let's see how today goes.
We're on notice.
All right, your time is going to start as soon as I read the first question. You ready?
Yes.
All right. This golf major begins on Thursday.
U.S. Open.
Who won the Masters last month?
Pass.
Waterford is located in this Michigan county.
Oakland.
This MLB team fired their manager on Sunday.
Pirates.
This band had the 1991 hit Enter Sandman.
Metallica.
Who is the head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels football team?
Bill Belichick.
Who are the Edmonton Oilers currently playing in the NHL playoffs?
And Vegas. Golden Knights.
Dave Burkett is the Detroit Lions beat writer for this newspaper.
Free Press.
Who played Phil in the 2009 movie The Hangover?
Pass.
Who is the interim head coach of the Denver Nuggets?
Pass.
Who won the Masters last month?
McElroy.
Who played Phil?
Got you with 6.
6, yeah.
Weak.
No, that's a solid
it's good,
performance. I
but
thought
it's
that
weak,
was a
he's
tough
saying,
one.
compared
Yeah.
to his last
well,
showing.
yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, it's
But
two
it is
less than you
good.
got last time, but it's still $150.
It is.
That's right. I'll take it.
There you go.
Get you on hold. We'll get you paid. Quick math is $150.
Yeah. $2 grand slam on Tuesdays, brought to you by Feminine Law.
Let's go through this. He missed the first one, passed the second one, but ended up rallying, which is why I think this is actually a pretty good showing. The first one is the golf major that begins on Thursday, not the U.S. Open.
PGA Championship.
They move stuff around.
It's been this way roughly 4 or 5 years, I think, when they made that change.
Yeah.
Passed but came back and got it. Rory won the Masters last month. Epic Masters. Waterford located in
Oakland, quick on the draw on that
You
one.
got that one. I know you appreciate people who got their geography down. This one sucks. The MLB team that fired their manager on Sunday. The Pirates did fire their manager,
That's what I told you somebody was going to guess.
Yeah.
but the Rockies are the team that fired their manager on Sunday. That's tough.
Pirates did it Friday and went to Donnie Kelly, baby.
Yep.
That was kind of evil, wasn't it?
A little bit. Well, the last one was Risk Assessment Team. We'll get to it. The band that had the 91 hit, Enter Sandman.
Metallica. Of
course he
I
got
mean,
it.
if that happened, if he missed that one, we were going to have to hang up.
That'd be great if we ever did that.
Yes.
You know what?
You know
Dial
what? Yeah,
tone.
I'm sorry. You suck.
Can we find someone new in the middle of the tag team someone else
Yes.
in to finish the 2 Grand Slam? Belichick is the coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels, at least for now. The Edmonton Oilers are playing the Golden Knights. Burkett, Free Press, got it. He's rolling.
Yep.
Who played Phil in the 2009 movie The Hangover?
It's Bradley Cooper.
Big actor, Bradley Cooper. And the last one is the risk assessment question. Who is the interim coach of the Denver Nuggets?
David Adelman. I would not have gotten that one either.
I would not.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, this was
Been in the news, though. Nuggets are having playoff success.
a
And
good series.
Yes,
he
it's
got
been
the
in
job
news.
like 3 days before, like Steve Fisher.
Yes,
It
yes,
was a
yes.
big story that they fired their coach right before the playoffs.
The NBA, it's an interim coach. No one knows that.
They're not all easy.
No,
I
that's
like
not
how people
supposed to
just
be.
think there's this money tree outside, the Odyssey compound here. Hey, let's go
Yeah,
pick $2,000.
yeah. Well, John Odyssey,
Free,
yes,
free,
yes.
free.
Yeah, giving away that money.
All right, coming up next, Heather needs some help. It's a red flag potentially that's come up in her life. We'll get to that. We're going to talk Tigers at 8 o'clock. We're going to get to one of the silly, I won't call it dumb. I don't want to offend anybody on the show. One of the silly bits we do around here. We'll get to it in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you need help losing weight, you need to give Ideal You a shout. You can do it at idealu.us. Maybe you woke up this morning, clothes didn't fit like they did maybe a year ago or a couple of years ago, and maybe you're avoiding being in pictures. Well, let me tell you a process and a plan to get back into those pictures and being happy, feeling good about yourself again. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. Just imagine what that would feel like, what that would look like. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 pounds in those 40 days with Ideal You. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. They're going to take those numbers, pair you up with a weight loss coach, and then build a plan that works specifically for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures and getting in those clothes again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Heck of a response by the Tigers. We'll get to the 14-run outburst top of the hour. Plus, hey, Giannis said he's open to leaving. We'll tell you what it would cost to bring him to Detroit. That's all coming up on the show. Plus a mock NFL schedule with the schedule out this week. But Heather, floor is yours.
All right, guys. I've talked about this before, my search for a babysitter, right? Like, we're finally ready to have babysitters because I feel like the kids are a little bit older. They're not infants anymore. And we've had some great babysitters so far. And I'm trying to build like
a stable.
Yeah, but like I want multiple babysitters so I can have a bunch on rotation when we need it. And recently we had a new babysitter come over and everything went really well. So I thought.
Yeah.
Really like this girl.
Have you begun venturing out a little bit further with babysitters, like not just going to the gym close by in case something happens or dinner close by? Are you starting to venture out a little bit more?
A little bit, but I mean, we don't do a whole.
Yeah,
we don't go out a whole lot. Like when we go
but you're
out
not
to
going
dinner
down to a Tiger game while the babysitter's
we haven't
at
done
home.
that. We haven't like went to Detroit. It's normally we're in the area, which doesn't really matter to me. I mean, that's not my concern about being.
No,
We've
but
got family
you're
close
getting
enough
more
if needed
comfortable,
to.
yes.
Yeah, and we had this new babysitter come over, and everything went well. Came home, paid her whatever, and my son was still sleeping, which was great, right? It was still napping, and once he woke up, I went to go get him, and I'm like, okay, well, it looks like he must have had a blowout, right? Because there was some messy clothes. Totally fine. The babysitter didn't tell me about that, which that's okay, because I clearly saw it when I got upstairs. Yeah. And then I got him out of the crib and went to change his diaper, and I thought, well, gosh, this is strange. This diaper is very loose. Like, what is going on? And then I realized that the diaper was on backwards.
And this is not a pull-up. This is
this is a diaper.
Yeah.
Not he's not ready for a pull-up yet.
No, yeah.
And I instantly thought, oh my gosh, has this girl ever changed it to maybe?
So what was her resume? Did she come with the resume saying?
I mean, not a paper resume, but
but
she said that
she gave you the qualifications.
Yes, that she has had experience with infants through teenage years and has nannied and taken care of children before.
So this is not her first diaper. You wouldn't think.
It seemed to be.
Have you ever changed a diaper?
I never have.
Okay.
Oh.
I think even
plan on it either.
somebody who has never changed a diaper would know when you put a diaper on a kid, because it's got the tabs that have to go around and they Velcro on, that when you place a diaper and you pull it up and the tabs are going around the back.
Yeah,
and it's hard.
A miss.
Putting a diaper on backwards is not an easy task.
It takes more work.
Well, especially when you look at the front of it and it says
back.
So you're a little concerned that they missed this basic
So
step.
I came downstairs and I was, I told Colin about it. I'm like, you know what? Is this like
Did she sell
a
you a bill of
major red
goods?
flag?
Yeah.
Because I really like this girl, but also I'm kind of concerned that maybe she doesn't know exactly what she's doing. And then my question is, how do we move forward? What do we do?
Do you confront her? Have you confronted her about it?
No, I have not. But I do anticipate having her back over.
Okay.
Which I think I would have to confront her about it just to make me feel more comfortable. Like, just so you know, this is what happened. Or do we just say, nope, this is it. She doesn't know how to change a diaper. She's not coming back.
So first of all, how many babysitters do you currently have in the stable?
We only have one consistent.
Okay, so
she
this
was
would be two.
and then I've got a third that I'm planning on having coming over eventually.
So you can never have too many babysitters.
Kind of like pass
and
rushers.
they all have strengths and weaknesses. God, you are so annoying.
I'm sorry.
They're all going to have strengths and weaknesses. But when you came home, all right, Brooks was
sleeping.
Happily
Yes.
sleeping.
Yes.
And he didn't wake up fiercely hungry.
No.
Or screaming.
No.
And Emily was well cared for?
Oh, Emily was with me. It was only Brooks.
Okay, it was only Brooks. All right, so it was a one-off.
Yes.
With just one kid. If there was no threat to harm, and then I would have no issue. When she comes back over, I would say, hey, when Brooks woke up last time, I understand there was probably a mess. I don't care that you didn't tell me.
No,
but
that's fine.
I just want to review the way to put on a diaper, because putting on a diaper backwards is not going to provide any harm to your child.
No, not at all.
And
I agree.
But I want to make this a little bit easier on you.
Okay.
And so when you pull the Velcro straps, they attach in the front. It will make it much easier to put on the diaper. And then she could say at the time, "Oh my goodness, I had no idea I did that." Maybe Brooks was a little bit crying at the time.
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
it was fussy. Obviously, he had a messy pants.
Yeah.
So it could have just been in the moment she made a mistake. It seems like a very difficult mistake to make.
It is difficult to do.
But again, I would not think twice about having her back.
Well, I do plan on having her back. I just my goal, I think, is to address it. Just say, hey, this is exactly what happened. But we did debate, like, do we just have her back and not say anything and see if it happens again? Or are we done with her? Because to me, it is kind of, you keep saying that, but like to teach somebody who says they have experience with infants how to put on a diaper.
So there's a competency question.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so was Brooks awake when you left?
Yes.
She got him to sleep?
Yes.
I mean, hey, you take the wins. And if she put on a diaper wrong, okay, minor red flag. Maybe the what she had talked about in her past, it wasn't.
That's the question. What else was she not honest about? What has she actually seen? And
it makes you question those things.
Yeah.
And then I start like trying to take
Let's
her side.
not
like,
overthink this.
Maybe the last family she sat for wanted the diaper on backwards.
Come on.
But this is like, I'm telling myself these things. Like, maybe that's how the last family did it.
Let's not overthink this.
Okay, so what we do
it's
have
one thing, and she put Brooks to sleep.
She did.
He was fed.
Yes.
And she cleaned up the mess.
Yes.
Other than the some of the runoff on the clothes,
which is fine. She did leave those. She didn't put them in the laundry basket, which was great.
No problem with this.
So there's two parts to this. One, what would you do if you were Heather? Was this a red flag? Would you say this person's not qualified, or how do you address it? The second question is, why have you canceled a babysitter? If we have stories out there of reasons you had to let your babysitter go, we'll collect those as well. 248-539-9797. Jason in Royal Oak, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. Go Tigers, man. Great game last night. And how about the Knicks? Just joking. Regarding the babysitter thing, my daughter was a babysitter. My sisters were babysitters a long time ago. I've done some babysitting. My main concern with Heather's story, true story, is she was dishonest to. I believe she was dishonest to Heather, about her experience as a babysitter. And that is, in my opinion, as an autistic, a red flag. If a person is dishonest to you, you shouldn't have them taking care of your children, in my opinion.
That's what we were kind of getting at, Jason.
Could have been not a simple mistake. It seems I understand. It seems like a big mistake, but again, let's not overthink this. We are, as parents, always looking for options for babysitters when we just need a break.
I do. I agree. It's really, I'm in a weird spot because I agree with you, John, but I agree with this caller too. But because that's how I feel. Like, oh my gosh, if she can't change a diaper, what if he's choking on food? Does she know how? Even though she said she's CPR certified, is she real? It all starts, everything now starts going through my head. Like maybe she's just not qualified to take care of a baby. I don't know.
We have calls. We have ticket texts. We'll keep the conversation rolling. 8 o'clock into the Tiger win that Jason talked about and into the Giannis question. He says he's open to leaving. We've got what it would take. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every single Tuesday. And since today's Tuesday, it is Home Run Tuesdays, Dinger Tuesdays during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on the moonshot, you can take your winnings to an entirely new level. So whether it's a big blast or somebody goes opposite field, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost and make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
reasons you've canceled your babysitter, and specifically Heather's situation.
Yeah, I know it seems so minor, but it definitely was kind of like, oh, wait, I know how hard it is to put a diaper on backwards. And it then makes you question because you don't really know. I don't know this girl.
Right.
Like wasn't recommended. She wasn't recommended to me by somebody else. She's not a friend of the family. So you do just start in your head hoping that, oh my gosh, maybe.
I understand the questions. And this is probably the difference between a dad's evaluation and a mom's evaluation. The hardest, I look at the harder things to do in babysitting, and one of them is getting a baby to sleep. Now, whether they're good sleepers, not good sleepers, whatever, that is, to me, more difficult than the diaper change. And she did that exceptionally well.
She did. Brooks is a great sleeper, though. You lay that kid down in his crib, and he's toast. For a nap, anyway.
Any thought to this ticket texter's point? She listens. She knows. In terms of you addressing it with her. Of course,
you guys, I talked about this before. I was like, oh my gosh, I really like this girl. I don't want to if she listens, I feel awful, but it is a question.
You didn't give a name.
No, but it is a question that I had talked about with you. Like, what would you do? Especially to John, who's had multiple kids. Is this something you've come across before? How would you handle this? And
I put on diapers
behold, here
the
it is
wrong
on the
way.
radio.
Oh, sure. And this is more of an exhausted parent situation where you put the diaper down and you lay the baby on top, or you got the baby down and then you lift up their back end and you slide the diaper underneath, and then you notice you're like, because then you apply the diaper cream, all that stuff, and you're like, oh, it's on backwards. And you're just like, screw it. Just going to strap it on this way.
I've never, I've had it where I've had the diaper, like when I put it under his butt and go to put it on. Oh, it's wrong.
It's wrong.
And then I
again,
fix
probably
it.
the difference between a mom doing it and a dad doing it. Dad would be like, you know what? Hey, if they're protected, I'll put the next one on right.
Ticket texter says it is a red flag. Can't do stranger babysitters. Has to be a connection. You have to know their background. And a texter says, I would ditch that one, Heather. If she can't put on a diaper properly, what else is she doing wrong?
That's where my mind is going.
Probably had Brooks face down putting the diaper on.
Well, that's how you'd put a diaper on backwards the easiest way.
Now, some people say, hey, honest mistake. Even as a parent, granted I was sleep deprived, I put a diaper on incorrectly. Maybe it was just worth a direct question, not accusatory. Maybe that's how you address it with her. Headline news, woman who doesn't wash her feet concerned with diaper on backwards. Yes. John in Lake Orion. And this one says, Heather, just take a couple minutes to train her on a few things that you want done the way you want them done. And that would be nice.
Well, yes, but putting a diaper on is not the...
Well, with
when somebody who says they have experience...
Qualifications, sure, I understand that.
You shouldn't have to teach somebody how to put a diaper on
probably
properly.
Just a simple question. Did you realize that the diaper was on backwards? And if she says, yeah, I had already put it on and I just didn't,
But if I was a babysitter, I would have said that when the parents got home. Like, just so you know, this happened. There was a blowout. I was struggling.
It was fussy.
The diaper might be on incorrectly, but I got it on. I would have been like, oh, great. Thanks for the heads up.
Let's get to the phones because people do have advice for you and they have their own stories of reasons why they canceled their babysitter. Let's start with Taylor. You're on 97.1.
Thanks for taking my call. Very ironic because this conversation just came up yesterday, as in was considering putting it on purposefully backwards for my son, who's 11 months, starting to stand while he is wanting to get his diaper changed, and figured it might be easier because he's on my shoulder. And 2 weeks prior, we had a babysitter. My wife told me that she actually realized that she put it on backwards, and the babysitter had great credentials, actually works at the daycare that he goes to. And when we came home, she also had the lights on at 9 p.m. when we got home, when he was sound asleep. So honestly, would invite her back without question. Anyone that's able to put the baby down by herself with the lights on, A+.
I agree. That's the bigger task, and she tackled that one successfully.
Do I address the diaper situation?
Oh, yeah,
you bring it up and let her know.
I'm always the one that's going to address it.
I think I am too. Well, I would hate to have that just
lingering.
Hanging out. Yeah.
Yes. You don't want anything hanging out.
No, never.
Let's get to Kirk in Livonia. Kirk, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So, Heather, it's possible you have a creative genius on your hands talking about the babysitter. So I have a cousin, 15 years ago, that for her boy would change him face down because of getting sprayed in the face.
Huh.
Just a thought. Not sure. I would still question her. I would still
Interesting.
find out why. But we all know anyone's ever changed a little boy's diaper.
Yes.
There's a chance of getting that squirt in the face.
There sure is.
So, but if you do it on their belly after you've cleaned them, it's pretty
Interesting.
simple. I've seen her do it.
Maybe. And that's what I'm hoping it is. I'm hoping that she's like, oh, yeah, this is how I've done it for the family before, and they gave me this tip, and it's great. It's supposed to prevent. Maybe there's like
I've never
a hack to that.
tried
Yeah.
it that way.
I haven't either, and he's older now, so that typically doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah. As soon as you put them face down, they try to crawl away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just. I'm not saying it's what she did. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's
question her,
possible.
but it's possible that that's the reason why.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of hope it is.
Yeah. I've fired a babysitter one time.
Why?
And it was because Lucy and Ruby just had 2 at the time, and she would come in the morning when the kids were asleep. I would go and at the time, we'd be working, doing some things, and come back, and she had to get ready to go to a job. So she would get ready, kids would get up, she would feed them, do all this stuff. But she would use, obviously, the half bath to get ready.
Sure.
She had long black hair. And in the sink and all around was remnants of her getting ready. And there was just long strands of hair everywhere.
She didn't wash it down the sink or pick it out and throw it in
No,
the trash?
yeah, just, take it, pick it out, throw it in.
Right.
And so it happened a couple of times. I addressed it. I'm like, hey, you're doing a really good job, but I hate to have to come home and clean up the bathroom. And she just kept doing it. So I said, never called her back. And in essence, fired her.
There's nothing to do with the kids, just the way she...
Yeah. I just didn't want to come home and have to clean up the bathroom.
People with the real questions on the ticket text is forget the diaper or the sleeping. The most important question, was she able to put the applesauce and the peas on the plate without them touching? I don't know if maybe that was an issue that you had as well.
Yes. Well, it could be, could be a very important part if you have a particular baby.
Mike and Flint, wrap us up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. So one time I was watching a kid for a friend of mine, pardon me, and I didn't have kids at the time. I do now. Know how to change diapers, know how to take care of babies. But the parents were gone. I'm watching their kid. They came home, told them, hey, baby's in bed. Next day I get a phone call. Hey, did so-and-so have a diaper rash? And I was like, no. And they're like, well, what's going on? And I ended up not knowing any better. I put diaper rash cream everywhere that the diaper covered because I thought that's what you were supposed to do. So everybody has their mistakes.
So you overcovered?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was cover 2.
Yes.
I was putting a good defense there.
I would not think that would be a level of concern. I think applying too little and having a rash would be the bigger issue. But if you covered everything, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a huge red flag to me.
No.
Like, oh, okay, this guy really likes to, I guess, apply the cream.
All right.
No easy way to say it.
All right, coming up next, we're going to get into the Tiger performance from last night. 14 runs. Job dealing with some adversity, getting some big swings and misses. We'll get to the Tigers, plus this Giannis stuff. He is open to a trade, and we have at least one attempt at what it would cost to land him for the Pistons. We'll get to that as well. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The NFL schedule release continues today, kind of turning into the Eagles schedule release. Another one of those games revealed Monday Night Football, Week 10, November 10th. Eagles at Packers, and breaking news, apparently it is detrimental to the Gov's schedule prediction. So that's very sad for him. The Red Sox ran into a buzzsaw at Comerica Park last night. The Tigers scored 14 runs on 18 hits and beat up Boston starter Tanner Houck for 11 earned. Dan Dickerson with a call right here on 97.1. 9-run third, 14-2 final. Trey Sweeney is now batting .425 with 3 home runs and 10 RBIs in the month of May. A pair of players from Michigan schools were included in the Lions minicamp tryout signings, including Malik Taylor of Ferris State and Raycon Williams of Michigan State. The Mavericks of all teams won the Cooper Flag Lottery, jumping up 10 spots with a less than 2% chance. They pick first, then San Antonio, then Philly, the Pistons not included after making the postseason. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I say it affectionately. It is one of the dumb things we do around here. The mock schedule. We'll get to it at 8:35. And Tom says it's still intact despite some of the leaks. That's why we're doing it a couple days early here.
Doesn't sound affectionate, but...
Is there a better word than dumb?
Well, you can't say, I say it affectionately, and then say, it's like, it's bless your heart. This is dumb.
Can we really call somebody dumb when somebody else has a catio?
Yeah.
Or a cat?
I mean, it's a glass house.
Or a glass catio. I would like to clarify, I'm not calling you dumb. I think this is just one of the dumb things we do in sports radio. We all do this. I mean, we play in the toy department. Anyway, we'll get to that later in the hour. We've got some stuff to get people. The latest on the Giannis story. He's open to a trade out of Milwaukee. We'll tell you what it would take to get him in a Pistons uniform. John, the Tigers last night.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I mean, that's all you got to say is wow. Third inning. Wow. 9 runs and a little league home run for Riley Green. It's just kind of disappointing that it wasn't a grand slam because of the wild pitch that happened before, cleared third base, and now all of a sudden it's only a 3-run Little Parker.
14 runs the most they've scored all season.
Yeah, they had 13 against the Angels. They had 18 hits last night, and it matched their season high. They had 18 hits in one of the games against the Mariners, but they only scored 9 runs. So to me, it was the response. There was a couple of things last night. It was the response coming out of the Rangers series where the final 2 games, bats were a little bit dead. Mm-hmm. Didn't get enough run support. And you also saw some, and we talked about Jack Flaherty, the suspect pitching, the 4 home runs, blah, blah, blah. But it was also Jackson Jobe. And that's one of those, this is what we could have in Jackson Jobe, because he was really good. The swing and miss was there. All of the different, the arsenal that he has was in full effect. And I liked the fact that he didn't allow different moments in that game to get him off track. He hits a batter in the second inning. It doesn't rattle him, and he comes away with a scoreless inning. In the third inning, loads the bases with 2 inexplicable walks and then finds a way to get out of it. Now, it was, great play in right field. It was a bad base running mistake on Boston's part that they didn't score a run, but then it was a ground ball to second base, in and out of the inning. It gives him the confidence that if he does get in trouble, he can find a way out of it. And he didn't get rattled. That's what I liked. And you take that with what happened in the Astros series last year when we were just getting to know Jackson Jobe, and there was a fielding error, and all of a sudden something kind of compounds, and it just feels like he doesn't have his great stuff. He looked a little apprehensive, like maybe the moment was getting to him. That moment was bigger, but I liked the way that he responded.
Growing pains. Look, you put 5 guys on via walk and hit a batter. It's not, your best outing, but when you can work through it and get 7 strikeouts, a career high, 15 whiffs, a career high, it's learning that, hey, you can get guys out at the major league level with your stuff. And once he starts locating it, game over. They needed that. Low-key needed that after Mize goes on the IL and Flaherty's struggles. Jobe's a rookie. We give him a certain amount of, hey, I understand you're going to struggle. Nice to see him come out and pitch nearly 6 innings of 1-run baseball. It wouldn't have mattered because they scored 14, but I like that he was dialed in and found ways out of jams and got those big swings and misses. And how about the serenading of Alex Bregman? Some boos for Bregman. We knew that was a possibility.
Yeah, I was following along online as that was happening because I was in a graduation ceremony. But I didn't hear the initial reaction to him coming to the plate. Okay, fine.
It's expected.
Yeah, whatever. That's
he
great.
expected it. AJ expected it. Tiger fans, hey, look, this is sports. You didn't pick us. There's some smack talk. We're going to boo you. That's how it goes.
3 at-bats, 2 walks, no hits. And so and I like the fact that they were able to follow through on, hey, if you don't want to play for us, that's fine. It's your decision. We'll beat you.
Yeah, we'll beat
and
you.
They did.
We'll beat you, and we'll beat you handily. 9 runs in the 3rd inning was a message sent early. 14 for the Tigers. They pick up the win. All right, this Giannis stuff. He's open to a trade. And I don't think the Pistons are the most likely destination, John. I think teams like Houston and now San Antonio with the number 2 pick are probably going to be pretty aggressive in pursuit and may be able to put together a better package. But people want to know, what would it take to get Giannis in a Pistons uniform? And this is what the Ringer says. And they did proposals for all the teams. You let me know, John. Would you do this deal? The Bucks would receive Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey, and Ron Holland, as well as Tobias Harris to get salaries to get close and match, a 2026 first, a 2028 first, and a 2031 first. 3 young players, 3 first-round picks for Giannis.
Yeah, the first-round picks mean nothing to me. Especially if you're going to be picking late in the first round. I don't care about that. Push those down the road, the 26th, the 28th, the 31st, whatever. And then, obviously, nobody wants to lose Jaden Ivey. That seems to be the hot button guy. But Duren, Ivey, Holland, and Harris, hey, here's your plane ticket. I would have no problem with this because I think there's a number of really good years left for Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a guy that wants to win championships. There's a certain drive there. You saw what he did in the playoffs. Even though they were losing that series, his numbers were the best he's had this year during the regular season in terms of rebounds, points, and assists. Now, all of a sudden, in the playoffs, they go up even more. And that's where I look and I said, this is a guy that is a real competitor. He's not a guy that, he's not a China doll. He's not going to miss half the games. He's out there. He's playing. You put him with Cade and you put him with this team, and I think instantly you're not just better, you're much better, and you could be competing for a chance to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. And then see what happens.
Conservatively, 2 of the 15 best players in the sport would be on this roster.
Mm-hmm.
And as Cade ascends, it could be 2 of the top 10 players in the sport on this roster. From a basketball standpoint, the idea that both of them are unselfish, they can break down a defense and feed their teammates. I'd love to see. You could run pick and roll with Cade with the ball or with Giannis with the ball and get them both going. You'd have to put shooting around them. That's understood. I would do this deal. I'm with you.
I don't know why. I honestly, I'm not sure why you wouldn't do this deal. And I would love to hear from Pistons fans. Is there somebody out there that says, nope. Duren, Ivey, we want to keep Duren, Ivey, and Cunningham together. I don't think anybody is looking at Ron Holland as, well, we can't possibly lose him.
They all have intriguing upside, but the key there is they haven't hit it yet, and you're getting a sure thing with Giannis. That's the thing too, man. It's in terms of a personality type, he fits. He's a hard worker. I think he's got a funny sense of humor too, but he's seems to be a good head on his shoulders. He played in Milwaukee, and he didn't view that as some sort of like NBA death sentence to have to play in Milwaukee. This would be a bigger city here in Detroit. I don't think we'll get him, but this wouldn't dissuade me. This package, I would offer it.
No, and then, you start looking around at some of the other offers in terms of what Milwaukee gets back. This would be very enticing for Milwaukee as they, would obviously be entering a rebuild.
So a team like the Rockets, I think they have them offering Jalen Green, Şengün, who's their big. That's actually a pretty nice piece. The nice thing for Houston, they have firsts, but they also have Phoenix firsts, which people are sitting on going, those could be very valuable picks. The Pistons picks aren't going to be that valuable. And San Antonio is the number 2 pick, and they can offer up a bunch of young guys not named Victor Wembanyama and put that thing together too. And you never know, like if the Thunder flame out in the second round here for the second year in a row, despite winning 68 games, do they say, hey, we got to give up a couple proven NBA guys and get this done?
That's a possibility. I just, the opportunity to get a guy like Giannis, pairing him with Cade, I think it would be very entertaining. We'd have a lot of wins. And then it would be up to the front office. how are we going to find shooting to go with both of these guys?
You're putting a priority on getting Beasley back in this scenario. And it's Stewart.
Yes, I mean, Beasley, okay, he was really good last year, came up very small in the playoffs, but he is still a sixth man. You want somebody that can start, that can shoot.
Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Would you do it? Ticket texter says, I would give Milwaukee literally whatever they want if we got Giannis, and that includes Cade. Well, you're not going to do that.
No, come on.
Texter says, if it's going to take Ivy, Duran, Harris, Holland, 3 firsts, then do it. None of those guys will be as good as Cade, let alone Giannis. Harris is a salary dump. If you're good, we'll be in the mid to late 20s with those picks. They are useless. Stefan in Clarkston says, I think the Spurs or the Sixers can offer the Bucks their lottery first-round pick for Giannis. It would be very tough for the Pistons to beat it, but yes, I would want to be in that conversation.
Yeah, San Antonio obviously has the second overall pick, and Philly, the Sixers, have the third.
Who got the number 1 pick, John?
Well, the NBA decided it would be Dallas. Thank you for sending your best player to the Lakers. So in return, we'll make sure that you win the lottery.
So I don't believe it's rigged, but when stuff like that happens, what do I have to stand on? 1.8% and the Mavericks get it? Yeah, people pointing that out. The lottery's fixed. NBA wanted Luka in LA. The reward for the Mavs is Cooper Flagg. Matt in Goodrich. 248-539-9797. More of your thoughts on this Giannis possibility. It's 97.1. All right, guys, going to the dentist. Not maybe your favorite thing to do, but it doesn't have to be a stressful, anxious experience. Not with Brightside Dental. There's no judgment. If it's been a while, if you've missed a few appointments, if you think you may have a cavity, they're not going to sit there and lecture you about your dental habits. They're going to make the experience as painless as possible. Sometimes life just got in the way. You moved, you started a new job, you got married. Either way, you just didn't make those regular appointments, but you can get back into the routine. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays. With 9 Metro Detroit locations, there's one right around the corner from you. So make an appointment, get back in that routine, call 1-800-PAINLESS, go to brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Little League home run for Riley Green, part of that 9-run third inning.
Yeah. Joey Cora waving him around third base. No surprise there.
I think he started waving him as soon as the ball hit the bat. He's just go.
Yes.
He is aggressive. The Tigers are aggressive. They put up 14 runs. They beat the Red Sox last night. They booed Bregman and showed him, hey, you don't pick us, you don't win.
We'll beat you.
We'll beat you. Last night, the lottery has everybody talking, and it's so funny. I'm glad we're not one of the cities that even has to care about this. We've graduated. We no longer worry about the lottery. Poor Utah. We've been there. You have the worst record. You pick 5th. But now we've graduated into a different set of conversations. I think as a sports city, we're done with these rebuilds, and we're into, all right, how do you get better? And for the Pistons, the Giannis thing's out there. Everybody's talking about the fact that he's open to being moved, and the deal that the Ringer put together, it's meant to be a painful package, but it's one that, John, you would do, and it's one that I would do. It's Duren, Ivy, Holland, Harris, and 3 first-round picks for Giannis. We've thrown that out to people, 248-539-9797. But it is time for our teams. Like, think about it. When's the last time, and I get it, we were rebuilding, when's the last time one of our teams traded for an A-level guy or handed out a free agent contract of more than 1 or 2 seasons? It's been a minute.
It has been a minute, but these are the fun conversations you can have when your teams are good.
Yep.
It is, and I think we're entering into some of those conversations with the Tigers. What's going to happen at the trade deadline? Are they going to add a bat? Or what are they going to do? The offseason, are you going to go after another quote-unquote Bregman-style player? And now with the Lions, we're talking about much more fun conversations. We don't have mock drafts starting in November. And so now with the Pistons, we don't have to worry about, well, how many ping pong balls do we have in the hopper, and what's our chances of moving up in the lottery? No, we're now having conversations of who can we trade for to take this team from a first-round exit in the playoffs to Eastern Conference, eventually NBA championship. What are we going to be talking about? Not a great lineup of free agents this year in the NBA, but it's still exciting to think you can add some pieces, whether it's trade, free agency, to try and get you over that hump of winning a playoff series, of getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. We saw what we see right now, what the New York Knicks are doing. And you kind of always play that, well, what could have been?
So they lit picks on fire to get Bridges, and they made a big trade for Karl Anthony Towns, and they aggressively landed Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
The East is wide open.
Yes.
So
that's the point.
The ticket texter says, does this win them a championship? And no, you can't definitively say yes, but at the same time, in a wide open East,
puts them a hell of a lot closer.
2 of the 15, maybe even 10 best players in the sport. Yeah, you're in that conversation. You, instead of being a plucky first-round team, you're a contender for the NBA championship.
And when you have one star, and yet to be a superstar, but you have one star, we all know that it takes more than one and a whole bunch of role players. It just, I mean, the going to work Pistons, that's a one-off. Could you do it again? Sure. But it increases your odds when you have more star players. It's not rocket science.
Tim, you mentioned the East. The league is wide open.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you talk about 6 and 7 seeds routinely winning first-round playoff series.
Well, you're the king of this stat. Is it 6 different NBA champions the last 6 years?
Yes, and we have really close to 7 and 7. Boston's down 3-1. Nuggets are tied at 2. And one of the other teams is down 3-1.
Warriors are down 3-1, and everybody else would represent new blood, 7 champs in 7 years. Ticket Texter says, get Giannis to Greektown, baby, whatever it takes. That's Rob in St. Clair Shores. Ticket Texter says no to the trade. Pistons finally got their culture, and you guys want to gut the depth of the team.
Okay, but I think putting Giannis into this team, I don't think it guts the culture. I think it adds to the culture. Is there any red flags, obviously from the outside looking in, about Giannis?
None. All day, every show on the station is trade talk. Look, I'm not going to defend every show, but I'll explain why we talk about
free
it.
Agency's not here yet.
We aren't doing lottery rebuild draft pick radio anymore because our teams are good. And when our teams used to be good, I know it's been a minute, they would make these moves. Brendan Shanahan would be traded to the Red Wings and they would win a Stanley Cup. Rasheed Wallace would be traded to the Pistons and they would win an NBA championship. Once upon a time, the Tigers were very aggressive in pursuit of star players and they competed in multiple World Series. I know we have forgotten, but this is what happens when the teams get good. You start to look for these moves. And when stars say they're willing to move, Giannis, you get interested. right? When you have a situation going in Cincinnati right now, more on that conversation later, it begs questions.
Sure, and it's obviously Giannis is the biggest name that might be available in a trade. We've talked about Lauri Markkanen, and he may be more available today than he was last night because of their lack of lottery luck.
Right.
And now, and we've talked about Devin Booker. This is the time of the year where you get a chance to talk about some trades. When we get to free agency, we're going to be talking about free agents that they might be able to decide to complement what they have right now, or to complement if they consummate a trade like this, a Cunningham Giannis duo. How do you complement them? Well, you're going to have to do that throughout free agency.
I mentioned Trey Hendrickson. He's publicly at odds with the Bengals. I know you guys, a lot of people don't feel like this is going to happen, and it feels like kind of a waste of airtime. I want to have the conversation a little differently. I know it's a taboo conversation. We're going to talk about the Hendrickson stuff with the Bengals later in the hour. We've got the mock schedule as well, but first, Heather with the news.
Well, Morgan Wallen has finally addressed that abrupt SNL exit everyone was kind of speculating about. He did an interview on Sunday Conversation with Caleb Presley, and he kind of just explained his decision to just walk off sets before the credits had finished rolling. He was just ready to go home.
Do they play music underneath the whole thing?
Apparently so.
Have you ever watched those Sunday Conversations? They're
no.
hilarious.
Are they?
Oh, really?
Yes.
And always the music
And
in
they
the background?
always play along. Like, it's just absurdity on purpose. And most people play along, which is really fun.
So anyway, who knows if it's the truth or not, but he just wanted to get home.
Yeah.
Been there for a while. He did his part. He was done. Goodbye.
I'll send you the one with your guy, Tom Brady. He was
Was it
really
good?
funny.
Was he? Okay. Yeah.
Opening statements began yesterday in Diddy's sex trafficking trial, with prosecutors promising to tell the jury about 20 years worth of crimes, which include kidnapping, arson, drugs, sex crimes, bribery, and obstruction. Now, his attorney admitted that Diddy was prone to violent outbursts, but does say that any and all sex that he engaged in was consensual. There was, like, right off the bat, the video of him beating his ex-girlfriend Cassie was shown. It was also apparently shown several times. The jurors saw it 4 times in total on day one. The first witness was a security guard who was called to that aftermath of that incident. There was a male escort that also testified as well. It's not being televised, so you can't watch along.
Because it's in federal court, right?
Yeah, so you just got to look online for updates there. Michael Jordan will be joining NBC's NBA broadcasts as a special commentator or contributor this fall. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
NBC is trying to basically like tap into the nostalgia, right, of the Jordan era basketball. And Jordan himself says he's really excited to be part of this project. It doesn't sound like he's going to be a full-time regular in the lineup, but he'll make some appearances throughout the season.
Maybe select games of the week or postseason stuff too.
We've never heard him talk about today's basketball and just analyzing anything that's happened. It'll be interesting to see what some of his takes are and how he sees the game.
I think it's a home run move for NBC.
For sure. Without a doubt. Rich Eisen is set to return to ESPN. So the Rich Eisen Show will move to ESPN this year. Now, in addition to his daily show, he also appears on NFL Network. And ESPN is in talks to purchase NFL Network from the league. So it would be
Had you
a
heard of
perfect
this
fit.
before? That ESPN was trying to purchase the NFL Network?
No.
When I was reading this article, I'm like, okay, Rich Eisen going back to ESPN.
Yeah,
It's a
makes
big
sense.
news.
Yeah, sure,
and
yeah.
then all of a sudden, a ESPN trying to purchase NFL Network. Wow, that's the bigger news.
Yeah, that is the bigger news.
Holy cow. Purchasing it from the league, I'm not sure what that dollar amount would be. And I'm not sure why the NFL would want to relieve themselves of
Autonomy?
their
I don't know.
network.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
Interesting.
it's
Yeah.
there. Finally, something I teased yesterday, never got to. There's a new study that claims to have found the sweet spot, they say, for the ideal number of sexual partners.
Oh.
And it's different for men and women, which isn't really a surprise because I feel like it's always been like that.
Okay.
Anyway, for men, it's 4 to 5 lifetime sexual partners. With 2 to 3.
4 or 5 lifetime, that means they're all lifetime partners?
No, in your lifetime.
4 to 5 at the
4
same
to
time.
5. 4 to 5 with 2 to 3 being casual. according to the study. And for women, the ideal number was lower, 2 to 3 total. I'll say total partners.
Why would it be different though?
Because it's always frowned upon.
No, I know, but like,
ideally
if
it's
women
one.
sleep with more men, it's
you want some
shame
experience.
on you. But if men sleep with more women, oh yeah, good for you, buddy.
That's what I'm saying. It should be the same.
Yes, it should be, but that's how the world is.
Well, I think men are more willing to brag about it and talk about the multiple, where women will probably downplay it. Oh, no.
Because of the aforementioned reasons Heather
right.
said.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes.
I won't ask you your numbers, but you can compare them to this study.
Well, I know John has 2.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Nailed it.
confirmed kids.
Yeah, yes, that's true.
All right, then. It's Heather with the news. I was wondering if someone's going to volunteer their number. All right, coming up next.
I just said he nailed it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, coming up next, congrats on the sex. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the mock schedule. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Jansen, 91-21 FanDuel. MLB rivalry weekend is here, and you can score bigger winnings for the big game with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because when bragging rights are on the line, FanDuel is giving new customers a profit boost. Sorry, I got to start over. It's not just new customers. Take two. MLB rivalry weekend is here, and you can score bigger winnings for the big game with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because when bragging rights are on the line, FanDuel is giving customers a profit boost for tonight's Tigers versus Blue Jays matchup. You could ride with your side on who you think is going to win. Tigers. Which slugger is going to go yard? I don't know. Pick Torque, Carp, Green, maybe Sweeney, plus so much more. And if your bet hits, you're going to score a bigger payout. So don't miss your chance to make bragging rights even sweeter. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on all the Major League Baseball rivalry weekend action. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to claim your profit boost for tonight's game and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, this will be interesting. I don't think I'll get through it the first time. I'll try it. It's just wordy and weird. All right. You ready? Hey, it's Heather. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month... Already messed up. Should I go from the very beginning or just from there? I can't hear you. Just to try to get it out. I'll try it from the very beginning again. All right. Let me read. Okay. All right. Hold on. They're doing all this in the form of military. That's why this month only, there's no punctuation in here. Okay. Hold on. Let me just add some punctuation. Okay. We'll see how far I get, and then we'll go from there. There we go. Hey, it's Heather. In honor... Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hey, it's Heather. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought a lot of different... why is this? Blah, blah, blah. Hey, it's Heather. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that it... Oh my God, this is so awful. This is so awful. All right, should I try the whole thing again? I'm going to do it all over again. Oh my gosh, now that's what I call a celebration. Okay, but is it Verizon? Because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store and try. Oh my gosh. Okay, starting all over. 3, 2, 1. Hey, it's Heather. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase, $799.99 or more with a new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent with... Oh my gosh. This is awful, Greg. The first part was fine. I'm going to try the... Do I have time to try the legal part one more time? Okay. Just the legal ending part. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase, $799.99 or more with a new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with a new smartphone line on unlimited, ultimate, or postpaid unlimited plus minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus tax and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Hey, maybe you woke up this morning and tried to put on your clothes. They didn't fit quite right. And maybe this weekend, as you're taking pictures with the family, you thought, like, you know what? I want to be in the back of that picture because I don't like the way I look, or I'm just not comfortable with the way I feel. Ideal You can help you. And they can help you within 40 days. Just imagine being 40 pounds lighter in the next 40 days. That's right. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 pounds in those 40 days, and I did it all with Ideal You. Not only that, I've been able to keep it off going on 3 years now. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. The reason it works is because they're going to pair you with a weight loss coach, and they're going to construct a plan that works specifically for you. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again and getting dressed in the morning. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Whole media contingency ready to talk to Bregman yesterday before the game. Fans sent the message with a chorus of boos throughout the night. He did not have a hit, drew a couple walks, and the Tigers did what they said they would do. They beat them. You don't want to be here?
We'll beat you.
We'll beat you. 14 runs for the Tigers. All right, John, Trey Hendrickson news.
Okay.
I know there's an eye roll collectively from the listeners. We want to do this a little differently, okay? You've heard us make the pitch, yes, the Lions should pursue Trey Hendrickson. You've also heard Brad Holmes say, we good. But this has come up, and I'll just give you the latest on Trey Hendrickson, who says there's no communication taking place between his camp and the organization post-draft. He says, essentially, things that were promised last offseason have not been followed up on. He delivered, he produced, he led the league in sacks. They aren't having poor discussions. They're having no discussions right now. And he's taken this public with a statement. Why, or what is the biggest obstacle for Trey Hendrickson coming to Detroit? Is it Trey? Is it the Bengals? Is it Holmes' philosophy? Is it the money at play here? The answer may be a little of all of the above, but what's the biggest reason this is a taboo conversation, one that isn't going to happen?
Well, I think it's the Bengals organization right now. And it's not that it's not going to happen. It's just that it hasn't happened yet. They are notorious for dragging their feet. They did it with Jamar Chase. They've done it with T. Higgins. The only one they didn't do it with was Joe Burrow, their star quarterback. Yeah. But they've dragged their feet even more on the defensive side of things. And this is a team that scores points pretty much at will. And they also have points scored on them pretty much at will. And it's why they've struggled. They haven't addressed the defense. So the biggest thing for me of why this isn't happening is the Cincinnati Bengals. It was reported that early on it would take a fifth or a sixth, and everybody jumped on that. Oh, well, they got to do this now.
Even a second, we said just go do it.
Yeah, even a first at this point, I would be fine with that because if you have the offense that we believe we have, even though it's a new coordinator, still going to be a high-powered offense. You put two dominant edge rushers on the same field at the same time, and now you make life a living hell for any opponent, any and every opponent. You're probably going to be picking somewhere 30, 31, 32. So you're in essence, you're giving up your first-round pick, but okay, we're going to have the same conversations we had this year. What are you going to do with 28? What are you going to do with 27? What would you do with 26? It's you're not picking the cream of the crop because you don't have a top 5 pick. You're not going to have a top 5 pick. So I don't have any issue giving up that draft pick. The question is, are phone calls being made, which I believe they are. I mean, we learned that Brad Holmes was the one calling Cleveland the most about Myles Garrett. Ultimately, he ends up re-signing there. He was the one that got it done at the trade deadline for Zadarius Smith, the best available at that time that we thought was on the trading block. So he does, in the 11th hour, gets it done, brings Zadarius to Detroit. Nobody thought that was going to get done. I don't know that this gets done. I don't know that it doesn't get done. I think the biggest holdup is the Cincinnati Bengals and how they operate. The longer it goes, the less likely I feel like they're going to get a contract done with Trey Hendrickson.
CBS Sports put the Lions as the best landing place for Trey Hendrickson. This is not force-fed to you guys from us locally. Nationally, this is seen as the place Trey Hendrickson should end up. So what is the biggest obstacle? John, you say the Bengals. Tom?
Well, look, John's point, the Bengals are a very methodical organization, so they certainly get a portion of the pie here and why this hasn't happened yet. They slow roll things. I actually think Trey Hendrickson's to blame in a lot of ways for this because he hasn't hardlined it like some athletes do when they make trade demands. I think he came out kind of hard, did McAfee, but man, you got to keep pushing this if you really want out. If you're done with them, no, he's giving them a chance to still get him a long-term deal. He still thinks there's hope. I don't think he wants to move. I think that's the biggest thing in this right now and hold up is he doesn't want to leave Cincinnati, and he's giving them a chance. And he could have played a completely different PR game at the draft and said, "Get me out of here," and forced it at that draft. So now and even this is soft, kind of. He's got to come out. And
what's the hard line going to be right now? I'm not going to report to camp.
Yeah, well, I'm done here.
Okay, that doesn't come to fruition until the end of July. And so the Bengals still don't have to do anything until then. They can sit there and wait they can wait a couple of weeks into training camp and wait for an injury to happen. And all of a sudden, a team who had a pass rusher, all of a sudden they're desperate because they need a star pass rusher. Now the price goes up.
But it can work in a player's favor. Chris Jones played it a different way than Trey Hendrickson has, in my mind, from a PR perspective.
Willing to sit out and did sit out.
All he
a
did
game,
was have to lose one game, and then all of a sudden Chris Jones got what he wanted.
It's funny. We all have different answers. You say the Bengals. You say Hendrickson. I say Brad. Brad's been very upfront with us. They think they need one dominant pass rusher, and the only reason they traded for Za'Darius is because their one dominant pass rusher was injured. Now that Aiden's healthy, Za'Darius is not on the roster. It's not the need that you and me and all of us... No, he told us. It's not the need that we all think it is. He's perplexed at even the questions. They don't think they need two really good edge rushers in this defense. They were productive with one to start the season. They don't view it as a need. It's not about money. They have $40 million in cap space. The Kirby Joseph extension was kicked down the road. That money doesn't come in until 4 or 5 years from now. They could do the same with Aiden if they wanted. The money's there right now. They don't want Trey Hendrickson. That's the biggest reason. He's available. The team has said, go out and seek offers. The Lions, we've talked about, should be willing to part with a first and extend him on a multi-year deal. They aren't.
They haven't yet.
I don't think they want to. I think Brad Holmes is the biggest obstacle here.
Okay. I mean, your thoughts are as valid as mine. And we have, because there's 30 other teams.
Yeah.
Other than the Detroit Lions that have yet to consummate that deal.
You know who number 2 and number 3?
So is it every general manager that just doesn't want Trey Hendrickson?
The number 2 team is the Commanders. The number 3 team is the Packers. Contenders in the NFC. If they get them and we don't.
Then it's a different conversation. But they don't have him yet. And we don't have him. Right now, he's in Cincinnati, and he doesn't want Cincinnati.
Or does he, according to Tom? I mean, there's a mess here. There's a lot at play. What's the biggest obstacle that's keeping Trey Hendrickson from being with the number 1 landing place? The number 1 destination for him. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers improved to 12-2 in series openers this year. That's the best in baseball. They beat down the Red Sox 14-2, scoring 9 runs in an inning for the first time in 8 years. Torres and Sweeney combining for 6 hits, 6 ribbies, and a pair of homers. Their 15-5 record at home, also the best in the American League. Before the game, the Detroit media was waiting to speak to Alex Bregman in the Boston locker room, where he confirmed just how close he was to becoming a Tiger. Bregman says his choice was not a diss to Detroit, and it had nothing to do with Comerica Park's dimensions. Red Wings forward Marco Kasper putting up some stats for his native Austria during the World Championship, adding a goal and an assist to his numbers in a win over Slovakia. He has 3 points in 3 games during the round-robin tournament today. Also in the playoffs, Carolina and Edmonton both up 3-1 in their series. After the Hurricanes beat the Caps 5-2, the Oilers took care of the Golden Knights 3-0, and former Oilers and Wings GM Ken Holland also set to be announced as the Kings' new front office head this week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Schedule leaks continue. We have a full list of all the international games for 2025. Want to get those to you here in a second. Just resetting where we're at this morning. Trey Hendrickson publicly calling out the Bengals for no communication. CBS Sports says the number 1 destination for him is the Detroit Lions. Yet when we say that, a lot of youth say it's not going to happen. So what's the biggest obstacle? Is it Trey Hendrickson? Is it the Bengals? Is it Brad Holmes? Is it the money? What stands out? What is the biggest obstacle? 248-539-9797. All right, John, the international games. Adam Schefter's got these?
No, it was released by the NFL Network or NFL.com.
Okay.
And so it's interesting because the Minnesota Vikings have 2 of them. Dublin, Ireland, which is week 4, September 28th. She'll be on your television at 9:30 in the morning. The Minnesota Vikings will be in Dublin to take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then week 5, quick turnaround, in Tottenham Stadium in London, the Minnesota Vikings will take on the Cleveland Browns.
That's back-to-back weeks. They'll just stay over in Europe at that point.
And then week 6, also in Tottenham, Denver and the New York Jets.
Okay.
And then in week 7 at Wembley Stadium in London, the Los Angeles Rams will take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then I think there's a couple more. Man, they got a lot of international games. Olympic Stadium in Berlin, Germany. Week 10, Atlanta and Indianapolis Colts.
Yep.
And then week 11 in Madrid, Spain, the Washington Commanders will take on the Miami Dolphins.
So you got Brazil is the Chargers with a TBD opponent. It's the only other one on there. They don't yet have an opponent, I don't believe. But we're seeing games in Brazil, Dublin, London, bunch of London, Berlin, and Madrid.
Yep.
And one of those stand out before we move on?
Just that the Vikings are playing 2 in Europe. It seems excessive, but I'm fine with that for Minnesota.
Yeah, go ahead and throw a couple curveballs their way. Lions are going to have their,
Enjoy your
their
time
hands full with our schedule
overseas.
as it is. All right, so you guys let us know the biggest obstacle to Trey Hendrickson not being a Detroit Lion. 248-539-9797. John said it's the Bengals. Tom said it's Trey Hendrickson. I said Brad Holmes. Let's get Matt in the mix. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. So it's probably going to be the Bengals. Well, no, because I don't know. I think it's going to be the Bengals as the biggest obstacle. And then we definitely need him because it's a very tough schedule. I don't think Aiden's going to be 100% coming back, and God forbid another injury happens. With the schedule the way it is, if he goes down, the season's done. Because you saw what happened last year with no edge rush. We lost the first game of the playoffs. So, that's my thing. And then shout out to Heather, because I was trying to listen to her and you guys do the football thing at the same time. It was very entertaining for me.
Not our finest moment. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I do think it's on the Bengals. Just because they're going to slow roll this, and whether it's to their benefit or their detriment, I think ideally they want to get a deal done with Trey Hendrickson. That defense was bad last year, and they had the leading sack artist.
But do they want to get a deal done? Because they're not talking to Trey Hendrickson. And I'm not going to call him a liar. I believe him.
No, I'm not. That's all probably true.
But if you want to get a deal done, then you negotiate. Isn't that like deal-making 101? You at least have to have the conversation and communicate.
Yeah, but the season isn't starting today. And so they have time. And that's the point. That's why it's the Bengals, is because they don't feel a sense of urgency. Maybe this lights a fire. Who knows?
And that could be what Tom said, is Trey has been hesitant to light these fires, and he maybe needs to light more of them to really get him moving. Whether he ends up here or not, maybe it's on him. The reason I said Brad Holmes is him and Dan Campbell were on the same page. To start last season, we thought, boy, Davenport as the opposite edge seems a little light. And they told us we love our pass rush. And it was dominant with Aiden Hutchinson. Mm-hmm. Aiden got hurt. They traded for one pass rusher. They want one pass rusher on that defensive line.
Oh, so now you were hoping that they would trade for 2 at that time. Which 2 were available at the trade deadline that you thought would be effective?
I'm making the case that Brad Holmes has been honest with us. They need one pass rusher to make this defense go. They have one in Aiden Hutchinson. They are not pursuing Trey Hendrickson with the urgency. That's the biggest holdup, is he doesn't see the need. He's told us that, and then they've acted that way. Right?
Did you think they would get the deal done at the trade deadline for Za'Darius?
I was hopeful, but
we didn't
know. But they did it because Aiden was hurt, not because they wanted to pair Aiden up with someone. They have rejected the idea that Aiden needs a buddy for 3 years.
Well, so Za'Darius is still out there.
Yes.
And Trey Hendrickson, is he available? We don't really know.
Well, the Bengals
we don't really know because the Bengals may just have a hard line. You know what? Either you're playing for us or you're sitting out.
Ticket texters. It's not going to happen because the Lions are more focused on being sustainably good over being great and a true contender. They want to be like the Ravens or the Steelers, consistently relevant instead of being like the Chiefs or the Eagles. They are prioritizing making sure that they could keep a Branch in 27 or a Laporta in 27 over a Hendrickson in 25.
And I know it's been a while, but the Steelers do have a Super Bowl championship
they've won
with Tomlin.
Playoff game since 16. It's almost a decade.
Yeah, I understand that,
win,
but it's hard to compare these teams to the Steelers or the Ravens, who have had in this century a couple Super Bowl championships. Jim Harbaugh has a Super Bowl championship, so I'm not really going to compare them to them because they've won the ultimate prize.
Ticket Texter says Brad Holmes is why this won't happen. And another one guy said, guys, what Brad Holmes said is it's extremely difficult to have 2 top-tier edge rushers, and not many people have them.
Yeah, I mean, okay, look across the NFL. Who has 2 top-tier edge rushers? I'm not saying that an upgrade, there's not availability to get upgrade over Josh Paschal or Marcus Davenport. There clearly are opportunities to get upgrades. But who has 2 elite pass rushers?
But hold on, this guy's only telling part of the story. When asked, Brad, do you understand why people ask the question? Which gave him the out to say, oh, of course it's a position that we would like to improve. He said, no, I don't understand the question. Why are the media asking me about this? I have Aiden. That's enough. That's why Trey Hendrickson is not a real possibility, because the general manager has told us Aiden is enough repeatedly. And when Aiden got hurt, they made a move. But when Aiden's healthy, they have shown that Marcus Davenport is enough. That's their organizational philosophy. Agree or disagree, that's what it is.
Well, I don't think I know you love to keep throwing out the Marcus Davenport. I don't think it's Marcus Davenport they're relying upon.
Fine. It's a series of guys. Barnes in passing situations and Paschal in run situations, and we love Levi Onwuzurike. The point is they think Aiden is enough of a premier pass rush that they do not need to aggressively pursue another one. That's why Trey Hendrickson is not a realistic possibility. He may be a realistic possibility for the Packers or the Commanders down the road when Cincy and Trey Hendrickson ultimately reach that fork in the road moment. But I don't think the Lions will be a serious consideration because they've told us that.
And until it happened for Zadarius Smith, we were taking calls at that time. Brad Holmes is never going to do it. It's not going to happen. And then we get a cryptic tweet from Zadarius that morning, kind of buying into that. And then all of a sudden, he's a Detroit Lion. So until it happens, sure, everybody's going to say, well, Brad Holmes never going to do it.
Multiple texts say money. Money is the biggest obstacle. Do they have enough to extend him and sign their guys? And another says it's money. With all the young players on the roster, they need to pay them. It will be hard to do so. That's Nick in Woodhaven. Says you're not going to sign him to a 1-year contract.
No, he's got 1 year left on his contract. Right. The reason he wants out is because he wants more years. Probably wants more money.
My point to you would be the way they structured Kirby Joseph's deal, you could do the same with Aiden, and you'd effectively have a couple-year window where you could give Trey Hendrickson his first year plus 2 more years, a 3-year commitment, and it'd be tight, but you'd be a much better football team.
Okay, but what if Trey Hendrickson says, okay, the first obstacle is coming to terms with Cincinnati. Second obstacle is coming to terms with Trey Hendrickson. And if he says, well, I'm not going to settle for anything other than a 4-year deal, and I want it, fully guaranteed.
Well, then he's the biggest obstacle.
Okay, so I mean, we're making this up as we go, which is what we do.
But this is what he has said. I have no desire to be the highest played or, first in line. I'm not going to get into all the details. There are things that I'm willing to do and things I'm not willing to budge on. I don't want to play for incentives that would be out of my control. I don't want to play in a short-term contract. Mm-hmm. I'd like to tell my wife, here's where we're going to live. Here's where we're going to build our family. That's what he publicly put out yesterday. Let's get to Chris. Biggest obstacle. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I think John laid it out really well, and I think it's the Bengals. They're not, with re-signing their offense and their offensive guys, they're making a push themselves, and they're not going to let him go. They need defense. Unless they get a king's ransom, and, as far as Brad Holmes is concerned, he's not going to give that up. He's built this team. He's going to run his guys, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah, he's been open about that.
Yeah, but I do think that it's a lot on the Bengals because what's the king's ransom? Is it just draft picks? Do they want a player in return, which is not that common?
Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be draft picks. I mean, like you said, it's going to have to be a king's ransom. And the Lions, we're making a push ourselves. I don't think we're going to give that up for it.
No, I don't think the Lions would want to give up current players in a Trey Hendrickson deal.
If it's draft picks, I have no issue with that. But it really comes down to if he wants a long-term deal because whatever city he ends up in, he wants to raise his family, wants to tell his wife, this is what we're going to be for the rest of our careers, that's an obstacle as well.
You answer this for me. Maybe we do it coming up next. Trey Hendrickson, what's the longest-term deal you can really expect as a player who will be 31 next season? Can you really expect a 4 or 5 year commitment for that? Because I think his demands have to be reasonable as well. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Hey, summer is almost here. Some days it feels like summer. Some days it doesn't. Don't wait, because whatever you need to call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you just need a tune-up, give them a call now before that AC becomes a must-have. If you need an upgrade, they take care of my house. They will continue to take care of my house, and they'll take care of yours as well. You can upgrade your system now and save up to $1,000. You can call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate. If you want same-day service, all you have to do is call before noon, and you can check them out online at mastercraftheating.com.
All right, guys, well, it's a little gloomy out right now. The weather's breaking, it's getting nicer, and you're starting to make plans to head up north. Now's the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. Ready to go electric? Save at the pump? Cruise into the summer with the 2025 Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive. Lease it now for $227 a month with $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast. Shop at MoranExpress.com or stop by in person. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Poured it on. 14 runs for the Tigers. Back at it tonight. I hear Tyler Holton is the opener.
Yeah.
And then probably Cater Montero there afterwards.
A little pitching chaos today.
Yeah, a little bit. We're used to that. We have this Trey Hendrickson conversation, and we're trying to do it a little differently today because every time we bring up the possibility, it's met with reasons why it won't happen. So we said, what is the biggest obstacle? CBS Sports lists the Lions as the top destination for Trey Hendrickson, who publicly released a statement yesterday going after his team for not negotiating, period. What's the biggest obstacle? Is it Trey Hendrickson's demands? Is it the Bengals' demands? Is it Brad Holmes' philosophy? Or is it money? Let us know, 248-539-9797. John, within this, Gov has pointed out Hendrickson could be doing more to get himself out. He could play certain cards. Mm-hmm. He wants a long-term deal. How long-term is realistic for a player who will be 31 this season? You're not getting a 5-year deal.
No. I think it's probably written as 4, but realistically it's 3.
So a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
And paid in 3 mostly, where
Yes.
he wouldn't be sacrificing much when the end game comes, you know?
So I've watched the Lions take Kirby Joseph's deal and put it all 4 to 5 years down the line. You could do that with Aiden's deal if you wanted, and then all of a sudden Trey Hendrickson slots in perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the guy, I don't think he wants to leave. I really don't. Everything I know about him is he's a really good guy, really respectful of the game. You know, maybe it's not in his DNA to be a jerk. You know, imagine Barry Sanders trying to be a jerk. He quit and went to London instead because I don't think he wanted to demand a trade.
Yeah.
You know, so people are wired certain ways and they won't.
Yeah.
I think maybe he likes it there. He probably likes it with his family. Family likes it, and he's giving them every chance. But if you really want out and you want that last payday, then you got to get dirty.
Yeah, it really is going to depend on how dirty he wants to get. How many practices, how long into training camp is he willing to push this?
Like, I am sympathetic to his situation. He had 17 and a half sacks last year. He produced, and he says they told him, hey, go out and produce and we'll take care of you. This is his last chance to secure himself before, hey, the game's brutal. Something could happen week 1. And that organization historically has not done well to pay their players. That's why it was such an uphill battle for Chase and Higgins. And now Hendrickson's the latest guy facing that, which is why you've said, hey, it's Cincinnati's fault. We want to hear from you guys. 248-539-9797. Texter says, does it say anything about Hendrickson that Campbell coached him and hasn't been pushing super hard to get him? Well, we don't know that part.
No, we don't. There are certain things that we don't know, and we'll never know.
But that's part of why we liked the fit initially, was that Dan Campbell has
as a relationship. Yeah, he's been in the same building as him. He's watched him practice. He's watched him work out. All of the different reasons why I know that they fall in love with their own guys. They drafted them. They studied them more than anybody else, and then they get a chance to see them work for 365 days a year. They know exactly what they're getting when they re-sign their guys. That's why they like to do that. Well, you also have a guy here in Trey Hendrickson where you do have members of the coaching staff, mainly the head coach, who knows and has seen what Trey Hendrickson is as an individual and how he works.
It's 100% on the Bengals. They've never. Is this true? This can't be true. They've never traded a player in their existence. Franchise is a joke. Blaming Brad is comical. No one has made the trade if it's so obvious. Sauce and Howell.
I mean, they made a trade.
But no, like high profile.
Yeah, but no, they are weird. They're slow. They used to be cheap. It's hard to be cheap. in a salary cap world, but pre-cap, I mean, they were well known for not paying people.
Hendrickson isn't leaving Cincinnati. Texter says Costa's on edge today, fired up and full of smarm. It's been going all day. Take a few breaths.
Welcome to Tuesday.
Yeah, maybe guilty. Lions are not desperate. Desperate moves are what dumb teams do, and they fail in Holmes we trust. Well, you can trust Holmes. I just think it's his move to make or not make. And if he doesn't make it, then he's gambling on his guys and his way, and it can still work
Trey
out.
Hendrickson is available.
This is not me saying if they don't do it, they can't win the Super Bowl. But I think it's a move that the Lions could make if they wanted to make it.
If it's available to be made.
Every indication is he's available.
Well, not every indication.
Are you reading anywhere that he's unavailable? That they've told him, go shop for deals. He's available.
Right, but is he really available? Are they willing to? They could tell him, yeah, go shop for deals. We're holding out for 3 number ones.
Right.
I mean, that's what we don't know. And so, yeah, I mean, publicly, from his camp, he's available. But ultimately, he may not be. I mean, Myles Garrett, was he available?
No, because the Browns came out and said we're not trading him.
We're not trading
the
him.
Bengals have not done.
And he was willing to draw a hard line until they came with all the Benjamins.
Cash.
Yeah.
What do you always say?
The cheddar make it all better.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Like that one?
Yeah, well, I've heard it before, but I was going to say, is that something you always say?
That's his thing.
Is that his thing?
I
know you've said it before.
It's a Johnism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think he invented it.
He did not invent it. I've heard it before that, but yes. A California woman is suing the maker of Ziploc because she says some of its products contain undisclosed microplastics that mislead and harm customers. So this is a class action lawsuit. And in the lawsuit, the woman alleges that some Ziploc products that are marketed as microwave or freezer safe actually release these microplastics when they're used for that purpose in the microwave or in the freezer, making them, quote, fundamentally unfit for their advised use. I mean, microplastics have been in the news a lot lately, right? So obviously, researchers are still trying to figure out the exact impact of these microplastics on human health. But so far, they've been linked to cognitive and behavioral issues, reproductive complications, cancer. So this lawsuit basically contends that people are exposing themselves to these microplastics without knowing they're being exposed to them.
It's a lot. How do you avoid it anymore? I mean, these are basic things.
I know. So anyway, there's a new bill that would require schools in Michigan to teach water safety.
I think this is a great idea.
So the new proposed bill would require the Department of Education to develop a comprehensive water safety program for students, which would focus on essential skills, just like the proper use of flotation devices, supervision, swimming techniques, things like that. And the state representative who introduced the bill believes that this is essential, especially in Michigan, in a state that is surrounded by water, that children learn all these safety rules so that we can prevent future drownings.
It's a great idea. Implementing the idea is another obstacle because not every school, and I don't know if they want this in elementary school, middle school, high school, at some point in K through 12, what is the access going to be to water to teach these classes?
Yep.
Yeah.
The home of Domino's Pizza founder, Tom Monahan, has been put up for sale. So it could be yours for $8.7 million. And it's not just a home. It's a full estate. It's a retreat, really, when you look at this. It's located in Northfield Township. It features everything from an ice rink, tennis courts, a greenhouse. There's a massage room, racquetball, baseball field. It's got everything you could ever want. It was built in 1996. It was inspired by the architecture of Frank Lloyd Wright. It's about 10,000 square feet, but there's also more homes on the property as well. 30 acres. It's got a copper roof, a playground with a built-in trampoline, a car wash. You don't even need to leave. It's got everything you could ever want right there. Fruit trees, game room, weight room, hot tub.
Just for the low asking price of
$8.7 million. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Cool to check out.
I'd
like to just go and say, I'd like to set up a viewing just to walk through it, just to see it. It'd be kind of neat.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting story. Last weekend was the opening season of walleye fishing in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a woman who caught a walleye in a very unconventional way. She also happened to get a shattered windshield as well. So she was actually driving on the highway when this happened. And
one bounce out of the boat?
nope, it bounced out of the mouth of a bald eagle that was flying overhead, crashed onto her windshield, shattered the windshield. By the time she kind of like realized everything that happened and pulled over, the car that was driving behind her pulled over too to, one, make sure she was okay, but two, to let her know the walleye landed in the bed of her truck. So it was still there, hit the windshield, flopped over into the truck. She did not keep the walleye.
Why not?
She disposed of it. Well, technically it happened the day before walleye season opened, but also she suspected that the walleye, based on its size, was probably dead when the eagle picked it up. It just followed the DNRs.
Bloated,
it just wasn't probably something she'd want to keep, but quite interesting nonetheless.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Giannis says he's open to exploring the best fit for him out there. Well, got what it would take for the Pistons to get him. Would you do it? It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me and my family for a number of years now, and why they are my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Last night was refreshing, not just because the Tigers responded with 14 runs. Last night was refreshing because this thing called the NBA lottery happened. It didn't matter for us. They can't hurt us anymore. It's a wonderful thing. I mean, hey, poor Utah, we've been there. But the lottery doesn't matter for us. And I think it's because we've elevated. The city is in a better place now. We're not dealing with drafts and rebuilds. We're dealing with competitive teams now.
We're not talking about ping pong balls, percentage points, dropping down one spot, trying to raise up for another. No, we're entering a fun time for the Pistons, as we have been for the Lions in regards to a good team. And we're talking about trades like Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
We're talking about trades like the Pistons for Giannis.
Yep, more on that in a second.
The Tigers. We talked about acquiring a third baseman, a bat in the offseason, but now it's because you do have the best record in the American League. You're talking about what does it look like at the trade deadline? Still a ways away, but those are the fun conversations that you had about adding good players to your team.
John, if you could reflect when you first started doing mornings, how differently it is now. Like, I feel like we've graduated as a sports city.
Yeah, because we had 4 teams that had no hope of being in the playoffs. Tigers were terrible. Pistons were terrible. Lions were squandering every possible opportunity that they would possibly have. And the Wings, at that time, it was a little bit more entertaining because it was early on in the Yzer plan. Yeah. But now we're 5 years down the road in regards to my time here in the mornings. And that's doesn't seem to be any further along. But we do have a playoff team in the Pistons, a playoff team in the Tigers, and a playoff team with the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, so we're not really dwelling. Like, even the Red Wings who were in the lottery, we didn't spend much time on it. The pick's not consequential for their next steps. We're getting to a point where they're all making strides. And it begs bigger and bolder conversations. And it feels like we may be having similar conversations with all the teams, but it's because they've all collectively taken steps and are on the ascent. So this is how it used to be. I know it's been a while. We used to have our team trade for Rasheed Wallace in pursuit of a championship. We used to have our team trade for Brendan Shanahan in pursuit of a championship. We used to have the Tigers doing everything they can, moving mountains, and they went to 2 different World Series and chased a few more along the way. This is the natural progression. So these are conversations we welcome. These are exciting conversations, and the latest one involves Giannis. Milwaukee. They're not going anywhere. The roster's decaying around him, and he has said he's open to leaving. Greek freak to the Greek town. What would it cost? The Ringer threw out trade proposals for a bunch of teams. And for the Pistons, here's what they say it would take. And it's supposed to hurt a little bit. That's the point of these. Duren, Ivy, Holland, Harris, and 3 first-round picks. Harris is in there for salary.
Mm-hmm.
But it's 3 young players and 3 first-round picks.
So this is one individual's opinion of what could get it. It seems pretty close to me.
Reasonable, yeah.
Yeah. And at least they've done the math on how many first-round picks, how much salary, because the NBA makes it very complicated. I would do this in a heartbeat. Jalen Duren, while I think he's going to be a good player, does he ever become a star? I don't know. Jaden Ivey was having a good season, but does he ever become a star? Ron Holland, I think the one in this player trade that you have the biggest question marks about are Ron Holland, and then obviously Tobias Harris. We know what he is in a good year this year, but it's a salary situation for him. Nobody's going to cry about losing Tobias Harris.
No.
I would do this in a heartbeat to bring Giannis to Detroit. Pair him up with Cade. Now you got 2 guys. Either one could take a game over. Do you still need to add some shooting? Yes. Yeah. Do you have free agency coming up? Could you make more trades? Yes. This would be very exciting going into next year.
You would have 2 of the 15 best players in the NBA, Giannis and Cade. And if Cade's the player that he's showing to be, I mean, he'll be top 10 before you know it, right? I mean, that's
I would think.
I mean, he could be second team All-NBA this year for all we know. 2 of the 10 best players in the sport's a pretty good runway, especially when I'm watching Boston struggle in the East, Cleveland struggle in the East. It's wide open. The Knicks, they moved mountains to add Bridges, and they swung a trade for Towns. And this division, this conference is open. The league is open. I mean, we're big on pointing out that you have 6 champs, 6 different champs, in 6 years, and there's a good chance it's 7-7. The Pistons would instantly be in that conversation if they did this trade. And this would not mean they're perfect. They'd still have to add the shooting because Giannis is not a good three-point shooter, and we've seen Cade improve. But you need those two guys operating, going downhill to the basket. You have to have the right players around them. But it's a good problem to have.
I think the biggest question is, okay, if you don't want to do this, I would ask you, is Jalen Duren and Jaden Ivey, the combination of the two, will they ever impact games the way that Giannis does as an individual?
No.
So I don't think anybody is going to look at Ron Holland and say, oh, boy, what could have been if we just kept Ron Holland? Or what could have been if we had Tobias Harris? Your 26, 28, 31 first-round picks, those are most likely, if you do this, going to be late first-round picks. You're not crying about anybody you don't get there.
No, what's going to be tough is a team like Houston can offer Phoenix picks, which could be very attractive with Durant potentially leaving. Phoenix picks become more valuable than Rockets picks or Pistons picks. Mm-hmm. The Spurs can offer number 2 thanks to the lottery last night.
Philly can offer number 3.
Philly could offer number 3. I'm not telling you the Pistons offer would be a no-brainer for Milwaukee or that they have to accept it, or you throw them a Godfather offer, one they can't refuse. But the Pistons can be in the mix here, and I think part of the selling point to Giannis is Cade. I mean, Cade is better than anybody on Houston, right, if you're looking for a true running mate. Mm-hmm. He may prefer to play with Victor Wembanyama, but the list is very short of the guys you'd rather play with than Cade Cunningham in the NBA right now, which would be also part of your pitch to Giannis is if you want to come here, you really help facilitate the deal.
Well, yeah, help facilitate it, and you want to make sure that he's going to be here long-term as well. Now, I believe there's, 3 years left on his deal with that last year being a player option, but he stayed in Milwaukee, won a championship in Milwaukee,
loyal,
stayed well past that, thinking he could still win another one. His numbers this year were better than at any point in his career. So it's not like he's falling off.
No, and he does more than just score and rebound.
Oh, yeah.
He's active on defense. He does all the things he's a selfless star, which is the kind of guys we like here in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, his defense, Sar Thompson's defense, the energy that they would put out there, I think it would be very intriguing to have him here next to Cade.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. I'd trade anyone for Giannis, and that includes the fraud who wears number 2.
What? Come on. You think Cade's a fraud?
That's what that guy thinks. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, right?
What would be I'm trying to meet this guy in the middle. Maybe that's a fool's errand. What were we lacking?
What's fraudulent about
him?
He
wants to. I'm speculating, but he wants to make the trade and include Cade in it because he wants to build it around Giannis.
Right, but I'd rather build it around the guy who's like 23 years old who had 25, 8-8 in his first playoff appearance. And there were things he could improve on, which is the whole point.
Yeah.
But he had a big game. You want a moment? He had a big game 5 on the road in the Garden where he scored, was it 13 fourth quarter points?
Yeah.
I mean he showed
playoff experience matters.
Plenty.
And I think we'll see that in regards to the leadership that we heard from Trey Hendrickson in his press conference.
Yeah, good
Needs
point.
to be in elite shape. All right? Hey. And nobody thought he was in bad shape, but there are things that you can do to improve from year to year. He's young enough to still make some major improvements.
It's funny, we didn't even mention it, but it's one of the things that Trajan Langdon said that was just so smart in that press conference. I thought he was measured, intelligent, competent, all the good things you want from your general manager. And he hit on that. Part of making the playoffs is giving your players a taste of what it takes. Instead of training for game 42, you're training for game 92, right? Or 102. And now putting that extra gear in their mind when they go into an offseason to train. So for Asar Thompson, who dealt with blood clots and really hasn't had a clean runway, now you know what it takes, something to build on. If you don't trade Duren or Ivy, there are conversations about these young players stepping into real expectations now. But Cade is at the tip of the spear. Cade's the guy that should only get better from this experience.
Well, he's the one that stirs the drink. And, I mean, if you don't have Cade, but you have Giannis, what do you have?
You're just shuffling.
Yeah.
One for another.
Yeah, that
and
just
you're
makes
shrinking
no
your window,
sense.
too. Yeah, you'd be Milwaukee if you traded Cade for Giannis.
In essence, yes. Yes, you'd just be trading cities.
All right, 248-539-9797. It's out there. It's 97.1.
Hey, you want a great lawn? We talk about summer right around the corner, and your lawn is going to be greening up. You probably mowed it a couple of times already. If you noticed crabgrass, if you noticed dandelions, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is the company that can take care of it. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. The number, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. They still have it going. If you purchase a full lawn program, you're going to get free Grub Patrol, but you got to mention my name along with 97 won the ticket. I mentioned crabgrass. Still not too late. Make sure you treat for it now, or else it'll be an issue all season long. Dandelions. We all see it. It's yellow. It's in your yard. You want to make sure you take care of it before they go to seed, because they're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients, and it will spread like wildfire. So take care of all of those things right now. And here's the thing about Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They're not going to give you a runaround, tell you this week, hey, it's this. Next week, it's that. They're just going to fix the problems. Locally owned company for over 35 years. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Little music in the background there, bobbing your head.
What was that?
What do you mean, what was that?
I love your music.
Want to play it again?
Yeah, I guess that's
go pump it up. We're going dance jams, baby. Let's go. Getting in the club. 2 runs in. Not your scene. All right.
No.
I saw Heather bobbing her head earlier.
I did. You hear the beat, and you just.
Yeah,
that's what you do.
Didn't even hear it.
Okay. It was a Gleyber Torres home run. You heard that.
That's what I heard that. Yeah.
It was one of many big knocks for the Tigers who poured it on. Trey Sweeney had a 3-run homer in the day. I mean, how many of these dudes had multi-hit days for the Tigers yesterday?
Oh, it was awesome. And you look at the bats that keep performing. And obviously, Kerry Carpenter, he's creeping up 288 right now, getting closer to 300. You got Gleyber Torres. Now, Gleyber Torres missed some time, but his bat's been good all season long when he's been available. And don't look now, but Javi Baez.
3-hit night.
Still hanging above 300.
313, his batting average. Leading the team. Yeah, he had 3 hits.
Tingler's
Torres had
been
3
good.
hits. Yeah, I mean, they've all, I mean, this is the response we wanted to see.
Yeah, Chase Young went 0 for 1. He's now below 100.
Womp, womp, womp.
Where's your dance music now?
Sad dancing. Bregman didn't get a hit, and he was booed a bunch. He walked twice. I know that was a big story. I know the media collected around him pregame to ask him all about, hey, what happened? And he was very diplomatic. If you read any of the quotes, we played a little audio earlier. He was very diplomatic about it.
He was a pro.
Yeah.
And now today it's Tyler Holton taking the mound. And how do they respond? How do they keep this going? The momentum that they created yesterday. I like the fact that it was a great response coming out of 2 lackluster performances against the Rangers. Now all of a sudden bats explode, and you get 2 more games against Boston. Can't just be a 1-win series. You're gonna have to win the series.
They're facing all righties, which I love that for Kerry Carpenter.
Sure,
keep leading him off, give him as many at bats as possible. The dude's crushing it right now.
And again, it's still the best record. I'll say that again. After that 40-game mark, it is still the best record in the American League.
The division's better than we thought, and the Tigers are better than we thought. It's kind of worked out well. Where, hey, they're not. I don't think they're going to run away with it, John, but they're in pole position.
No, but they just have to be consistent, and they've been consistent throughout the course of the year. 12 games above 500.
That's not bad.
No one thought that they were going to be. I thought it was 2 or 3 up, 2 or 3 down. They were going to be hovering around right around 500, and they have knocked it out of the park.
Biggest reason for it probably is the hobby stuff. That's the biggest surprise. Like, it's your year if Javi Baez is going to do this. If he's going to just slide over and play borderline Gold Glove center field and have multi-hit days, okay.
Yeah, that may be the biggest surprise, but you've got other surprises. And, I mean, the obvious ones, Torque has been a surprise. It's Sweeney, especially in the month of May, has been a huge surprise at the plate.
Yeah, I saw someone point out he was a first-round pick. I think he was viewed like, oh, we got like a fringe major leaguer back in the Flaherty deal, and the prize is Lorenzo, this catching prospect. Sweeney's not a throw-in. Former first-round pick, late first-round pick, but he's swinging a good bat right now.
He is. And, I mean, when you look at what the Tigers are doing, Dingler, we talk about Jace Young, we talk about the struggles of Colt Keith. Early on, it was Riley Green. He's back on track. But the positives for this team, those that have stepped up to play well, greatly outweigh those that are lagging behind. And Vierling set to make a return in the next couple of weeks. You send Jace Young down, instantly you're better.
Yep. Job. We should talk about Job. 5 2/3, 1-run baseball. It wasn't without some adventure. 5 walks, but he had 7 strikeouts and 15 whiffs, career high, getting swing and miss.
I like seeing young players in situations where the stress level goes up, the complication goes up, and you hit a batter. How do you recover? He recovered just fine yesterday. Didn't get into his head, didn't change anything he was doing. And then in the 3rd inning, you walk a couple of batters, you load the bases, 1 out, and you come away with a good play in right field, and then a standard ground ball to second base. You get out of the inning. He didn't change what he was doing. There was no panic, and it only builds his confidence as he's moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, you could debate if that was the best start of his career. He had the 6 innings against the Twins where he limited the damage, but he didn't get the swing and miss in that start that he got last night. And I think that's what excites you about Job is, yeah, he's going to have to live in the zone a little more, trust those pitches because his breaking pitches are lethal. And he throws gas once he starts locating more, and that's part of this maturation process.
And I like the fact that he started off batters. First pitch strikes, 20 of 26. He's not getting behind early. He's hitting the strike zone. He's doing what you want a young pitcher to do. He's being methodical about doing it.
And low-key, a big start. I know it's still May, but when you see Flaherty struggling and you see Mize go on the IL, you want someone to step up and step in, and Job did that yesterday. Yeah. Gator, what's up?
Yeah, I thought that was big yesterday. I mean, obviously, scoring all the runs was massive, but you needed Jackson Job to kind of back that up, and he did. And he had all that time off in the third inning when he's just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting.
Yeah, and waited a little longer.
Yeah, exactly. But he did really well. Got the job done. Maybe more walks than you want to see, but that just comes with trying to get that command of the strike zone, and not just throw strikes, but throw strikes with the right location. So this is what you're looking at with a rookie pitcher, and he's got all that talent, man. It's fun to watch a guy who can snap off curveballs that are just wicked with a slider or whatever, and then throw 99 miles an hour on outer black. It's awesome.
You guys talked Trey Hendrickson yesterday, right? Because some of the stuff broke. We threw out a little different spin on it today. We said anytime we bring up Trey Hendrickson, fans tell it's not going to happen. So we asked the question, what is the biggest obstacle? The biggest reason it wouldn't happen? CBS Sports said this is the best landing spot. Our options were Trey Hendrickson himself, his demands, the Bengals' demands, Holmes' philosophy, or money. The biggest obstacle. What would you say it is?
I think it's that other teams could offer better. That's what I think that the problem is. I mean, they're all issues with it, and Doug and I disagree on some of the issues. It's just it's not likely because the Lions they're going to be picking in the high 20s for several years here.
Right.
So it's not like you're going to somebody else can't offer better. I mean, it's the pick could be 15 picks, could be 20 picks better.
Right.
You can find a team that's picking in the top 5 that is desperate to add that big piece, which would be an edge rusher, and they can do that. They can trump it. But at the same time, I think with the way things are going now, maybe that asking price isn't going to be as high. Maybe it's not maybe you're not giving up a first-round pick. Maybe you're giving up a second-round pick.
Well, that's where they can sweeten the pot, where if somebody else is only willing to give up a second, you give up your first. In essence,
yeah, but the Lions don't have third-round picks anymore to give up. But, yes, it's
yeah, I was talking about a second.
Yeah, I hear it. I'm just adding to be the sweetener, though. If you get a second-round pick and you want to add more to it, it's tougher for the Lions to do that. So I think that's the biggest obstacle. I don't you could make a case just you want to have them just for the 1 year. Like, hey, maybe that's one of the things Trey Hendrickson just wants to get out of Dodge. If he wants to get out of there, period.
Changes everything.
Because they've lied to him. Like, I'll play out the year, and then I'm going to go hit free agency. I'd like to work out a long-term deal, but if it has to be just for the 1 year, then I'll play for the 1 year.
What's the plan on today's show, guys?
We'll get to that around 10:30, and I do think there's a whole nother variable that I don't know that you guys discussed.
Oh, we missed something.
At all. And we have a bit of a revelation right out of the gate. It was a stop the presses moment in the office this morning.
Oh.
Yeah, we couldn't believe it.
Stay tuned. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right. It's the Carson Anderson program. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday. Overcast, dreary day, but sun was out and shining brightly yesterday, and it's shown quite brightly on our Detroit Tigers with a all right, everyone needs to relax kind of win over the Boston Red Sox back on the winning track. See if they can bang out a series win against Alex Bregman, who wanted to play for a winner. He said wanted to play for a place he thought he could win short-term and long-term, and he went to Boston. And so it's always got to be gratifying to beat a guy like that, and we will talk about that today. Hello, Scott Anderson. How are you?
Hello, Doug. I'm fine. He also said some very nice things about Detroit.
He did. He's trying to make up for it.
I feel like you're poisoning the well there.
Yeah, he's trying to make up for it.
Is he?
Yeah, I think so. I think he knew he would come in here and probably be facing a fan base that then went out and booed him as expected. But it's fine. What was the line from AJ Hinch? You either sign here or we'll beat you. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Savage.
Here's what we got scheduled for today. Yes, we'll get to some Lions talk late in the show yesterday with the Trey Hendrickson news that at 10:30. We'll talk plenty of Tigers, 14-2 win over Boston. Take that, Mr. Bregman. We got draft lottery last night. We got NFL schedule soft release news coming out today. We've got a Warning Gator graphic. Nope. We've got a National Celebration Day.
We don't have that.
We've got, well, yeah, it's national. It's a good one. I think you'll like it.
Graphic.
Oh, yeah, there is.
No, not watching it.
Yeah, we got a big old tub of pretzels question of the day. We got all kinds of stuff, but we're going to start with a revelation. In the office today, everyone is sitting there. Email pops up. We all see the same thing and go, wait, what? You put in your show sheet that you led your team in triples as a kid?
Yep. They were Little League triples. Like the Riley Green home run last night. But it was, this is how it would work. I would hit a base hit, and I just kept running. I didn't stop. I would get the first and just keep chugging along the second. The outfielder's like, what? Because they would lollygag it because they just, were kids. You don't really know the game as well. But I just kept going to second. And once I hit second, I turned and kept going to third. Because now they're throwing a ball around, and some kids don't know how to catch, as well as others. And by the time I got to third, that's where the third baseman goes, would you stop? Stop! And then I would finally stop at third base.
So you didn't really lead your team in triples?
No, I led the team in triples the way I see it.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Just kept running. So you led your team in singles and multiple base errors.
Didn't say they were all errors. I just kept running. If I think more mental errors than anything else by the other team, that's a triple.
Is it?
Triple.
Kang, you buying this? The triple explanation? Just keep running?
Just kept running.
You're like Forrest Gump, huh?
I was just like Forrest Gump. In fact, when I saw Forrest Gump, I laughed because I'm like, it's like me playing Little League when I was like 8 years old.
If you had asked us in the office, Gator led his Little League team in a stat, I think triples would not have been high on the list.
Yeah, it was triples.
Yeah.
I was thinking banana splits after the game.
For the 1 year.
The 1 year? Do you know how many you had?
Wait, you quit after leading the league, leading the team in triples?
No, I stopped the running constantly from first to third. I hit a base hit, and I would stop at first base.
Did you ever run till you're out? Did you ever does this ever come back and haunt you?
Not that I recall.
No?
I don't remember that happening. Now, also understand this. It was a rare occasion that I actually had a base hit.
Oh, was it?
I was a terrible hitter. But when I hit the ball, I made the most of it. I was not going to stop.
You just kept going.
Yeah.
Did the first base coach, did they ever talk to you like, hey, we want you to stop at first?
Doug, I don't have any time to listen to the first base coach.
All right.
I don't.
Ain't nobody got time for that?
I ain't gonna
pay attention to coaches.
No.
So how old were you when this happened?
Like 8 years old.
And by 9 or 10, you were done?
And by 9, I was a seasoned veteran. I knew what was going on.
You knew not to run?
I knew, this is a game, base by base.
And you never got burned by this?
I don't recall getting burned.
Okay. All right. Well,
no. Well, like I said, I was a terrible hitter, so the few times that I would hit the ball, I think I had like 5.
Okay, so this came out because of the Riley Green play.
Yes, that's exactly why. I mean, it's literally right after my notes, right after the Riley Green Little League home run.
Right, I'm explaining to the audience.
Yes, well, you guys seem to think like legitimate triples. No, it was like this, like Riley Green-ish. Although it didn't go underneath the right fielder's mitt, and I just kept going. I just literally kept running.
Yeah, that was it was right before Bray picked it up. It took a bad hop, and I laughed immediately because you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And here comes the windmill at third base.
And
they're waving him around.
Should it have been that close at home? I feel like, that ball was just trickling to get to the wall. And I don't know. Riley Green was clearly running, but maybe it was just a hell of a throw by Abreu and a hell of a throw back to the infield because Riley Green barely beat it out, and the ball skipped past the catcher. But it was pretty close.
In the sport of baseball, you rarely see players completely out of gas. Yeah. It just doesn't happen. It happens way more in every other sport than it happens in baseball. So I always kind of crack up when you see the baseball player like, because you can play the sport and go through for weeks without being winded.
Yeah.
The sprint down to first base, it's a little bit taxing.
If you start and stop, constantly trying to steal second base and the ball's fouled off.
Yeah, occasional double, you could be winded. But very rarely is a player like actually super winded. But that does happen when you hit the Little League home run. All right, so Tigers do win it last night. We will get into that coming up in a few moments. What was the best part about last night's game? And quite frankly, I want to circle back to a text we got a couple days ago that was it was an elite observation, and I love it. We will do that today at 10:15. Talks from Trey Hendrickson and Lions at 10:30. How feasible is this really? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking with brands that you trust like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you on a Tuesday here in Detroit, especially coming off a big Tiger win last night. And we'll get to that here. Move on to Trey Hendrickson at 10:30. And how feasible is this? And I don't know that the morning show mentioned this. I think there's one key element to this that hasn't been discussed a lot. But we'll get to that today at 10:30. 14-2 win over Boston last night. A gratifying, everyone needs to calm down kind of victory over the Red Sox. Jackson Jobe, 5 innings, 5 1/3, and 7 strikeouts, 1 earned run. He threw 100 pitches. I'm sure they'd love to not have him throw 100 pitches as many times as they can possibly have him not throw 100 pitches, but whatever. Gleyber Torres, 108.9 off the bat, pretty high exit velo. He had a 2-run bomb. He had another RBI single the other way. He went 3 for 3. The Baez, it wasn't like they were ropes. There was a bloop, there was a humpback single, and then there was a ground ball up the middle.
A humpback single.
Yeah, and we got a text last week. I just think it's brilliant that if you slipped into a coma in 2023 and just woke up, or 2022, it would be going exactly the way you thought. First round picks at the top of the draft, Torque and Mize having really good years. Big free agent signing, Javi Baez leading the way. Riley Green tearing the cover off the ball. These are the things that you would have expected. It was not a straight line to get here, but these are the things you would have expected. So those of you waking up in a coma, it's not as easy as it hasn't gone as smoothly as you might think in the interim for those who have been in the 3-year coma. But it's funny how that worked out. I mean, Baez had 3 more hits last night. The slide at home plate was awesome.
It was great.
He's one of the best at going first to third. He's turning into a guy who plays the game in a very likable way.
I think he always has been. The problem is he was swinging at that sweeper and he couldn't catch up to it and struck out at an alarming rate. And sometimes it looked like maybe a little bit lax in the field. And a couple plays would get away from him. But I thought he always ran the bases well. I think his baseball acumen is very high.
Yeah.
And we're seeing now he's getting on base more, so we actually get to see him do it. I mean, he's hitting well above 300 at this point. He's at 313 now. His OPS, I believe, is over 800 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
These are good signs for Javi Baez, and he's driving runs in from the bottom of the lineup. They haven't moved him up a ton. Sometimes you might see him at, I think maybe the highest I've seen him is 6th this year, but they're keeping him at the bottom. Go ahead. Clean it up. And having Trey Sweeney do what he's been doing this season, wow. Both of those guys at the bottom of the lineup, it's trouble.
It's really been nice, a very good find for them. And, when you can hit 1 through 9 and you can get starting pitching like Jackson Jobe. Look, yesterday was a day that there was a little bit of Chicken Little woven throughout the ticket text we got throughout the day. Some people that saw the back-to-back losses, and they weren't pretty. Let's be clear. Saturday and Sunday weren't pretty.
No.
But when you play 162 of these things, you're going to have extreme results on either end of the spectrum. The Tigers aren't a 14-run offense. They're also not a 10-1 and 6-2 kind of loss team either, like they were Saturday and Sunday. These are extreme results in 3 consecutive days. And, they've settled in here to second best record in baseball, a half game behind the Dodgers. And, today is interesting when you're going with the starting Tyler Holton and you're doing the pitching chaos thing for the first time this year. It is the first time, right?
I think it's the first opener start they've had,
yeah. Yeah. So being somewhat forced to play this card because of the Mize injury, is that the reason here?
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I didn't see the post-game press conference last night for that. I apologize. But this normally would feel like a kind of a desperate move. I just think it's a card that they have that they can play when they reach these moments in the schedule where they're a little shorthanded because of injuries. And yeah, we did this last year. We'll do it again.
Yeah, this is nothing new. And I go back to what A.J. Hinch had to say after Sunday, saying if you expect me to be,
really upset after, 2 losses, then you don't know me very well, because watch us after we're winning a lot of games. He's very calm, and that calming influence matters, and it reverberates throughout the team. And these guys just go out there and they can just chuck it, throw it out the garbage, throw it in the garbage, and look at the next game. That's what's happened for the last couple of years here. He's been able to preach that, and this team understands that to the point where, you start off the game last night, you jump them with a 2-run homer, 2 batters into the game from Gleyber Torres. And again, can't say enough great things about Gleyber Torres and his addition to the team. And then you have that 3rd inning, which just didn't stop.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
It was great. And, we talked about it during yesterday's show. Hey, they're going up against Tanner Houck. So this is a chance to get right against a pitcher that's had his blow-up starts, and that was another blow-up start for him last night. He's mixed some good starts in between. Tonight might be a little bit tougher. Brian Bello missed the beginning of the season with a shoulder and has got limited starts. I'm going to have to go back and look and see how many he's had, but he's had 4 starts this year. He's won a lot of games. His secondary numbers aren't great, but he's better than Houck, so a little bit bigger challenge tonight. But, winning this series would be certainly reassuring after what happened on the weekend. 248-539-9797. Tony, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great, Tony.
I was at the game last night, but I was also at Fenway last week watching the Boston game, and our park absolutely rocks. It's so cool. I tour in a band, and we go to baseball games all the time.
Nice.
And just seeing all the parks around the country, ours absolutely rocks. And it was super cool to see that in the park homer by Riley yesterday. Super awesome.
You were in Boston last week. Who were they playing?
They were playing the Twins.
Okay.
So we had a show the night before, and then we wanted to go to the game. It was pretty cool. It's a classic park, obviously, but
yeah,
Comerica is just it's beautiful. It's great. We're playing at St. Andrews Hall this Friday, by the way.
Well, good luck.
Just a little shout out. Just a little. Anyways.
Yeah. Thank you for the phone call. Comerica's a great park, and when it's rocking, when it's filled. It's really weird because I had some friends that just went to Pittsburgh and this park is beautiful. And I said, did you find it familiar? He said, yeah. At one point we said, this is a lot like Comerica. And I'm like, yeah, same architecture company, same era.
Yeah. They have similarities. And then there's some big differences, but some of the big differences are just, it's where it's placed, that you can see the best thing Pittsburgh ever did was paint those bridges yellow.
Yep.
Because they show up, they pop out there in the outfield scenery. It's a great setting that they have, and Comerica Park is in a great setting as well in the heart of downtown Detroit, where we don't have a ton of high rises like other major cities do, but the ones that we have are in great view of Comerica Park. The sightlines are awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's good when it's packed, and I every time it's packed and rocking, I just hope ownership notices, and I think they do. I'm not worried about them taking on salary at the trade deadline. I know some people are, but it's very, very, very justifiable.
Yeah, only 20,000 last night.
Yeah, I guess early in the season still, and people still in school Monday night, kids still in school.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest factor.
248-539-9797. So Tigers with a win last night that hopefully calmed the masses just a little bit. And yeah, there were some great moments. Good to see them get back on the winning track. All right, so late in the show yesterday, we got Adam Schefter tweeted out the Trey Hendrickson comments. And so in real time, we kind of processed them, gave our 2 cents on what could happen and whether or not Trey Hendrickson truly is available and accessible to the Detroit Lions. It'd be difficult to do, but it feels like the situation is coming to a head. I feel like when a player goes public, a bit of a line is crossed in terms of, okay, things have gotten worse or things are about to get better. It's to me, it's a call to action.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a call to action that the Bengals are going to do something about A, trading him? Is it a call to action that Hendrickson's going to tell his agent, we're not, I don't care about a new contract, just get me the hell out of here? Is it a call to action that the Bengals, sign him, they give him what he wants, trade, sign? Is he, work backwards from his demands? We will get to that today at 10:32. And I don't know, again, I don't know what's been talked about, but here's something we didn't talk about yesterday that after going and doing some deep dive into what's being thought and said in Cincinnati, I realized we might have it all wrong in terms of how to get this deal done. That at 10:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
You know what's awesome about a car buying experience? When you go somewhere and you know it's going to be fun, you know you're going to get a great deal. That's what happens when you shop for a new car at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. These folks just make it easy and they make it fun. And right now they've got 2 incredible lease options that are really hard to beat. How about this? You drive home a 2025 Equinox EV for only $249 a month for 24 months, and that's with just $1,499 down. Or if you need a truck that works for as hard as you do, how about this? The 2025 Silverado 2FL, it's just $249 a month for 24 months, and yep, got the same low down payment, and that includes the taxes and fees. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has over 500 vehicles in stock, so you're not stuck with just a few options, and they're open on Saturdays for sales and service with no appointments necessary. And heads up, their Memorial Day sale, it lasts all month long. So now is the perfect time to make your move. You're going to see what I mean when you stop by Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. They treat you right. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Together, let's drive.
All right, so late in the show yesterday, we mentioned the Trey Hendrickson story broke as he went public with his displeasure with the Cincinnati Bengals, which felt like a moment in time in which a line was crossed, and we could be seeing some action on this, whether it's a deal gets done, he gets traded, or he changes his demands. who knows? But bit of a crossroads, what's going on in Cincinnati. So Trey Hendrickson, we're talking about one of the most productive pass rushers in terms of sack numbers in the NFL last year with 17.5, which led the National Football League. He's done that back-to-back years. He's 30 years old. Cincinnati did a lot of re-signing of, a Burrow contract, a T. Higgins contract, a Jamar Chase contract. Sounds like from the Hendrickson camp, he was told, look, we can't afford this year, but go out and have another good year, and we'll sit down at the bargaining table. Now he's saying they're not even talking to me. There's a variety of things that could be in play here, and it's pretty damn complicated. Let's start with this. If Trey Hendrickson is available for draft compensation and is allowed to play out and is accepting a trade to play out the last year of his contract and would fit under the cap for the Detroit Lions for 1 year, of course they'd trade for him. If he was available for what has been kicked around, a second-round pick, in Cincinnati said, what is he in terms of draft capital? Second and third rounders, the late first rounder. If he's available for draft capital and he fits under the cap to add opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, I don't think there's any question that they would trade for him if those circumstances were in play. And there's the question becomes, does somebody else bid more? That's one. But keep this in mind, and this is what I don't know that's been talked about yet. The Bengals aren't in a rebuild. They signed those guys because they're trying to win now. I listened to some stuff out of Cincinnati and read what I could out of Cincinnati. After they paid their quarterback and they paid their wide receivers, they're still trying to win. They're interested in a player coming back, and a good one. And that could be what the price is. The speculation in listening to Cincinnati podcasts were, how about the Colts for Quentin Nelson, a second-team All-Pro guard, or Leatu Latu, a defensive lineman? I want to give credit where credit's due. I'll find out who said that. But they're looking very well, could be looking for established players in return and good ones because they're trying to win now. And so that kind of, if that's the case, would you offer up a good player or a package of good players to get a deal done?
Probably not. I mean, it depends. Obviously, it depends on who they're talking about.
Right. It's not going to be Christian Mahogany, right? It's not going
to be Broderick Martin. I mean, it's going to be Ali McNeil.
It certainly would help if you weren't hurt. I think it's going to be
Brian Branch.
Branch and Stuff.
Yeah,
is the only thing I could see them. I don't think they do it even for Branch straight up. And so, and because
Branch is due a payday,
and he's going to be due a payday as well.
So it's hard to find those guys because you're going to have to find guys that are their second year or former first round picks that are in their second or third year, so they have them for multiple years.
And so, so would they be interested in Terrion Arnold? Yeah, but then the Lions would have a hole. Could you package Ennis Rakestraw with, if they loved him out of the draft, with a good player, a starter? I feel like even then you'd probably have to throw in some draft compensation. It's tough because if you can get him cheap and he doesn't hurt you on the cap, of course do it. Of course do it. But then the other thing is, if he's available cheap and fits under the cap, the Lions aren't going to be the only team bidding on him. Makes it really tough.
No, they won't. But again, if he has a choice of where he goes, then maybe that helps them out a little bit. But you don't know unless you ask. And apparently there's been no conversations at all with Cincinnati about Trey Hendrickson, because that's what Trey is saying. There's no communication. Nobody's talking to us. And that would also lead me to believe nobody's talking to his camp. If he was able to go seek a trade,
all right,
and nobody's making offers.
You're saying Trey Hendrickson's camp say no other teams have talked to him?
I mean, there's been no. His last thing was there's been no conversations with Cincinnati.
Okay.
And the other thing was, didn't Cincinnati say to his agent, go ahead and find a trade?
Yes.
And apparently, if they haven't found one, what does that tell you? The teams haven't made an offer, or at least an offer worth bringing back to Cincinnati.
Or they've made offers and they've been rejected. and we just didn't hear about him.
Be hard to I don't know if that seems likely. Those things get out.
That thing that you think it would get out.
Yeah, particularly when he just dropped the nuclear bomb on Cincinnati with his statement.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just using logic to say that doesn't sound like there's been a whole lot of conversations with Cincinnati.
Yeah. All right, gotcha. I thought that was being reported somewhere that they hadn't. And so
does my logic make sense?
Yeah, it probably does. I was just confused the way you said it. I thought you meant that there had been, that someone reported it. But as it stands right now, if there's a path to Trey Hendrickson, if it is accessible, it seems like it's very difficult for Detroit to get him. Second round pick, and he agrees to no contract extension, sure. Yeah. I mean, Brad Holmes is not a moron. Like he would make a trade to bring in a great player. I mean, part of me, it's very simple. If they couldn't afford Zadarius Smith, how can they afford Trey Hendrickson? But, we'll find a way to afford a player that is possibly this productive. There's not a lot of teams that are paying elite premium prices for two players at the same position, which would, get into the debate of whether or not they could re-sign him, because they obviously have the Hutch re-sign to do. But as much as we want him to, and this is the other and maybe the biggest factor if he truly becomes available, as much as we would want him in Detroit, you would have to think there were teams that want him more, because those teams don't even have an Aiden Hutchinson. Most teams don't have an Aiden Hutchinson. So to put him on the market and start taking bids, it would feel like you're bidding against somebody that's a more motivated buyer.
Well, make a bid.
Yeah, who's to say they haven't or that they're not going to?
Yeah, I mean, I'd give up a first-round pick for him for just a year.
And again, I think they would too. I actually think they would too, because that would put him in a great, great, great spot.
Now, I don't know how many teams would, though, because then you'd only have him for the 1 year, and teams that have better draft positioning, I mean, for them to give up that pick, that's a multi-year player that you're giving up.
Certainly, if they want a player instead of draft compensation, and that was one of the things that I was getting back was, hey, they're trying to win now, so the idea of them not being able, like them just taking draft compensation, I mean, maybe they would take a player and draft compensation, but a win now team isn't as interested in starting a rebuild as others. And Cincinnati's in a pretty good shape, offensively at least. They could use an upgrade to their defense. Now, maybe if the Lions, who would be expendable off the defense when you're adding a defensive piece, who would be expendable along the offensive line? Because I don't know that you would trade any of the young guards you just drafted. That seems unlikely.
No, but I don't know. Offensive lineman, I'm not sure. Defensive lineman, you could look at Pascal or Unzarike. I would think Broderick Martin, but that's far lesser of a player.
Yeah, if you're in Cincinnati, are you really interested in Pascal or Unzarike or Pascal? I mean, I'm trying to piece together.
No, but if you package that with a pick, does that make it more enticing?
Ennis Rakestraw.
Who hasn't played.
Choose you would have to hope that they loved him out of the draft. Choose your second tier defensive lineman and a first round pick. I mean, I'm trying to think of this. I'm doing the show in Cincinnati.
Well, if I'm doing the show in Cincinnati, I'm asking for Brian Branch because I'd get him for this year and next year, right?
Yeah.
And I could sign him to a long-term deal if that's the case as well. So I would ask for Branch and draft compensation.
Yeah, I would think it would be Branch and stuff. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox.
I'm sorry, but the other thing we know is that when you get in situations like this, when there's a big time play, sometimes the compensation just makes you go, really? That was it? Happens every single year.
I would be stunned if it happened with an edge rusher, but yes, it does happen every single year. When Davenport is healthy, this is from an unnamed texter. When Davenport is healthy, the Lions have a top 5 edge pairing per Pro Football Focus. Will Holmes make a small add before the season to shore up the draft? Probably. It could be Zadarius if he's willing to take a deal under $5 million a year. Don't expect any sort of huge splash. That is from an unnamed texter. from Dave in Detroit. I was listening to a show out of D.C. this morning. The Sports Junkies, they are talking the same way. They floated a 2nd and 4th and Deron Payne. That's from Dave in Detroit. 248-539-9797. You want to continue down that road. They are out there in full force, conspiracy theorists today. We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you need a garage door, and this is something that I actually needed a few years ago, there was only one place to call, Precision Garage Door Service. Why? They're the experts. They know exactly what they're doing. In fact, if you need a new garage door today, you can get it installed in perhaps as little as 24 hours because they've got a warehouse that is chock full of garage doors. These guys have been around for a long, long time. I mentioned they're experts. Absolutely, they're experts. They come out there with technicians and know exactly what they're doing. They got the whole full gambit of tools needed to install anything on the spot. They're amazing. All calls are answered by Precision 24/7, actually by a live person, which is pretty great. They offer the same-day service. Emergency repairs are available, and weekends are available at no extra charge. They came over. We picked out the garage doors. It'd be perfect for my house. They walked me through a ton of options, and I couldn't be happier with what I selected, and I think you would be as well. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit them at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Unnamed texter writes in, there is no way Trey Hendrickson does not want an extension. He wants an extension in Cincinnati. That's what this whole thing is about. If he didn't want one, he'd just stay there.
Well, if he feels that the team has betrayed him, it kind of feels that way after his statement that he's just absolutely flabbergasted that there's been no communication, then out of spite, you could just say, fine, deal me. I'm out of here. I'll play somewhere else for a year. Like to work on an extension with that team. And if I can't do it, then I'll hit free agency.
Next text, Campbell and Laporta straight up for Trey Hendrickson. That's from an unnamed texter. Taylor Decker for Hendrickson straight up. That's from an unnamed texter.
Would you do Campbell for him?
Straight up?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Campbell and Laporta, but I'm not sure that gets it done. It's a weird spot in that they want to win now, but they also want a younger player that's cheaper, and they'll probably want some term because that's their problem with Trey Hendrickson is that they're up against the cap and they have to let him go. But hey, man, it's another layer to this story that as we've watched the elite edge rushers, the absolute dreams of the elite edge rushers, which are probably, dreams and borderline fantasy, but the Myles Garretts and the Max Crosbys get their big contracts. I can see why Trey Hendrickson is a little frustrated because he led the NFL in sacks last year, and Myles Garrett got a new deal. Max Crosby got a new deal. There's belief that Aiden Hutchinson's going to get a new deal, and he's like, I was promised a new deal. I didn't get it, and that kind of came to a loggerhead yesterday when he went public with it. Which had everybody in the NFL talking about whether or not he is available, and a lot of towns saying, okay, are we going to trade for him? It's a tough deal to pull off if you're Detroit, given where you're going to be likely in every draft, because I just feel like if draft capital, which may not be the most coveted thing by them, is the deal, someone else can almost always go higher. Somebody else who needs him more can go higher. If you're offering players in return, which is what they may very well want, and it's something to keep in mind, what players from your defense do you want to offer? And then you get into the debate as to whether or not you pay one position that kind of money. Two is, do you upset a locker room? Because if you do pay him money, you feel like you're giving him other people's money that we've been here and done that. And this is the first, we are so drama-free here in Detroit. I'm watching what's going on in Cincinnati. And I swear that used to be us, right? Yeah. It used to be, maybe not this specific case, but it's all about the winning right now. And if you bring in a player and sign him, that's somebody else's money that they feel like has been given to him. In which case, you might have drama introduced in the locker room for the first time. I don't know. It's very complicated. It'd be great if they could pull it off. But it just seems unlikely.
The Lions have done a great job of getting out in front of all this stuff with the extensions a year or two early, and any issues they had with money and contract with players, they were lesser players, but they just moved on. Jamal Williams, a guy who thought he probably deserved more, went out, tested the market, didn't get it. Josh Reynolds didn't get the offer maybe he wanted from the Lions. Lions moved on. So those are just smaller players that the Lions were able to move on without any drama. But the bigger players, they just been able to get it in front of it. Now, they're not done, right? We know Brian Branch. We know Jameson Williams, Laporta, Campbell. There's other guys on this team, and who knows who's going to come back. But right now, it has been drama-free. They're all about the winning. If you bring a Trey Hendrickson here, what would that cost? Not just financially, but in the locker room. All that plays a role. And I don't know if the Lions want to get into that business.
It's a subtlety of roster building. I mean, are they good enough to win the Super Bowl? Are they good enough to win the Super Bowl? You always want to make your team better, but to what extent? Do you hurt yourself in the locker room? Do you hurt yourself long term? Because if you could get him now for a second-round pick and he doesn't cost you anybody and he plays out the contract here, yeah, 1,000 times yes. It just, feels like there's going to have to be a lot of Trey Hendrickson saying, sure, I want to be in Detroit, and sure, I'll play on the contract, and Cincinnati would say they would take that compensation. But I just Feels unlikely.
Well, he hasn't been dealt yet, and teams have had open season on talking about it, and apparently there has been a whole lot there. So maybe it's easier than we think.
Do you if you had to bet right now, where do you think Trey Hendrickson plays in 2025? I'll answer the question. What are you thinking about? I'd say Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think he's burned a bridge there, or Cincinnati has burned that bridge. I think he might sit out the year.
Wow. Kang, where do you think he'll play next year if you had to guess?
Oh, not on the Bengals.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I think they actually have to. They have to trade him. Like, they don't have to, but I think that he's going to make it that uncomfortable. Because we look at the Browns situation, right? Garrett's like, I want out. Brown's like, we're not trading him. They pay him a huge amount of money, and that's why he's playing. I don't think they can do that with Trey Hendrickson. They can't afford to give him that type of deal. That's why they haven't done anything.
I mean, the only way they can get that done is if they go to Joe Burrow and say, Joe, it's not about restructuring with Joe. They need Joe to take a pay cut. And that's not going to happen.
Yet, if they trade him, do you think Joe Burrow's going to be happy?
No.
No,
of course he's not going to be happy. But at the same time, Joe's not going to give up his money. And he was happy that they brought T. Higgins back.
I feel like they backed themselves into a corner that, again, this is so this regime Lions. Now, is it going to sting if some other team trades for him? Like the teams that are rumored to be involved include Washington. If Washington gets involved and Washington gets him, it feels like Washington is.
Oh, because Washington's in place because they got a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Yep, and Washington is the team that ended our season in a nightmarish performance at Ford Field. Ugh. Like that.
No, it's disgusting to think about it, but that's exactly what could happen. And Washington is a team that has the space to make it happen because, like I said, you got Jaden Daniels on a rookie deal.
Such a luxury.
It's a massive luxury to have. When you have a quarterback that enters the league and is as good as he is, it's fantastic for your franchise for that 5 years that you've got him. And then you'll give him the extension or a second contract, and you'll deal with whatever you got to deal with at that point. But by the time he ends up signing his deal, he's going to be north of $60 million a year. But for right now, I mean, that team got to the NFC Championship game, and here they are getting excited about years to come. And if they can add a player like Trey Hendrickson, they should expect to be right back there next year.
248-539-9797. The thing about Washington and Philly, and one thing you got to keep in mind is to win the NFC, you don't have to beat everybody. You just have to beat the teams that are in front of you in the playoffs. Last year, it so happened that the road would have gone through Washington and Philly. Washington now has Detroit's respect, obviously, because of the way that they played that game. And I mean, all of us are now a little bit fearful of Washington. And God, it was just such a bad performance on so many fronts. And Philly wins the Super Bowl. They are in the same division together. And, they'll beat up on each other during the year. Maybe the path to a Super Bowl does run through both those teams. Maybe it doesn't, because they may have to square off against one another before they get to Detroit. What we know is the Lions are in a good position to get themselves back into the tournament, and hopefully will do just that.
Yeah, and for Trey Hendrickson, for people that don't know, it's not just what he did last year with 17.5 sacks, because he just equaled his total from the previous season. Since 2020, over the last 5 years, he's had 71 sacks, or 70.5 sacks during that time. He's also had an enormous amount of pressures during that time, over 200 pressures during that time. And he's knocked the quarterback down another 69 times in the last 5 years, in addition to the quarterback sacks he's had. He's also forced a mess load of fumbles. He is a stud edge rusher that they've started to use a little bit more in Cincinnati than what he was used earlier in his career in New Orleans. He's not just a third down guy. They've used him on all downs, and he's made an impact over the last couple of years for sure. He's gotten way more tackles.
248-539-9797. Feedback from Twitch. Coyboy1 says, not having a second all-pro defensive end is such a tragedy. You would think it was like a 2-game Tiger losing streak. From Nayrock, the problem is in football, there's reasons why players hit free agency. We don't really even know if Hendrickson is actually available. For all we know, the Bengals are doing a Raiders-Browns where they pretend these players are available for a trade for a massive offer that no one is going to give, and they just end up making the money work instead for an extension.
I think that would have gotten out with them because there's such acrimony between these teams, between the team and the player right now. I think it would have gotten out there if there was an offer or whatever Cincinnati is asking for in return.
It could be. We'll have to see what happens here. But there's a lot to think about and a lot of moving parts. All right, there's a lot of conspiracy theorists going at it as well. 11:05. We will get to that here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers have a 2.5-game cushion in first place in the American League. Their series versus Boston continues today at home. And Javi Baez, by the way, 3 more hits last night. He continues his resurgence. Manager A.J. Hinch says that he's been an integral part of this hot start. Baez is hitting .353 with 9 runs scored in the month of May. Tonight's game will be a throwback to last season. Tyler Holton will be the opener for Cater Montero. First time for Holton in 2025. He's doing that. Did it 9 times last year, especially during the pitching chaos portion of the season. 6:40 pitch right here on 97.1. Couple of Red Wings, a star and a potential future star, will battle each other at the Hockey Worlds today. Mo Seider's Germany team taking on Norway, which is joined by Detroit's first-rounder Michael Brandstad-Nygaard after the Griffins were bounced from the postseason. And in the NHL playoffs, one game happening in Dallas as the Stars host the Jets for Game 4 in the West. Winnipeg is down 2-1 as they get set to play at the American Airlines Center. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Get back to the Lions and Tigers a little bit later on. First hour dominated with discussion of a 14-2 win and the Trey Hendrickson news, which is kind of rippled around the NFL this week. Starting yesterday afternoon when he went public with a statement about his displeasure with the Bengals front office. 248-539-9797. All right, so the NBA draft lottery was last night, and the Dallas Mavericks won it. Now, have you seen what's gone viral about Dallas and Chicago?
No.
Okay. So the regular season ended last year, and Dallas and Chicago had the exact same record. They were slotted at 11th in the draft lottery. So to break the tie, they had to have a coin flip. And in the coin flip, Dallas won. So Dallas got the 11th spot, which had a 1.8% chance of winning the lottery. Chicago got the 12th spot, which had a 1.7% chance of winning the lottery. But what's gone viral is that late in the year, it was late March, Chicago beat the Lakers on a more than half-court heave from Josh Giddey that he made just at the buzzer, 3-2-1. He let one go from his side of half-court. Mm-hmm. And he made it and beat the Lakers in a meaningless game. Had he missed it, and the season played out the way it did, they would have had the 11th spot and the 1.8% chance. But because he made it, it's gone viral as, did this cost the Bulls Cooper flag? That's one. Two is, heads or tails could have cost the Bulls Cooper flag because it was the 11th slot. It was where Dallas was in the 11th slot that won the lottery, and Chicago in the 12th slot with the same record did not.
No,
couldn't be funnier that it happens to Chicago, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure, but I mean, both things are ridiculous. The first one's ridiculous because you can point to any play in any game that you won during the course of a season. And yes, that's a fantastic one, half court, whatever. That's losers mentality. But that's Chicago. The other thing is, we really should have explored this a little bit more yesterday when we talked about the conspiracy theories. Dallas should have won, right? I mean, in hindsight, we're like, of course they won. They did business with the NBA. We got to give up Luka to LA. Okay, what's in it for us? We'll give you the first pick in the draft. There it is. That's your conspiracy. That was doing business in the middle of the night with the NBA and the Lakers. Hey, you up? What, man? I'm tired. Listen, we're going to trade Luka to you. What do you say? Oh, okay. For what? Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a bunch of nothing. Okay, sounds good. And the NBA said, all right, we'll get you back. And what they did, 1.8% chance became reality, and now Dallas has Cooper Flag to pair with Anthony Davis and others.
Okay, so how did they pull this off?
What do you mean how did they pull this off?
How did they fix it?
Look, I don't know the physics of it all. I don't know magnets. I don't know what the hell is used. Special numbering on the ping pong ball. I don't know, or envelope. I don't know how they do it these days.
It's ping pong balls.
Yeah.
And there are 14 ping pong balls, number 1 through 14. There are 1,001 possible combinations. There are 4 balls that bounce around and they pop up in front of select media, NBA officials, and representatives from participating teams. They're all watching. So if there's some shenanigans,
Here's how they did it.
Okay.
They called up Danny Ocean, and they said, listen, we have a caper for you. We need you to help us rig the NBA lottery. And that's exactly what happened. So Danny and Rusty got together, hashed out a plan.
Is that what it was?
Rusty was eating a sandwich, and Danny was playing with his wedding ring and decided that here we go, we got it. And they made it happen. That's how it works.
Kang, do you believe in this conspiracy theory?
Do I believe that there is a conspiracy theory, or
No,
this
do you
specific
believe
one?
that? Do you believe that the lottery was fixed for Dallas? Come on.
Okay, if you're making me pick yes or no, I'm going to say yes.
Yes.
Okay. So
Forget the percentages. I'm going to say yes.
My man.
Let's get to real talk here.
Yeah.
Let's get to real talk.
What?
Let me word the question a different way. Was there a conspiracy theory last night for Dallas to win the lottery? You can answer yes or no. But if you are wrong, every cent in your bank account is drained and you go to prison for the rest of your life. Every cent. You lose every penny and you go to prison for the rest of your life. That's what's on the line here. I will ask again. Yes or no, do you believe last night's draft lottery was rigged?
Yep.
Kang, do you believe last night's draft lottery was rigged?
Yes.
Who won the draft lottery?
The Mavericks.
There you go.
Do you know that there's a conspiracy theory that could be forwarded for every team? Oh, they just wanted him in
Not
Chicago.
like
They
this.
want him in the big city.
Not like
San
this.
Antonio wins them all.
This goes back with the Luka conspiracy, which has all the I mean, come on. They didn't even offer Luka up to the rest of the league. It was to one team.
The biggest market in the NBA.
Nobody is that dumb. All right? Not without some severe some serious influence coming from Silver in the NBA.
So they got the owners for the other teams, that the representatives from the other teams that were witnessing the lottery to agree to this?
I didn't say that. They don't have to do anything with them. Their business is with the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, but they were witnessing the ping pong balls.
And what?
And so they saw that it was the bouncing ping pong balls popped up in the combination that was the Mavericks.
Yep. And
so how did they do? That's why I get back to the question. How'd they do this?
I told you, Danny Ocean. They come up with some way to make it happen.
They got a grease guy.
Yeah, they got a grease man. They got a grease man. You know, they go to the plant in Mexico that makes the dice, and you know they do whatever it takes. They go to the plant that makes the ping pong balls with the numbers, and somebody has a remote device, and it flips over to Mr. 1.8%, the Dallas Mavericks.
So racketeering and fraud charges against Adam Silver.
How are they going to prove it?
Well, what does Adam Silver make? You think he'd risk all this to get Dallas the first pick?
No, I think he'd risk all this so that LA gets Luka Doncic. It goes back that far. That's step. Well, that's step one. Because why would Dallas make a deal with the Lakers if not something coming their way?
You know what's more plausible
What are you
to me?
going to do for me if I make this
immensely
deal
more
for
plausible to me is that Nico Harrison, the GM of the Mavericks, is a dope.
Wow.
That's far more plausible to me than this conspiracy theory.
I mean, a dope to make a trade with LA is one thing. A dope to only talk to LA, make the trade in the middle of the night where nobody else can bid on it, that's too much.
Danny, you're on 97.1 The Ticket in Utica. Hi, Danny.
Doug, I love you, man. But I feel like we do this every year come the silly NHL and NBA draft lottery with all this silliness. And it's gotten to the point now where, I'm sorry, my friend, explain to us how 1.8% always comes out to being the winner when we're also not talking about the fact that, can we explain why the 23rd best team in the NBA got the number 2 overall pick again after just getting the number 1 overall pick? And then all of a sudden the 19th best team in the NBA gets the number 1 pick overall in the draft? I mean, I'm with Gator. Danny Ocean's in on it, but it's not that hard to rig dice. I don't know how the science behind rigging dice in a casino gets done, but it can get done. Just because we don't know how the sausage is made. doesn't mean a sausage doesn't get made.
That's right.
Danny, do you like prison?
Myself, no, I don't.
And so you would risk going to prison the rest of your life because you buy into this conspiracy.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying Adam Silver is caring about. He knows he's not going to be going to prison because you know what I think happens is the owners who basically determine whether he's hired or fired every year are telling him, "Hey, this is what's happening." That's what in my opinion, all the commissioners, they have to abide by their board, and their board is their owners. And after this happens, and there's a deal in the back in the middle of the night that's saying, yeah, L.A., one of our premier markets, the Lakers, the number one franchise in our league. Yeah, we got to make them premier after LeBron goes bye-bye and retires. And so, Dallas, we'll get you on the back end of this deal, and you'll be taken care of just fine.
I guess I would feel like the Knicks would be competing for the NBA championship every year and not just this year, and they have been a pathetic organization. A. B. Do you know how many people you'd have to keep quiet? Fools! There are fools amongst us! Who believes this crap? You're fools!
Doug, do you like prison? Why are you only asking us?
So
you could be wrong.
So comfortable.
We're comfortable.
That this,
I'm very comfortable.
No way they'd be able to pull this off.
Dude, this is like asking like David Blaine how he pulls off his tricks or David Copperfield. Like, it just happens, man. They do this. The good ones don't reveal.
It's an illusion.
I think it's fun. Everybody loves talking about it. It's fun. It's funny. Yeah, they rigged it. They rigged it. You don't really believe that. You don't really believe that. Gator's logic is that a movie character did it.
No, my logic is that they made a deal with Luka going to L.A., and Dallas had to get something on the back end. The back end was, we got you when it comes to the draft.
And when I ask you how they pulled this off.
Why do I have to come up with the reason that they
Danny
made able to
Ocean.
do this?
He said Danny Ocean.
Yeah, but why are you putting it on me to come up with a diabolical plan, dude?
It's
I'm just
George
a stooge
Clooney's
on the
fault.
radio.
Clooney did it.
Gator's point is just what he's trying to say is it's doable. Just because Gator doesn't know how to do it doesn't mean it's not
doable. Why do I need to map
doable.
it out and come up with the chemical formulation to ensure that the ink that's on the ping pong ball lines up with some sort? That's not up to me. I'm just telling you what happened.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. conspiracy wackos are out in full force today. I mean, they've just been waiting for this. Whoever wins the lottery, claim it's fixed. That's how this works. Doesn't matter.
Some conspiracy theories are stronger than others. This is a very strong one.
248-539-9797.
I'm sorry you have no imagination, Doug.
Well, when it comes to this, no, I don't. I think that the amount of people that would have to keep their mouth shut, the feasibility of pulling it off with witnesses right there, watching the ping pong balls bounce around, and then suddenly it goes to Dallas, has to be a conspiracy. We knew this would happen.
Billionaires couldn't get together and possibly come up with a theory that works for
the media is there witnessing it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, you're a very logical person, and reasonable, and you believe in math a lot.
Mm-hmm.
How does this a 1.8% chance? You think that's normal? You think that's like that?
No,
I think
it
expected?
happens. I think it happens 1.8% of the time.
No, it happened 1 out of 1 times. It happened last night.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that the chances were any better or worse. I mean, it was just 1.8% chance, and it happened to hit. Why do you guys buy lottery tickets? Why do you buy lottery tickets if you're worried?
I dare to dream.
Okay.
I dare.
This
Doug.
is why we have a draft lottery, because a 1.8% team chance has a chance to win it, and they just so happen to win it.
Yeah, they were in on the surprise party before it happened. That's what happened. Whatever you do, don't give me a surprise party. All right, don't act surprised when it happens. Mm-hmm. Or please do act surprised when it happens. When we announced the Dallas Mavericks on Monday, May 12th, at the draft lottery that you guys win it, just remember to act surprised. Okay, got it.
Would owners of other teams bring a lawsuit against the league?
No.
Why?
Because they get a cut. It's all the it's all the NBA. The NBA makes money. What are you talking? Why do you laugh at that? It's a license to make money. I mean, a racist owner still made off with billions because he had to sell the team.
It's a dark day in the
What's
league.
the golden parachute? Well, you get to keep the money. Come on, man.
248-539-9797. Bob in Rochester Hills. Hi, Bob.
Doug, this has already been done. The Pennsylvania lottery, I would say back in the early 70s, had a guy who was the radio host of the show named Nick Perry. He injected with a real fine needle just a small amount of some clear liquid. And because those balls were weighted, those balls fell out into the as the winners. And he had somebody bet on those numbers. But the reason he got caught is they have inspectors there, and he ended up going to jail. So if there were just NBA officials that were being the inspectors, that could have been reduplicated.
So there's select media, there's NBA officials, there's representatives from the participating teams all in attendance for this.
Well, I don't know. All I know is he almost got away with it in Pennsylvania. But
you're right. And then obviously the lottery's rigged in the NBA in 2025. Mark is next. Hi,
He called the
Mark.
office and said that you smelled like booze. Hey.
Mark, you're on the air. Mark, who smells like booze?
I don't know. You should pursue that one. Wow. That happened.
He called the office and said you smell like booze.
Somebody's in trouble. In a lot of trouble.
All right. Here's a note for everybody. If you ever call a radio station and you are on hold, don't have sensitive conversations while you're waiting on hold. Because guess what? Guess what might happen?
That?
What just happened might happen.
Wow. Okay.
There is an issue in an office somewhere in Metro Detroit that we are now all aware of.
Could be a school office. Could be a business office.
I don't know. That was not expected. 248-539-9797.
First.
What's that?
That's a first on this show.
That is.
Heard a lot of things on this show.
Tim and Flint. Hello, Tim.
I don't even know how to follow that. So that definitely was not my supervisor, and I do not smell like booze. So
good to know.
That guy's awesome. If you Google it, there's actually been a lot of. It wasn't just a Pennsylvania lottery. A bunch of different lotteries have had issues with. I feel like a 1.8% chance is like a zero, and the fact that these weird things happen from the Knicks back in the day to just how Luka left, like none of it made sense, and now it all kind of does make sense. And everybody doesn't have to be in on it. The media doesn't have to know anything. They were just invited there. They can be completely clueless. They have owners-only meetings that they go over this stuff with. It's entertainment, and
Wait. Hold on. They have owners-only meetings.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're owners.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So the owners are all in on it.
I mean, they're all making billions of dollars. Why would you not participate in something that's making you billions? I would stay so quiet, it would be unbelievable if you give me $1 billion. I would never say nothing to anybody ever. Not my wife, not my kids, nobody.
Okay, so
billions of dollars you're making.
Facts.
I don't know that each individual owner is making billions off the NBA, but I do know that each individual owner, these are people who are all going to keep their mouths shut. You believe that all of these owners, that nobody is going to crack, that they think this is a good idea.
Writes checks. They write
this is
a check every year to every team.
Okay, so it's not just you, Tim. It's millionaire owners all have to agree.
Hold
on. I'm asking about that. I'm asking if every millionaire owner, he just said it. It came around in owners' meetings. You think those 30 guys, all of them are going to keep their mouths shut?
All you have to do is get 30 billionaires to agree to stay quiet and make billions. I don't understand why that's hard to believe.
I don't believe that they would do it. I don't believe that nothing would get out.
1.8% is insane.
No, you know what it is? It's 1.8%. It's not insane. It's not impossible. Don't make it more than it is. It would happen 1.8 times out of 100. It's unlikely, but it happens.
7 times in a row.
People
the
buy
team
lottery
with the worst
tickets
hasn't gotten it.
with way less chance of that.
Well, somebody
coming
has
true.
to win, yes. But your idea of billionaires not keeping quiet, I think it's preposterous. Of course they would keep quiet.
Thinking that all of them would keep quiet. Like Tim said, I'd keep quiet. Good for
First
you,
of all,
Tim.
I don't think you have to get. I don't agree with Tim that there's a meeting where they. Hey, okay.
How terrible an idea would that be?
Here's on the agenda.
How terrible an idea would that be?
That's not going to happen. But would owners keep quiet if they knew? Yes.
I don't even. You know what the truth is?
I bought the team for $600 million 10 years ago, and I could sell it today for $17 billion or whatever the heck it is, or whatever for $5 billion. I
don't even believe.
I just made
people believe
billions of dollars in the NBA.
Also, I think one of the flaws in your thinking, Doug, is you think everyone is in on this. Everyone doesn't have.
No. Tim said all the owners hold a meeting and agree upon
All right,
this.
Well, he thinks
let's
that.
assume that
Yeah.
that's not the case.
Yeah,
You don't
and
have
so
to have
that's why
30
I'm just
owners.
saying I'm countering Tim's argument that he believes that the owners all agree that we're going to fix the lottery every year. The owners agree we're going to give LA Luka and then we're going to give Dallas Cooper Flag. I don't want Luka. I don't want Cooper Flag. I'll go along with the plan and keep my mouth shut because the league makes money.
They hire Silver to be the face of the NBA, to be the commissioner of the NBA, to do what's best for the NBA owners. He works for the NBA owners, just like Roger Goodell works for the NFL owners. They pay him an exorbitant price to do so, but the owners end up making millions and millions, if not billions of dollars from the league because the person's making the right decisions. They entrust it to happen. So when they decided, hey, we're going to trade Luka we need you to trade him to LA.
This is I don't even believe people believe this. They're just saying it.
Do you know how much the Boston Celtics just got sold for?
How much?
$6.1 billion.
Yep.
Largest in sports franchise in North American history.
Good for them.
The price is just going up and up every year.
And
when franchises come open,
they don't want to win. They just want to make money. All these owners just want to make money. They have found a whole bunch of owners that they'll only let into the club if they join in on the conspiracy. Is that what it is?
Look, you can choose not to believe this one. I think this one's really strong.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, female sports fans, Tuesdays are the day at your favorite Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for the ladies' night. $4 Happy Dads, Twisted Teas, Mimosas, House Long Island's Margaritas and Sangria. $5 Lemon Drop Martinis, Green, White, and Orange Tea Shots, 10-ounce. Draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine. What better way to enjoy all the hockey and baseball playoff action? You got Detroit battling Boston in baseball. Make sure to get there early tonight for your front row seat to all the action. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Why not enjoy it all with the wall-to-wall TVs, the coldest draft beer in the country, like this month's feature beer, Line & Kugel Summer Shandy. Not to mention, hands down, the best bar food in the state. And the best part, it's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Every year, doesn't matter who wins the draft lottery, conspiracy theorists come out of the woodwork and build a conspiracy around that team winning it.
Has there been a stronger conspiracy theory than this one, though? I'll ask.
Okay,
Ken.
yeah, go ahead. Ask Kang.
No, this is probably the strongest skater. And Doug, it's not every year. It's years when we think it's rigged.
Right.
This is one of those years. It looks like it was rigged.
Right.
So I'll go back in the history of people are going back, right? They're doing the research, say, hey, man, is the NBA lottery rigged? And they went back and looked. 2008, Derrick Rose went to Chicago, his hometown. The Bulls had a 1.7% chance. 2011, the Cleveland Cavaliers lost LeBron, just left, right? That was like horrific. Broke their hearts on national TV. Guess what happened? They got the number 1 pick.
Oh.
Okay.
Who was coming out that year?
I don't remember.
Kyrie Irving?
Anthony Bennett?
Yeah, it was their choice to pick whoever. They chose wrong. The Pelicans, 2012. Chris Paul leaves. Chris Paul left the Pelicans. They have nothing. NBA awarded him with the number 1 pick. 2014, the Cavs, they got the number 1 pick, which helped give them assets to bring Kevin Love to Cleveland. 2019, the Pelicans, they got the number 1 pick after Anthony Davis demanded a trade to L.A. All right, fine, trade him L.A. Ooh, have we heard this one recently, Gator? You go to L.A., we'll give you the number 1 pick.
There you go. Welcome, Zion.
2025, the Mavericks get the number 1 pick after trading Luka to L.A.
Build a conspiracy theory around it to make it retrofit what you believe. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe in Farm. You know what? Here's the other thing. I'm taking the position where nobody's going to call up and say, there's no conspiracy. They're not. I know how these things work. The conspiracy theorists are way out there on the fringes and are more likely to pick up their phones and
Am I
call.
a fringe person?
Sometimes, yeah.
Kang, are you a fringe person?
He's not. This surprises me. I'm disappointed. in Kang.
Look what you did there.
Let's go to Joe in Farmington. Hi, Joe.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Gang just kind of stole my thunder there. I was just going to bring up the history of it, and the last 3 big trades that happened involved Los Angeles. All of those teams got the number 1 pick. It's not like this is unprecedented. It's not the first time that somebody's bringing up how this might be rigged. And, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. At the end of the day, the NBA is a business, and they're going to do whatever it takes to put the biggest names in the cities that, there might be some agreement in place. Money still needs to be made, and it's not all sunshine and rainbows all the time.
So why wouldn't they just give Cooper Flagg to Chicago then?
Because they just traded him to L.A. There was a handshake deal in place. Okay, look, you give him to – that's the conspiracy. That's the whole thing.
What it is.
But wouldn't the easier thing to do, instead of using Dallas in any way whatsoever, be just to give Cooper Flagg to Chicago?
No.
Why?
Because that's not the conspiracy.
Because you said the biggest cities. You said they want the biggest players in the biggest cities.
Which is why Luka went to L.A.
Los Angeles.
But that's too. You got to make other things happen to make it. When the easiest way to rig, if you could rig a lottery, just give them to Chicago. You wouldn't have to involve Dallas. You wouldn't have to involve.
But you're ignoring the whole first part of the conspiracy.
But if I'm building a conspiracy around trying to put the best players in the biggest cities, which he said is what the league is going to do, the easiest thing to do if I'm capable of conspiracy of rigging the lottery is just give Cooper Flagg to Chicago. I don't have to involve Dallas. I don't have to involve L.A.
You're forgetting the first part of it, which is one of the best players in basketball that left Dallas to go to L.A. in the middle of the night. That's the part that you're ignoring, which actually fits what you're saying.
I mean,
the NBA
honestly,
wants the best players in the biggest cities. There goes Luka to L.A. Now you got to make Dallas whole. Hey, we'll give you the first pick in the draft. It's a gamble if the kid's going to pan out anyway. But here's a little bone for you. You get Cooper Flagg. Okay. But in the meantime, the known commodity of the best player goes to the big city. That's the conspiracy.
Whack jobs. Absolute whack jobs. Tim, you're next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
I'm just going to add this. I happen to know a man in Detroit who is a minority owner in the Bulls. He's been very outspoken about this over the years. One thing I heard him say directly was they used to freeze the envelope they needed to win in the lottery before they put it in the bin. Now, this is a minority owner of the Bulls. I don't know.
Who is he?
He's from Detroit. You could do your due diligence and figure it out.
Just tell us.
I have to. I can't do that.
Okay.
So look it up.
All right, thank you. Butch in Brighton, you're next. Hi, Butch.
Yeah. Hey, morning, boys.
Hey,
I know how they figured that out, or how they made that ball go in there. There was only one ball in that entire bin that would fit in the Dallas Maverick slot, and that was the one with the Dallas Maverick emblem on it.
Okay, they don't use emblems. They're all it's numbers. It's numbers. There's no emblems.
However, whatever. I didn't see it on TV last night, but however they do it, when those ping pong balls go up in there, they can adjust the size. You can't see. Nobody looking at that can tell those balls are any different size. But if you make one ball, the only ball that goes up in that slot, that's how you fix it. The rest of them are all bouncing around in there. and there's only one ball that's going to go up in that slot.
It's all for show.
It's a combination of 4 ping pong balls. It's not one.
Oh.
Thank you. Let's go to Nate. You're
I love how
next.
you're putting it on everybody to come up with the physics of how this works.
It's because
I mean,
it's insane.
That's the linchpin of your whole thing is, well, you can't tell me how it's done, so it must not be able to be done.
But he thinks it's just one ping pong ball. He'd have to get the right. He have to get not only the ping pong.
No,
he doesn't. But if you're going to come and say, this is how they did it, guys, and I'll say, well, it's impossible to do it the way you did it. That's all I'm doing. It's 4 ping pong balls that have to be in the correct order for it to be Dallas. So how do they get them in the correct order?
I don't know. That's above my pay grade. Somebody does, and they do it. It can be done. I don't know how. Why do I have to come up with the how?
Well, if I offer
I'm
you
a mere mortal.
If I offer you a theory and it's easily refuted, I'm going to refute it.
How is that easily refuted?
Because it's not one ping. He said it was one ping pong ball with Dallas's emblem on it. That's not how it works. I know he doesn't. Nate is next. Hi, Nate.
Yeah, Doug, I can't explain to you just how this thing is done, man. But look at here. When you look at how to look, how there ain't that much luck around, man. When you see how the wings constantly get messed around. Look back to when the Knicks got Patrick Ewing. You know, look at San Antonio with 2 of them. When they got David Robinson, he came right back up there when they needed it. 20 years later, whatever, Tim Duncan, and all of that falling right in place. And the thing that just happened with Dallas and Luka Doncic, you know, and all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, Nate, I'll say this. In Doug's defense, hang on, Nate. In Doug's defense, when we bring up San Antonio, I can't explain why the league would want San Antonio to be successful. It's San Antonio. Right? Yeah, I mean, what possible reason does the NBA have to make San Antonio this great franchise? Why?
I'm telling you, man. It's just, hey, look at all the money that's down there for one thing in Texas. You know, look at all the money.
I mean, you got Dallas, you got Houston, you got San Antonio. That's the least of the 3. I mean, that's the San Antonio example is the one that's a head scratcher of why that has worked out. I can't wait to read the book that tells us why it was San Antonio. Right, King?
Maybe a Pop's in on it. Popovich.
Maybe.
Yeah, they're doing him a solid.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Brandon is next. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Okay.
I just wanted to make one more point. Dallas is also looking for a new stadium come 2031, 2032. Wondering with the owners, does that have anything to do with them trying to keep them in Dallas or move them to Vegas by chance?
Well, wouldn't they want them to fail so they'd move to Vegas?
I mean, you get the number 1 pick, you get Cooper Flagg. Now you can entertain the idea of moving to Vegas, starting a brand new team fresh.
But if they get Cooper Flagg, they'll probably sell it out and raise, the money to build one in Dallas, right?
Those fans were pretty upset when they lost Luka. I don't know if they're going to be so excited to start something that fresh there.
So rig a lottery 6 years ahead of them getting a new stadium. Got it. Will is next. Hi, Will.
Hey, Doug Gator. First time, long time.
What's up?
I don't think the NBA is on the up and up, honestly. I'm sure there's conspiracies and what have you, but this particular one doesn't hold weight for me because the Mavs themselves, if they make the playoffs, right, they're in the play-in. If they make the playoffs, the whole lottery's out of the picture, right? And so this particular one doesn't hold weight, but I don't know. I'll hang up and listen.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, we're out of time and we're kind of done with it, but there you go. There are strong.
You had a lot of support.
Strong opinion. I got no support.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I got no support at all on this one. Because you're all crazy. You're insane.
That's it. We're loons.
Nut jobs.
Yeah.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. FanDuel is giving you more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you bet on moonshots, you take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting on home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and gear up to go yard all season long. It's FanDuel.com/Doug to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment mean more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Speaking of the National Basketball Association, last night the playoffs continued. The Celtics got up early on the Knicks. Knicks roared back. And then it appears that the series probably came to an end with the blown Achilles. Well, it's not been confirmed that it's a blown Achilles of Jason Tatum. Speculation is running rampant that late in that game, And it looked like a classic, plant your foot and accelerate type of injury where he goes down immediately. First of all, I'll say this. I'm in a bad place because I can't stand the New York Knicks. I tweeted out last night, drink every time Josh Hart complains about a call. It's a dangerous game. A dangerous, dangerous game. I didn't mean it literally.
Too much drinking.
Yeah. But, the Knicks have just become probably independent of any, like, city rivalry. Like, you don't like Ohio State or you don't like Chicago teams or Cleveland teams or whatever. Independent of that, the Knicks have distinguished themselves as uniquely detestable, in my view. But Tatum goes down and, does that virtually end the series if he's not coming back?
Totally.
And the Knicks might go to the Eastern Conference Finals. And, we talked about how close or not close were the Pistons. Like, you can't help but think if the Pistons were playing the Celtics, you can't help but think it. You can't draw a straight line to it either, but the Celtics have looked beatable in this series before Tatum went down. And God, there wasn't much to choose between the Pistons and Knicks. Like, that series was so freaking close. I love where the Pistons are, but if Tatum if that's an Achilles, this is a this year and next year injury. He'll be out for a while.
Yeah, well, Boston's got no shot. Not without him. They're down 3-1 in this series. They can't come back from 3-1.
What's weird about the Achilles injury is it feels to me like he was writhing in pain guy, and the Achilles guys, when they rupture their Achilles, they kind of turn and look backwards and fall down and get up and limp off.
Like, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
As if there wouldn't be pain associated with it.
Yeah, or not excruciating pain. He looked like he was in excruciating pain, and they eventually went and got him a wheelchair. Is it possible that it's something other than the Achilles? I suppose it's possible.
Ankle sprain with an Achilles?
Yeah.
Ankle sprains are incredibly painful.
But is there anything that he could possibly come back? Because there hasn't been any follow-up reports confirming what everybody thinks. And I finally saw online a reverse angle where there's so many of these Achilles injuries where you see the pop. You can see it reverberate through the calf. You couldn't see that with this injury. That wasn't a great angle, and it wasn't a great quality.
You have a fascination with the Achilles injury.
Well, fascination
and incredible fear of it too.
Yeah, but like when we're on the riser and you don't want to jump off.
Not happening.
Yeah, and that's because of Sid Vicious.
Yeah. Yeah, and Kevin Ware, was that the other one? Kevin Ware just took a jump shot, landed him. His leg was in 7 pieces.
It exploded. Kang, you saw this last night. Any chance it's not the Achilles?
I strongly believe this is the Achilles. Me sitting at home on my couch with no doctor degree.
No background.
Yeah.
You're taking me to the Surgeon General.
Yeah, right? Maybe I'll apply.
You want to?
Maybe I'll apply.
Here's a cabinet position.
All right, maybe I'll apply. All right.
No experience necessary.
Okay. With that being said, yeah, he looks like he's going to be done for a while, and the Celtics are absolutely done without him.
But are they done? Like, is this run done?
Yeah. This might be the beginning of the end.
For the
yeah.
run.
This is good for the Pistons. I hate to see someone get hurt because I like Tatum. But yeah, the Celtics were already rumored to blow it up after this year anyways. Now without Tatum, maybe for the whole year, depending on this injury. Yeah. Celtics.
It's the most uncomfortable sporting event I've watched in my life is the NBA playoffs post-Pistons participation. Because I don't like myself for rooting for the Boston Celtics to beat the Knicks, but it's a real thing. I'm like, I can't fake it. I want Boston to win this series. Then I watched Cleveland, Indiana, and I don't really like either of those teams either. So now I'm like, I want Boston to win the East. And I hate myself for it. But if they're done, and I mean not done 2025, but done, yeah, great news for the Pistons. Because if they're going to have to break this thing up, knock one team out of the Eastern Conference race, and, the whole stuff yesterday with Giannis, or pluck a cast off from the Celtics. That could be in play for him. So that's a tough break for Boston.
Yeah, I hate to see players get hurt. Everybody hates to see players get hurt. It takes away, obviously you're taking away a great player, but then the whole, now you're in the playoffs. The series it changes dramatically. It's one thing to try to overcome an injury during the season like the Pistons did with Jaden Ivey. But then you get to the playoffs and look, your team was playing well in the regular season. You get to the playoffs, and then they suffered another injury, this time to Isaiah Stewart, your top defender, and it changed everything for the Pistons. They still played well enough where they could have won the series.
Could have won the damn series.
But you feel like if you had either of those guys, you would have won the series without question.
Not many people thought Boston was vulnerable going into this series, but New York had authentically built a 2-1 lead. They were winning the game last night when Tatum went down. They might have won the game anyway. But apparently Boston was vulnerable, and now they're super vulnerable. Meanwhile, on the other side, last night on the West, Golden State down 3-1 to Minnesota without Steph.
That's the other side of it. You got an injury to Steph Curry with, was it a hamstring with him?
Yep.
And he doesn't think he's going to be ready for the next game either. They're down 3-1. Minnesota's going to take him. And it sucks, but this is part of this happens, right?
It happens in the NFL.
It happens in everything. Colt McCoy, the quarterback when he was at Texas?
Yeah.
Against Alabama?
Yeah.
The first series of the game?
Gets hurt and the game's over.
At the goal line?
Yep.
And it's done. Because you got to go to your backup quarterback, and back then it's not like you were reloading that quickly like you can now. So it happens all the time in sports, and it's brutal when it happens, but move on. Next round. That's what's going to happen.
I was today years old when I found out who Wardell was. Do you know who Wardell is?
Steph Curry?
Yeah, I had no idea. I'd never heard that. And Kang, you were shocked. You said, well, Wardell's out. And I'm like,
who?
And I'm like, I thought Steph Curry was out.
Yeah, Wardell Steph Curry Jr. His dad's Wardell Steph Curry.
Well, you said
Sr.
he's named after his dad. And I said, his dad's not named Wardell.
His dad's Dell.
His dad's Dell.
Yeah.
Wardell.
And then I went, oh. I had no idea. I don't know how I missed it. You didn't know how I missed this.
I just thought maybe, it had to show up at some point on your feed or something. Or your kids? Like the kids know this.
I'm going to text my kids.
All right, yeah, text them.
And say, do you know who Wardell is? Is it Wardell or
Yes.
WOR?
A.
All right. I'll see what they say.
Well, now you know, man.
I do.
It's half the battle.
But how did I miss this?
I don't know. Guess you're not a big Warriors fan. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll see what they say.
They've even used it in like highlights for like Sports Center and stuff. I've seen Van Pelt. I heard Van Pelt say it.
I clearly had no idea what the hell SVP was talking about when he said it. But like I said, today years old. 248-539-9797. Tigers back in action tonight, taking on the Boston Red Sox. You put in your show sheet that Boston was the team you most wanted to see when you were a kid.
Yeah. When I grew up first got into baseball and collecting baseball cards and everything else, Red Sox had these great teams. I often go back to the 77 baseball season because that's really when I started collecting baseball cards was in 78. So the cards had all the 77 stats. And Boston was littered with great players. And Jim Rice and Fred Lynn and Butch Hobson hit 30 home runs in 77 as a third baseman on that team. You had George Boomer Scott, Carl Yastrzemski, and Carlton Fisk. All these great players. Rick Burleson was an all-star in the middle of the infield. I was a big Red Sox fan. And then I shouldn't say a big Red Sox fan.
You were fascinated
because we never saw the National League growing up. That didn't happen until years later. I was a Philadelphia Phillies fan, but outside of the Tigers, it was Boston.
What's funny about that is for the reasons you just said, I was fascinated with National League teams. I was like, to me, they were like these mystery teams that we never got to see.
Yeah.
And when they were on, the game of the week or Monday Night Baseball, I was always like, whoa, National League, this mystery league.
Every Saturday I watched This Week in Baseball with Mel Allen narrating it, and I was excited because that's how you saw highlights. because you didn't have highlights.
Yeah. But as
from
a
other
kid,
teams anyway. You never saw highlights from other teams.
It was nobody in the American League because I guess if it would have been a West Coast team because I feel like those games were on past my bedtime. So if the A's, the Mariners, the Angels came to town, I was fascinated. Got to go see them because, they do exist.
But the American League East teams that we grew up with, like, oh, great, here's what we got, Milwaukee.
Again.
Yeah. Oh, the Yankees. But Boston was the one that stood out, but because they had so many great players.
I texted my kids, do you know who Wardell is? My 19-year-old daughter texted back at the exact same time, 11:55 a.m. Curry. Isn't that Steph Curry's actual name? His dad is Wardell too, right? What does Doug not know and a sorority girl knows? 248-539-9797. I'm sure there's more.
You don't want to know.
I probably don't. We're going to open up the big old tub of pretzels. Don't. All right.
You were afraid something else.
I was very afraid of what he was going to play there.
Game
we were going to
day.
have an issue.
It's just stat of the day.
You were really on thin ice there first. I saw you turn towards your computer to play a drop, and I'm like, you better not play the drop I think you're playing. All right, next hour, we open up the big old tub of pretzels. NFL with an announcement today. We'll get to that at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease the new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, ISM won a ticket. So Tiger Talk to open the show. We had some Trey Hendrickson stuff. Talked about the draft lottery. We are going to circle back to some of that stuff, including is it true that Trey Hendrickson is at Saints mini camp today?
I mean, Bengals?
I'm sorry, Bengals. Why did I say Saints? I have no idea why I said Saints.
He used to play with the Saints. Yes, but he's there to it's been reported he's there to speak with the media. That's why he went. He's
Okay.
in street clothes, and
So we're going to hear more from him today,
I would expect to.
which will restart the news cycle on Trey Hendrickson. Interesting. So he's not participating? Is that what you saw?
Correct. Yeah, he was in street clothes.
Okay.
He looks like he's ready to golf.
He does.
Yeah, right, Gator? Like
so
he
I
looks-
got a tee time at 1 o'clock. So let's move this thing along here.
Are other veterans at
I don't know.
at Bengals camp? Interesting. 248-539-9797. Okay, so NFL soft schedule release. The actual full schedule gets released tomorrow night. We have seen no Lions. The name Detroit Lions has popped up nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. So they decided today on NFL Network this morning to release the international games. And the international games they released included something that's never happened before, and it's happening to a team in the NFC North. In week 4, Pittsburgh plays Minnesota in Dublin. And in week 5, Cleveland plays Minnesota in London. Back-to-back games overseas for the Minnesota Vikings.
They should stay there, right? They're not going to come back. Would you come back between games if you're going to?
God, no.
No, I mean,
no, of course not.
it's like an 8-hour flight for them.
Yeah, there's no way they'll come back. They'll just go from. I thought you meant they should stay there, as in move the franchise to London.
Well, I mean,
the London Vikings. So my question is, what the hell? Now, I guess I don't really care because it doesn't impact. I mean, in fact, it might help Detroit. Is that going to hurt the Vikings? Having to stay over there for whatever it's going to be, 2 weeks?
Well, somebody it posted at the end, maybe it was the NFL or whatever. It's been reposted several times. The mileage numbers the teams have to fly, or travel to. And the Lions were near the bottom of the list. They were like 4th from the bottom. They only have to travel like 11,000 miles this upcoming season.
Yeah,
but I think the West Coast teams were the ones that have to travel the most. And I think I don't know if the Vikings were up there as well, but. I mean, travel, it definitely, it does help if you don't have to go to, the Western time zone. That helps a lot. And we've seen the Lions benefit from that over the last couple of years, that they don't have to travel as much or haven't had to travel as much as other teams. So will it help the Lions at the Vikings? Look, I don't think the Vikings are going to be much of a contender this year if they're going to go with a rookie quarterback. Now that could change if they sign some veteran quarterback that kind of makes us go, wow, okay, there you go. Because they do have a ready-made offense. They just don't have the experience at quarterback yet.
So the question is, this is eventually going to happen to everybody. Is every team going to eventually get sent to Europe for back-to-back games? And is it something that's going to eventually happen to the Lions?
I hope it doesn't. I mean, this is the first time in history this has happened. So I don't expect this is going to be a regular thing. The only way it becomes regular is if they actually have full-time teams in London or full-time teams in Europe.
Why do you think they did it? What is it about the Vikings that made them the candidate and they chose? Why would they do this with anybody? In fact, why wouldn't they do it with a team that has frequently been speculated to move to London? Why wouldn't they do it with Jacksonville? Vikings aren't moving to London.
No.
If they're going to do this, everybody always says it's going to be Jacksonville. This is such a curious decision by the NFL to think about doing this and then to pick the team they picked to do it.
I would think there has to be a financial incentive.
For Minnesota?
Yeah, to do that. I mean, they're not going to give them draft compensation.
Of course not.
But they can give them a financial incentive to say, all right, it's like, when you got a booked flight. Everybody's got a seat, but we're asking for people. If anyone wants to get off the flight, we'll give you, voucher for a free round trip ticket or whatever. And somebody steps up and says, all right, we'll do it. But but you're asking what's in it for them. I have to think that there's something in it for the Vikings to do this. Otherwise, you're screaming bloody murder. You can't do this.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, if you're the league, you're cutting back on travel a little bit, and that a team doesn't have to. You don't have to fly another opponent over there for the second week.
Do you get an extra home game for a number of years in a row?
Well, I am assuming that they're losing one home game, one road game. Everybody eventually has to do the international thing. But the Lions aren't this year. You have always been anti-London games. And, this year they got Sao Paulo in week 1, Kansas City and the Chargers. Dublin week 4, Pittsburgh and Minnesota. London week 5, Browns and Minnesota. London week 6, Broncos and Jets. London week 7, Rams and Jags. Berlin week 10, Atlanta and the Colts. Madrid week 11, Washington and Miami.
Look, I recognize that it's wildly successful when they go there. These games are sold out. The crowds are fantastic. The fans over in Europe, they really seem to enjoy the game. But my disdain for this idea is just that I don't think you need the National Football League to expand to Europe. I just don't think I want to see that in my lifetime. I think we got 32 teams. That's a whole mess load of teams. Do we need to add to that? Or are we just we'll go to 34 or whatever the number is, and we'll send, Jacksonville's going to go packing and we'll figure it out. I don't like the idea of watering down the league, which I think is what's going to happen. That's my main opposition to the whole thing.
Well, yeah, you're looking at either expansion or a whole bunch of teams moving, because you'd have to have a division.
Yeah.
You'd have to have an entire division.
Exactly.
Kang, what do you make of the back-to-back Vikings games?
I mean, obviously, this is all, the source of this is income and money and making more money. That's what the NFL is trying to do. And by doing all these international games, they were trying to grow the TV market. They want more people in the world to care and want to watch football. Do I think one day there will be an international team, possibly London, but I don't think it gets further than that. Just obviously geographic reasons with time zones, all that stuff makes it impossible. But this isn't going to stop. And at the end of the day, guys, we talked about conspiracy theories earlier. It's an entertainment business, and that's why I think people believe in the conspiracy theory, Doug. And the NFL is an entertainment, and it's the biggest entertainment sports-wise as far as America is concerned. They want it to be like that everywhere in the world. So this is just a way to grow the game and make more money. Unfortunately, that's what a lot of sports has become, and I hate it. It used to be about who was the best, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now it's about how much money can you make.
Well, be intriguing to see if anybody else ever has to do this. Back-to-back games in London, the Vikings do. Not really our problem. It's the problem.
Not yet, though, right?
Well, that's kind of the way I feel. Is that eventually, somebody's, the Detroit will have to do it if this is a success. If they deem that what Minnesota is doing makes sense, then they'll just get used to this. You'll probably see more of it, like send 4 teams over and they'll each play 2 games over there. Flip-flop opponents. Roy on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Roy.
Hey, greetings from the land of the Mud Hens. We're doing well down here as well as up there in Detroit. Good to see baseball is back in business again.
Indeed.
I agree with you guys with the dilution of the NFL. I look at it this way. We just had an NFL draft with how many people got drafted. Then you had the undrafted free agents that got picked. Can you think, and there's 52-man rosters, so can you think of 104 more football players that could fill the other 2 teams that would potentially come into the league? I can't. So by proxy, it would dilute the league.
Well, it definitely would dilute the league. Yeah, I mean, look, can they fill other? Yeah, but you're going to have. I mean, the idea of losing players to expansion drafts. You have to leave players unprotected and all this stuff. I don't know. It gets to be too much.
I mean, honestly, they've expanded to 17 games, and one of the first things we saw here in Detroit was our team get ravaged by injuries. Yeah. Now, did one extra game matter? Maybe not, but like at some point you got to take a look at the product and go, okay, what's best for the game?
Well, right, and they're going to go to 18. That's going to happen.
They're going to go to 18, and we'll get more injuries. Just think the Lions could have lost more players last year. Awesome.
Hard to think that.
248-539-9797. Big old tub of pretzels today at 12:35. Hey, Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. Our guy Steve and his crew over there, I would recommend that firm to friends and family, and I'm recommending it to you right now. If you are in need of a lawyer who specializes in auto and truck accidents, that is Michigan Auto Law. And because they specialize, they have the largest auto accident settlement and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Tigers win 14-2 over Boston. A little bit of take that, Alex Bregman. who said no to Detroit's offer, which is fine. Tigers are just fine without him. I love the A.J. Hinch line. Either sign with us or we'll beat you. And Bregman was gracious in his comments to Detroit's story Birchie wrote on our website regarding the getting booed. It's all good. It wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. I've been booed before in my life. Here's the quote regarding he's had a similar reception at Comerica Park to the one that I've gotten here I think it's going to be similar to the one I've gotten here over the past 6 years. It is what it is. It's part of it. And to be honest, I'm just super happy to be able to be playing the game of baseball at this level and playing against a great team. It's always fun to compete. Obviously I want to play. I wanted to play somewhere that had an opportunity to win. And those were the teams that I talked to during free agency, the teams that I felt like I had the ability to win this year, but also for a long time. Just like I feel we do here. I think we have a really good ball club. Obviously, an incredible manager who I've known for a long time, similar to Alex Cora for a long time. I know the talent level they have in the room. I knew the talent level that we had here. Whatever, you chose Boston. It was nice to beat him. It was nice to win a game. It was a get back to what they're doing kind of game. We've had extreme results of late. They looked, I don't know if I want to say uncompetitive, but kind of uncompetitive on Saturday and Sunday, and then they blew the doors off Boston last night. Both ends of the spectrum here.
12 games above 500? It's a damn good baseball team. They're fun to watch. They do it in different ways, and they do it in different ways every night. Somebody else can step up. You got a night like last night where the hit parade is on. Torkelson goes 0 for 5. Doesn't matter. Trey Sweeney's got 3 hits. Gleyber Torres has 3 hits and a home run. Javi Baez has 3 hits. Here's Riley Green hitting a base hit to right field that goes underneath the right fielder's glove, rolls all the way to the wall, and he circles the bases. It's just fun. Jackson Jobe, who's been up and down this season, has one of his more impressive starts of his very young career, and he throws 100 pitches in the game, and then they take him out because he walked his last batter trying to get him that last out, and he just couldn't get it done. But you see all the potential in the world in that kid. This is a fun team. And, yeah, you look at the other side, and Alex Bregman's great and what could have been, but I'm okay. They're moving on, and we'll see what happens at the trade deadline, what the Tigers feel like adding or not. I mean, right now, in the short term, they're going to have a tough decision to make. I don't think it's going to be that tough when Vierling comes back. I think Vierling comes back. I would imagine that Jace Young leaves. But what happens when Parker Meadows is ready to come back?
I don't know.
Because Justin Henry Malloy he's had a really good few weeks here since being brought back up. He gets on base. His walk rate is insane. They showed last night with at least 75 at bats, those qualified hitters. He's third in Major League Baseball with his walk rate of over 20%. And now he's starting to sting the ball a little bit too. So we'll see what happens with these decisions down the road when guys get healthier and healthier. But it's a good problem to have.
So the Devers thing. Should the Tigers call about Rafael Devers? And what would it take for Boston to move on him?
Well, I mean, Boston's got this issue because first base guys have gotten hurt. They've asked Devers to move over there, and he's like, no, it's not happening. I don't need to play every position on this team. There was the questions, what was going to happen with him when they signed Bregman, because Devers is a third baseman. He can play third base, can play pretty much anywhere in the infield, but he doesn't want to play first base. He's tired of moving around. So is that a real issue for Boston or not? In the meantime, he just keeps hitting. He keeps mashing the baseball all over the place. His OPS on the year is over 900. He's driven in 31 runs. He's got 7 home runs, and he's the DH. If he's available, though, if he is available, and you're the Tigers, how do you not think about it? I suppose there's the whole, well, if he's unwilling to be a versatile player thing, that might rub people the wrong way. But as a third baseman, he's really good.
I think the only way he's available is if Boston sinks. And right now they're actually in a playoff spot. It's way too early to be that concerned about it. So they'd have to fall way out of it. And with the new wild card format, I guess it's not that new anymore, but with the expanded wild card format, you're looking at more and more teams feeling like they're in it. And this is an authentic buyer. The Tigers have the persona of an authentic buyer team. Mm-hmm. They do, okay? Yeah. And they got literally everything. They've got budget. They haven't broken the bank. They're not up against, the various luxury tax thresholds. They've got players in the minor league systems that everybody would want. They've got the record that would justify it. But this is a new world order of baseball where you're going to get to the trade deadline and there's going to be like 3 teams that feel like they're out of it in the American League, 3 teams in the National League that feel like they're out of it, which means they've created way more buyers and far fewer sellers. And so for the first time, probably since like 2014, first time in a decade, while we've talked about buying in the past, they have the persona of a classic team that's ready to buy. And in that time, since the last time they looked like this, since they had that resume, things have changed. It's hard to pull off a trade.
It is. But I'm just saying, keep an eye on this one and see how this plays out with Boston. If it ends up being a situation that is really not good in Boston, if it ends up affecting the clubhouse at all, I don't know if it will or won't, but just keep an eye on it. And if Boston does start to slip in standings, if that happens, I mean, that's a need. And there's a fit there. Now, he's expensive. I think still has like 7 years left on his deal that pays him $30 million a year, but he's a legit $30 million player.
248-539-9797, Tiger Baseball. Of course, tonight they've got interesting. They're going back to the pitching chaos for the first time this year. Tyler Holton will get the start. Now, did they say, he said Montero's going to pitch tonight? Is that correct?
So,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll see how that plays itself out. But worked so well for them down the stretch. Injury to Mize. Things get to the point where you get an opportunity to take advantage of something that was very, very, very successful last year. Big old tub of pretzels today at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, if you've got a garage door that's making some weird noises and it's just not working properly, it's really slow and you're not sure what to do, here's what you should do. Call Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR because they're going to send a technician out. He's going to diagnose whatever problem it is you have with it, and best of all, he's going to fix the problem, or she. They're going to fix the problem, period. Doesn't matter what it is with a garage door. These guys are experts, and they're awesome. And if you need new garage doors, you got it. You call Precision Garage Door Service for that as well. All calls are answered 24/7 by a live person, and they're available weekends at no extra charge. But the best part about it is if you've got an issue with anything to do with your garage door, you can go online, schedule an appointment at a time that works for you. You're not beholden to what their window of opportunity is. You can schedule that appointment. So go ahead and do that. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback, we take your texts, send them over to the same number. You also follow us on Twitter, at DougandGator971, which occasionally we tweet about what's going on in the moment, show topics, et cetera, and we'll read some of your messages back to us. Same thing on Twitch and YouTube where you can watch the show. Thank you, everybody, for logs on to youtube.com and twitch.tv. We have streaming chats on both those sites, which occasionally we can get into what's being said over there as well. So we do encourage you to participate in the streaming chat on Twitch and YouTube. Odyssey app's a great way to listen outside of this immediate area. So get that for your mobile device today. You can stream to our website as well, where Evan has posted the champ and chump of the weekend, who should be singled out for having the best weekend and should be called out for having a weekend that stinks. Champ and chump of the weekend. All right. We do this every once in a while. Random questions, which get sent over to us in all those different ways. You can send over questions, and we will put them into the big old tub of pretzels for the question of the day. We help settle arguments between you and your friends, or situations that you've gotten into. So let's open it up and see what we got today.
Been a minute.
Yep. Kang's got the big old tub of pretzels, shaking it up behind the glass there. You can hear it.
So I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I'm a little scared.
Why?
I just don't know what's in here. I forgot what's been
what
written.
people send over, yeah.
People.
I hope it's not about a conspiracy theory.
It might be. I don't know. Doug will be really mad if that's true. Well, this one seems a little cold.
Is it colder than the
This
rest?
one's a little colder. I'm
Yeah.
going to grab this one, Gator.
Oh, for F's sake.
What?
Go ahead.
I'm just telling you the truth, man.
Go ahead.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. Is soup a meal? Gator, I'm looking at you first. Is soup a meal?
It depends on the size. I mean, if you go through a pint of soup, I think that's a lot of soup.
So a pint is a meal.
I think, yeah, but I guess it also depends on the soup, and you have to add crackers to it, I think, to make it more of the meal. Yeah, but I've had it for a meal, just soup alone. Yeah, I've done that.
It's funny because that's how I was going to answer the question. My answer is no. For me, I've never done that. And maybe I should. I've never had soup as a meal. I have, wait a sec, because is lunch a meal? Lunch is a meal, right?
Yeah.
I guess I've gone to Zoop.
What? Was lunch a meal?
I guess I've gone to Zoop and I always got the soup and a sandwich. So I guess I've never done just straight soup.
Soup from Panera or a Zoop or wherever, they give you the big hunk of bread too with it. So I think, it can be.
One of the places you just mentioned I don't go to. I do not like it.
Okay.
Yep. But for me, I've never done the soup as an entire meal thing. Do you think soup's a meal?
Little editorial from Doug too.
Yeah, one of those places I think is so overrated.
Do not like it, Sam. I am.
Wildly overrated.
Some things I think are amazing from there, and some things not so much.
So for me, it just depends on how hearty it is. If it's just a strictly broth soup, that's not a meal. That's not a meal. But if it's like, so I was gonna first say no, it's not a meal because I don't think soup is a meal. But then something triggered me. Have you ever had you guys? Maybe you, Gator, not you, Doug. Pho.
I have not had pho.
Okay, Vietnamese noodle soup.
No.
That thing is huge. That's a meal, and I think it's considered noodle soup. But that thing is it was beef brisket. You put a lot of stuff in it, whatever. But beef broth is based. That's a meal.
If you have that udon noodles,
yeah, that's a meal.
Big
Yeah,
meal.
that's a meal. Good. Ramen's very popular right now.
Here's the other way where it becomes.
So it's a meal.
Soup becomes a meal also when you throw it in a bread bowl.
I still don't call it a meal then. For you, it might be. For me,
you got to eat the bread bowl.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to.
All right, next.
Sometimes it's too hard. All right, here we go. Next question. If you had to move to another state, what's the first state you would move to, and what's the last state you would move to?
This is so easy.
No,
so
Doug knows
easy.
where he's going. Yeah.
Oh, God.
I know where I'm not going to. I'm not going to Florida. If I can avoid Florida ever, Florida. If I don't have to go to Florida ever again, I'll be perfectly fine. I'm done with Florida for a whole variety of reasons. Out on Florida. If I have to move to another state, it is Montana all day, every day.
All right.
I really struggle with this because I've thought about it like, hey, retirement, where would you go? And I want to be somewhere where it's going to be nicer most of the year. But I can't commit full south. I can't do it. I agree with Doug on Florida. I have no desire to move to Florida.
I hear you, man. I've thought about this a lot too, Gator. I
Yeah.
feel like me and you have thought about this more than we should.
I mean, could I do Texas? I love Austin. Was so great town, but I think that's too far south for me because I think that just some months are going to be unbearable with the heat. I've settled on North Carolina.
Okay.
And that's where I'd go. And where would I absolutely not go? New York.
Ooh, that's a good one. Not even like upstate. Like if you want to stay out of the city, there is other places.
I don't need to be.
I hear you. I hear you. This is a personal thing.
Yeah.
All right. So for me, I've thought about this a lot, like I just said. And first thing on the menu is it's got to be warm weather. Like if I'm moving out of Michigan, I got to go somewhere where there's this nice weather more year round.
Chuck's winters in Montana. Nope, Kang's not going there.
No. So first couple places I thought like, all right, California, no. Cost of living's insane and way too many natural disasters. That place can't even handle like a little bit of rain.
Drop off into the ocean.
So that's out. Nevada. It's actually really too hot in the summer, and they actually do have they don't have a winter, but it's cold. People don't realize that it's actually cold in December, January out there. It's not like you can walk around in shorts.
Well, it's not snowing, but I mean it's
but it's cold. Then I thought Arizona, that might be a little too hot as well.
It's the same thing as Vegas.
So I go back to East, right? Florida, I'm out as well. I agree with you too. Florida is just way too crazy. Crazy. So, but I do like the Eastern time zone, sports, things like that. So I'm going to pick a state that I've never even been to. I thought Tennessee. I think Tennessee.
I consider Tennessee.
Nashville, big city there. They got sports teams. It's not too far from Florida, Michigan, Vegas. You know what I mean? It's kind of centrally located.
I just heard I don't have a reason to not like Tennessee yet.
Yeah.
So I'm choosing Tennessee.
Here's what I'm surprised at what you didn't say. Hawaii. Because it's off the mainland
too
far?
It's too far off the mainland. Way too far off the mainland. I feel like I'm kind of scared if I had to stay there. Like, there's nothing but water around you. And the last state, I agree with you, Gator. I think New York. I don't want to be any part of that. Not anymore.
All right, let's do one more on this.
All right.
One more from the Big old tub of pretzels.
This one's not as cold, Doug. So this is a legit question. Not rigged. All right, if you could have a personal anything in life, what would it be? For example, a personal chef. Like a personal anything.
A personal chef, personal shopper, personal trainer, all this stuff. I think chef is a good one.
Yeah.
Because they take all the prep work out of it for yourself. I just make it really easy. I'd go with personal chef.
Okay, you're catching me at a very bad time to ask this question because I'm going through something right now.
Oh.
I'm trying to schedule a doctor's appointment. I've been on hold for 45 minutes. Then I was on hold the next day for 20 minutes. I was told I was going to get a call back. I did not. I want a personal physician that is at my beck and call at all times for myself and my family. Just give me a doctor that I had a doctor who's so good, and I eventually got a cell number, and I just text him, and he'd say, all right, come in Tuesday at 4. Like, it was awesome. It was the greatest. I was so underrated, and he was the best.
What happened?
Oh, he passed away, sadly.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. He was the best. And so right now you're catching me at a vulnerable time. I go personal physician.
That's pretty good, especially
that's
when you have a family too. Like, someone's always sick in the house. You want to call someone up real quick and get a quick, WebMD type
a bunch
thing.
of carriers for kids. Yeah.
Yeah. Kids are carriers. That's what you
what
say.
They
right?
are. Yep. Truth.
Yeah. Oh man, this is a tough one. I mean, is personal assistant a cop out?
No.
Just like get stuff done. Because that's what I would do.
What's the thing that you would assign to the personal assistant? You're like, I just don't even want to deal with this.
Like appointments, you know what I mean? Booking flights. I don't know, like everything, like that.
Yeah, no, it's a good one, man. I think like just doing. There's like changing insurances or something like that.
Yeah, just annoying stuff where you have to get on the phone.
There are things that I dread. Like, I don't want to have to change this and do that, and I got to do a whole new.
Kang wants another wife.
And all this.
He wants to bring another wife into the.
Whoa, are you saying the wife is the assistant? Wow.
Yes, I am.
Hey, 1962 called and said, welcome back.
It's a joke. All right, there it is. If you have questions you want us to debate or answer, text them over right now at 248-539-9797, and they will get put into the big old tub of pretzels for the question of the day. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so if you missed the beginning of the show, we talked about a story that got back into the news cycle yesterday, right near the end of the show, and it was about Trey Hendrickson, the edge rusher from Cincinnati, and he is a player that is very much coveted by Detroit fans. The idea of having two elite edge rushers is tantalizing. In a cap league, it might not make as much sense, but it is tantalizing to have that kind of talent, and you start thinking about, nightmare for opposing quarterbacks. The Lions would be going above and beyond what few teams in recent memory have ever done in terms of having two elite guys. Hendrickson led the NFL in sacks last year at 17.5 and was apparently promised a new contract from the Cincinnati Bengals, and they have not come through. They did sign other players. They're up against the cap, and Hendrickson went public yesterday saying, hey, look, we haven't even talked. They're not even talking to us. And it's pretty clear that he is irritated with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, he's talking.
So he is talking. He spoke to Adam Schefter yesterday, and today he went and met with the media. Now, does this mean that he is possibly accessible to other teams? Well, he was told months ago he could go seek out a trade, and nothing has happened yet. But, it's certainly Detroit could use an extra edge rusher, and you'd want to get the best one that is feasibly possible. But obviously there are cap considerations. There are your own guys you have to sign. And there is the fact that a deal would have to get worked out with Cincinnati. Keep in mind the Bengals aren't in a rebuild. They view themselves in win now mode. They paid their quarterback. They paid their two wide receivers. They're trying to win now. They may be after young players or talented players or more affordable players or a package of players more so than draft picks. And you start getting into that, and you go, all right, how motivated would Detroit be? Who would they want off their roster? Would other teams be more motivated? But Hendrickson went to minicamp today just to meet with the media and talked for 22 minutes. And I'm just going to read some of what is available online. A reporter for Fox 19 in Cincinnati named Joe Danneman says, Trey Hendrickson, every relationship is repairable. Look at Myles Garrett. This is the uncomfortable part of the business side. I don't harbor animosity. He says that Zach Taylor sent him a text that he would be fined if he didn't show up to upcoming mandatory camp. Hendrickson, quote, I'm not going to apologize for the rates being paid to defensive ends in the National Football League. Asked specifically if he can envision playing under his current contract, Trey Hendrickson said no. So, all right, if we take that at its face value, can he envision playing under his current contract? No. Is that would be, I assume, for Cincinnati and for everybody else?
I would assume that too. Tom Pelissero says that Trey Hendrickson is due $16 million in the last year of his contract, and for the first time, he says explicitly he won't play without a new deal. And apparently he's used the word disappointed many times during this media session.
Okay. That makes it far more difficult for the Lions to bring him in. Not impossible, I suppose, if they were to, move on from other players that they currently have, but it would make it far more difficult. Other stuff, a reporter that covers the Bengals for The Athletic, Paul Denner Jr., sent out a tweet. Trey Hendrickson just spent 25 minutes with us, and he had a lot to say. He didn't hold back. The word disappointed was used often. Said his statements have been, quote, provoked. Asked explicitly if he would play in a current deal. No. Stay tuned. Much more to come. So, look. What if this is all part of negotiations? I mean, didn't we kind of go through this with Myles Garrett? Wasn't Myles Garrett under the same, I want out? He wanted out. Got a new deal done.
Yeah. And somehow they made it happen. I don't know if Cincinnati can make it happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure they can.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Trey Hendrickson sees the market and he's going to capitalize on it, as he should. I mean, he's got 35 sacks in the last 2 years combined. That's amazing. An amazing total. So if he's going to want that $30 million a year contract, and frankly, he deserves it. Now, should he get like a 4 or 5 year deal? I don't know if I'd do that, but if you could offer him an extent, if you're Cincinnati, you can try to figure it out. Hey, can it get you 2 years and 60? Can you do that in addition? I don't know if he'd accept it, but I think he's going to have a hard time because he is 30. He's going to have a harder time finding that longer-term extension, I think, from other teams. But in the short term, he should be able to capitalize on this.
Kang, what do you think of all this?
Yeah, he also said that if he had 4 sacks last year, they'd ask him to take a pay cut, right? And he also said They've done right by their own perspective. My perspective is different. It's become personal, unfortunately. And the Myles Garrett thing, Doug, he never mentioned money. He actually said money wasn't an issue when that whole trade thing that went down. He's like, I just want to win. I want to go somewhere and win. I'm all about winning. And then they showed him the money, and all of a sudden he was about staying, right?
Yep.
Hendrickson's been very forthright about this. He's like, listen, I want to get paid. I see the money being thrown out there. This is completely a contract negotiation tactic that he's using today. This is the one day the media gets to talk to the Bengals, and he showed up in golf gear, okay? Because he wanted to air the dirty laundry out. He spoke for 22 minutes, they said. And this is all about him saying, I want to get paid. They've left my messages on red. They're not even communicating with me. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't think they're going to pay him because I don't think they have the money. But I don't know if you're right with the cap space out of thin air, they're going to have to find it because that's the only way he says he's playing this year for the Bengals.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play for the Bengals. I think there's too much damage done, and I think some teams, they are tapped out in trying to go down that well to create the cap space out of thin air. The problem with the Cincinnati is they just gave the money to T. Higgins. If they didn't, they could have found another route and they could have gotten things done with Hendrickson. But instead, they went on the offensive side, even though their offense wasn't the side that needed fixing.
So I want to circle back to something you just read in one of those quotes, Kang. He said, they left my messages unread?
No, that's what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? This is like...
All right, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was a direct quote from him, and I'm like, okay, so the people in the Bengals front office give receipts on what they've read and they haven't read, but okay.
That just goes back to his statement the other day saying there's been no communication.
Yeah.
He said that again today. There's been no communication, no effort to communicate with his wife, himself, or his agent.
I said this earlier in the show, but it's if he would accept playing on the contract and Cincinnati would give him to Detroit for a second-round pick, 10 times out of 10, I think Brad Holmes would do that. 1-year deal, fit it under the cap, and try and win a Super Bowl this year for a second-round pick, 10 times out of 10. I don't think he's a moron. I think he would do that. In a heartbeat, he would do that. The Hendrickson comments tells me that Hendrickson and his agent have made it clear they don't want to be traded to a place that won't sign him to a long-term contract. If he says he doesn't envision playing under this contract for another year, if it's for Cincinnati and it's for everybody, I am fascinated in how those conversations went when Trey Hendrickson's agent called up other teams. Fascinated. Did they get literally zero takers? Or did they get teams that said they would do it, and those teams then reached out to the Bengals and said, hey, we got a deal with Trey Hendrickson. We can make a deal happen. And the Bengals said, okay, what are you willing to give up? And it was nowhere close to the compensation.
Yeah, I wonder if it's possible, like if you trade, let's say that you're able to trade for him. Because at this point, the Bengals have to either S or get off the pot with it, right? So let's say that the Lions are able to make a trade and acquire him, and it's for draft capital only. Then the Lions have to work out a deal with him. They wouldn't make the trade unless they could. Could they rip up this last year of $16 million and give him a 2-year deal worth $50 million, 25 annually, however you want to, put it there, but it's 25 annually, $50 million. That way, what you would do is delay the Hutchinson extension until the 5th year. You pick up the 5th year option, and then you give them the extension after the 5th year, and that would coincide with the end of the 2-year deal with Hendrickson. There'd be some pain there because you're probably going to have to let go of somebody on this roster.
J-Mo or Branch, or J-Mo and Branch.
It could be both, yeah. And who knows what happens by that point. I mean, maybe Tesla develops to be this receiver. You're like, wow, that's a revelation right there. Yes, we can let J-Mo go for the long term or whatever you want to do with Branch or Jack Campbell or whomever. But I think there is a way, but you can't do it painlessly. You can't have everything.
Right.
You can't just say, I'll give you 2 second-round picks for Trey Hendrickson, sign him to a 3-year, $90 million deal and keep everybody on your roster. That can't be done. What you want to do, ideally, I would imagine, is you want to have Hendrickson and Hutch together for a period of time. That's the whole point of this, is having a running mate with Hutchinson.
Well, yeah, I guess we just got to wait till we hear from the Bengals and get any intel out of what the Bengals are thinking, because they're on the joystick on this. They control which direction this goes. So everybody else, we can talk about it all we want, but unless they're willing to let him go for reasonable compensation, and if they want players. It's hard to think of a compensation package that the Lions give up that the Bengals would accept that doesn't really cut into Detroit's team.
Well, yeah, that's a question I would ask you guys and Lions fans. Like, how much are you willing to give up, to pay Hendrickson? Because you have to give good players that you don't you can't pay.
I feel like we've got extra parts that are really valuable to Detroit, but they would have to, if they really want players that they think can play for them, and we're talking about extra parts, I don't even know because I'm thinking, okay, who are the extra parts that are really good? Ennis Rakestraw, Malcolm Rodriguez, Christian Mahogany. If you have Ennis Rakestraw, Malcolm Rodriguez, and Christian Mahogany, I still think you'd have to throw in draft pick compensation to get the guy who led the NFL in sacks last year, even if he is on a short-term contract.
But if they're up against it and they know, see, Cincinnati isn't playing with a full deck here, literally and figuratively. They're not going to get a great value for this because every team in the league knows Trey's not going to play for him. Not going to do it. He's not playing for you. You have to trade him. So
they don't.
Knowing that, they're not going to get the most for him.
They don't have to. They could just say, then sit out.
And he's willing to do that.
And hope that he blinks. He says he's willing to do it, but hope that he blinks. It's interesting, and it may impact us. It may impact other teams. It may impact us because there could be accessibility for the Lions or others. And as much as we want him, I can guarantee there are teams that want and need him more.
Well, and here's another way where money becomes available in a couple of years. If Frank Ragnow retires, if Taylor Decker retires after a couple more seasons, that frees up a ton of money. Now and this is where your drafting really comes into play, that hopefully these two guards you just selected in this draft, Mahogany and Manu, who you took last year, that these guys are the foundation for the next offensive line that comes through in Detroit to go and play with Penei Sewell.
97-1 the ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, the same great rate applies for both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. Limited time offer. Become a member by visiting umcu.org. Get started. Insured by NCUA. All right, so just there in the update, we spent a good deal of our time sitting back and enjoying the Pistons' chase for the playoffs. And it was fun. And one of the topics that came up was, but they're never getting past the Cavs and the Celtics. The Celtics might have lost Jason Tatum to a season-ending injury, and they're down 3-1 to the Knicks. Cleveland could get eliminated tonight. Cleveland and Boston could be out sooner rather than later. Indiana can finish off the Cavs tonight. The Knicks have the Celtics on the brink. And damn it, I wish they won that Knicks series. Oh, if it could have been Detroit taking advantage of a vulnerable Celtics team and a Cavs team that apparently was way more vulnerable than we realized. Alas, they didn't. Got it. New York was better. But it also goes to show you that the gap that we're talking about for the Pistons to close, to get out of the East, is maybe a lot closer than we realized. It felt like Cleveland and Boston were head and shoulders above everybody else. Then there was the Knicks and others trying to battle to be in that second tier. Indiana and Detroit probably putting up the strongest cases. Now you got a fading Milwaukee team that might lose Giannis. You got a Boston team with Tatum out. And if it's what people think it is, if people think it's an Achilles, I mean, is the message of the postseason, hey, we're disappointed that Detroit didn't advance, but rest assured you're a lot closer than you realize? Can we draw that conclusion based upon what we're seeing?
I mean, I draw the conclusion that this is this is a basketball team that I thought should have beaten the Knicks when the series is all said and done. They had one game was taken away from them, and I thought that they played well enough to win at least one of the other games, but they didn't get the job done. And the bottom line is they didn't win those games. But I thought that they were good enough to win those games. A year wiser, a year older, do I think they're in a better position to? Yes, absolutely. A Cleveland situation, they've dealt with some injuries in the playoffs here with Garland and Mobley has missed a game and Tristan Thompson's been out.
Stewart missed a game.
Exactly. I understand.
It happens, right?
No, I'm always quick to point that out too. But the team that Cleveland had in the regular season, which was like record-setting for them, was, that's not the team that's in the playoffs. So it's a little different with them. But if they fall to Indiana, that scares you how good Indiana is moving forward. And they're good. And that's a team, I mean, maybe that's what's going to happen. The future of the Eastern Conference is going to be Detroit and Indiana over the next 5 years.
It'd be great. Kang, is this a logical conclusion to draw? You're Mr. NBA. The Pistons aren't as far away as they appeared because we thought Boston and Cleveland were way above everybody. And right now it looks like both are on the brink of getting eliminated. And I'm not sure either of them are coming back.
Yeah, the gap may be a little bit closer than we thought, but that doesn't mean the gap is close. But I hear what you're saying. I'd side with you as far as maybe it's not that far. Maybe it's not that big of a leap, The Boston thing is real. I mean, especially with this Tatum injury, he might be out the entire year next year because of the timing of this injury. If it's a full 10 to 12 months with rehab, that's forget the regular season from next year. Then there's already talks because they have to blow it up somewhat because they can't afford all these guys. The contracts over there are huge. Derek White, Drew Holiday, Porzingis, those guys all get paid. Jaylen Brown got a max deal. So they might be falling apart. Then the Cleveland thing. Yes, injuries are playing a factor in this playoff run right now, but they've never been able to get over that hump. One of the reasons why Bickerstaff isn't there, right? But Indiana is the team that you might have to worry about being the next team that's up and coming, and they might have actually smoked the Pistons if they played in that first round. Like Indiana, if you haven't been paying attention, they ended the season on a very hot run. The gap for them, and it might be like, hey, let's start looking at Indiana instead of Cleveland and Boston if you're a Pistons fan, and see how far you are from them.
I like that a lot. We'll see if it plays itself out that way.
But yeah, and then like you guys mentioned too, Giannis, if he leaves Milwaukee, hopefully he goes to the West if that happens, if not Detroit, but then Milwaukee's weakened significantly. So yeah, this could open up.
It could open up.
It could open up.
And if it does, if that door cracks open, who's ready to charge through it? The Detroit Pistons are ready to charge.
This offseason is going to be interesting for the Pistons. Because I think even if they stand pat, I'm excited to see what the healthy team looks like. Now that they've got the experience of the playoffs under them, there's like a clear directive for Cade Cunningham on what to work on in the offseason from his general manager that spelled it out in a press conference last week. Are they going to add to this team? Or are they just going to run it back? Either way, I'm going to be excited about it because they can always add to it at the trade deadline too next year.
Okay, you know how we have national days?
Oh yeah,
National this day.
What do we got today? Because I haven't had lunch. Is it a food one?
Yep.
Okay, I'm interested.
I'm gonna guess.
It's also Taco Tuesday though, so
I'm gonna guess that this is probably in your top 5 desserts.
All right.
Maybe I'm tempted. Should I have you list your top 5 desserts, and then?
I mean, is it a real specific one?
Well, I mean,
is it like a blueberry pie type thing, or?
I mean, yes. Like if it were National Lobster Day, I would say it's in your top 5 dinner foods.
Gotcha.
So it's not. It's a category. It's
like pie or cake or cookies.
Yes.
Those are probably 3 in the top 5 right there.
Okay. Well,
for dessert,
but it's a type.
Okay, so
like
it's
a national.
It'd be like chocolate chip day. Chocolate chip cookie day, something like that.
Something like that. I'm going to guess that what today is in the top 5. Can you write down? Can you do that for us? Top 5 Gator desserts, and we'll see if this is in your top 5. Okay? Does that work?
Yeah. No. Hang on a second. Let me just
see if we can. You do that during the commercial break.
Okay.
How about that?
All right, we'll do that during the commercial.
I'll give you time to think about it.
Thank you.
I sprung this on you. 248-539-9797.
And the people can participate
if they want to give us their top 5 desserts.
What they think.
What they think it is.
What they think my top 5 would be. Whatever. See how well you people really know me.
All right. Well, we'll take your text. Maybe just people text us their favorite dessert. Their favorite dessert. Does that work?
Sure.
All right. You text us your favorite dessert, and we'll see if this
reasonably specific with it.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it finally happened. We got the weather turning from cold and dark to hot and sunny and sweaty in a blink of an eye, just like it always does here in the state of Michigan. And I love it. I love the heat as much as the rest of you guys do, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I want it taking over my house. So do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to make sure that your air conditioning is running cold. If you got a pool in the backyard, make sure that's running warm this summer. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, you got your top 5 desserts. I'm going to guess that today is a national day that this would be in your top 5 desserts.
Okay. This is hastily thrown together.
I know. It's okay. We're not going to hold you to this.
Yeah, thank you.
You're ordering the strudel again? That's not even in your top 5.
We are laminating this, Gator. I'm sorry. This is forever.
5 desserts.
Some could definitely be laminated. I don't have any issue with that.
Oh, the whole list.
Yeah.
Are you going to work your way from 5 to 1, or did you just?
I didn't rank them. I know what number 1 is. Number 1 is banana cream pie.
Okay.
I also threw key lime pie on the list, chocolate cake, butterscotch pudding. Last one was tough. I went with bundt cake. Some kind of awesome glazed bundt cake.
It feels like an upset.
Yeah, it could be an undrafted free agent there. But there's something about a bundt cake that has a great cinnamon swirl in there, brown sugar, and some kind of amazing glaze. I love a good bundt cake.
Well, far be it from me to judge your choices, so I won't. So you have banana cream pie as your favorite dessert.
Yeah.
Not followed by. The others in your top 5 are key lime, butterscotch pudding, chocolate cake, and bundt cake. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I was wrong. This is not in your top 5.
Doesn't mean I don't like it.
Today is National Apple Pie Day.
Apple pie is down the list.
Surprised me.
I like apple pie.
Yep.
I don't love apple pie.
Now, does that have to do with you can't eat raw apples, but these are cooked apples?
No, these are cooked apples. It's just that I feel like not every apple pie experience is good because sometimes you get a slice of the apple that's cut too close to the core and it has that little hard piece, and it kind of ruins it for me. I get apple pie gross out sometimes.
Interesting.
It's a thing. I'm sorry.
Well, on the website for National Apple Pie Day, there are 5 suggestions how you should celebrate National Apple Pie Day. 1, share your favorite apple pie recipes. 2, bake some apple pies and gift them to your neighbors. 3, give a shout out to your favorite apple pie baker. 4, bake your own apple pie to enjoy with your family. And 5, use the hashtag National Apple Pie Day to post on social media. I'm pretty much good with just baking one and eating it myself if I were going to celebrate National Apple Pie Day. I do not have a favorite apple pie baker. I'm not going to bake apple pies and give them away.
No?
No. Bake apple pies and keep them. When I was a kid, I would ask for apple pie instead of birthday cake.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
You like a la mode?
I did as a kid, yeah.
Not anymore as an adult?
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I did it, so I guess that means I don't like it enough to make that move.
Gator?
Throw a scoop of ice
I
cream.
mean, a scoop of ice cream next to a slice of cake or pie, don't turn that down. I'm not going to turn down a good time.
Here's some of the feedback. Tim in Mount Clemens says tiramisu. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Oh, do you not like it?
No, it's fine. I don't
Okay.
mind tiramisu.
The reaction wasn't. Doug from Williamston, hot fudge brownie sundae. Andrew in Pinckney says creme brulee. How do you feel about the creme brulee?
Creme brulee is fine. My brother's a freak about creme brulee. Loves creme brulee. That is equivalent to my problem with sea bass. If I see sea bass on the menu, I have to get it.
You can't.
I
say
can't
no.
resist it. If my brother sees that there's a creme brulee dessert, he's going to go for it and he's going to try it. But it's fine. I don't love it. It's middle of the road for me.
From Pat and Romeo, peach pie is my favorite. Gator should try it.
Not a peach fan. That's the problem.
Okay,
everybody has their own. That's fine.
Every once in a while I see something. I don't know what this is. I don't know how it's pronounced. I don't even know if it's a joke. I have no clue. Kang, you cut and paste it and send it over to me. Tres leches?
Tres leches.
What's tres leches?
It's
tres
like
leches.
3 different kinds of milk, I guess, I think that's what the translation is. It's like a caramel flavor almost.
Yeah, it's
custard.
like a spongy cake.
Yeah.
You know, like they have them at Mexican restaurants, dude. You never seen this on the menu, Doug?
No. If I looked at it, I probably said, what is tres leches? And then moved on.
It's like spongy like cake. Like,
yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't a great sell job, but
well, I don't know how else to describe it.
It's a sponge cake soaked in 3 kinds of milk: evaporated milk, condensed milk, and whole milk.
I can't believe you've never heard of this or
Never
something at a
heard of it,
Mexican
no.
restaurant.
Dude, I didn't know what I'm having a day. I didn't know what.
Well, Wardell loves tres
I didn't
leches.
know what Wardell. Who'd Wardell was? Roy in a Crane says red velvet cake.
Don't love it.
Anna from Ferndale says my favorite dessert is chocolate chip cookies.
Love them.
And Pat, I already read the one from Pat. So there we go.
My mom made some chocolate chip cookies the other day. They were delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to know.
And it was Mother's Day, so I brought over a key lime pie for Mother's Day, and then she made the cookies. It was a delicious combination.
You got Gators started, Doug. You guys will never guess mine. It's so unassuming.
Your favorite?
Yeah, like
dessert?
I'll tell you right now, I'm not a huge dessert guy. I'm savory over sweet, but if I have to have dessert, like this is a dessert I can have no matter what meal I just had. It's very pedestrian, very unassuming. No flash.
Chocolate pudding.
Milkshakes.
Jello.
Really?
Just straight up Jello.
You love yourself some Jello.
I love Jello. There's always room for Jello.
Is there a certain flavor you like?
If I had to choose, it'd be either red or orange. I do it by color.
Do you like Jello concoctions where there's other stuff thrown in it, or you just
You mean like a pretzel Jello, or like with fruit cocktail in it, or something like that?
or with
Or like
whipped cream,
whipped cream. Yeah, I don't mind
some
that,
kind
but
of fruit in there.
honestly, yeah, I don't mind it. I'm good with just straight Jello though.
All right.
Just Jello.
I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Well, my mom makes an
Simple.
excellent Jello.
does
She
she?
makes a great Jello dish around Thanksgiving time, and it's it's pretty good with cranberries and.
Gator, have you ever seen a first pitch, ceremonial first pitch?
So we're done talking food?
We can be if you have anything else
No,
to
I
add.
just want to make sure we're at. Okay, I'll clear the space. Go ahead.
If you want to keep going, I don't mind.
No. I just want to know where we're at here.
Have you ever seen a first pitch at a major league game where the major league player ducked?
No, but I have seen a first pitch where the major league player actually was a base coach, just didn't even flinch as the ball was thrown 5 feet over his head.
Well, like just sat there in the,
He's just like,
crouch.
You're
in the ball.
pathetic, and then rolled another ball out to the guys. You got to be better than that.
Okay. Well, there has now been a first pitch, a ceremonial first pitch where a major league player ducked. In New York, the Mets, and this is posted on our Twitter account, at DougAndGator971, had 3 Sports Illustrated swimsuit models throw out the first pitch to 3 Mets gathered around home plate. The swimsuit models weren't all the way out at the mound. They were about maybe 15 feet away. But they had the 3 of them throw simultaneously. So the 3 Sports Illustrated swimsuit models were Camille Kostick, Ellie Thuman, and a model named Xandra.
Oh.
They all throw simultaneously. It was the worst 3 throws ever. And the Met in the middle ended up having to duck because one of the throws was so wayward as he was catching one ball, another one was flying directly at him. You can see it at DougAndGator971. I suppose nobody cares about the quality of the pitches, given it was 3 Sports Illustrated swimsuit models. But Gator, you've seen the video. What do you think?
I think it's hysterical. First of all, the big mistake. You don't have anybody throwing at the same time. All right, because it is nerve-wracking when you get up there in front of people to throw the first pitch. I've been fortunate enough to do it twice, and it is, like I said, it is nerve-wracking. And if you're not used to throwing a baseball anyway, who knows where the hell that thing's going to go. You get 3 swimsuit models that are going to do this. This is a recipe
all at the same time
for sheer entertainment for everybody except for the 3 guys that are trying to catch the ball. Yeah. And it's funny because the video shows that Livy Dunn is another one, but she's not throwing it. She's on the sideline watching.
Yes. Well, the 3 that...
And her boyfriend is Paul Skeens from the Pittsburgh Pirates, the great pitcher there.
Yeah. Well, you can check it out at DougAndGator971. I've never seen a major league player duck.
Wow.
And I don't know if I've ever seen 3 collective throws all at the same time look that bad, but you're right. Typically, they don't do them simultaneously.
That's terrible.
But
That's
the
just
one
terrible.
Met is treating it like a grenade. Like, it's like, I'm getting the hell out of here.
I can't get enough of this.
I'm sure you can't. Do you want to keep talking about this or more desserts? This is like your favorite segment ever.
This is kind of both.
Yep.
Thank you.
Do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, and dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karsh sent you. All right, we are going to do another edition of Warning Gator Graphic at 1:38 today. Gator gets a little squeamish when it comes to sports injuries. Haven't done this in a while.
Yeah, and I don't think we should do this.
But we are going to. And if you want to watch this video, tune in on Twitch and YouTube. Go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket.
Why do you enjoy watching me squirm so much?
Well, I watched it, and, I think
right,
it's...
but I mean, you didn't have to do it on camera.
You know what? That's a great question. I'm not sure, but we set record numbers on Twitch and YouTube when you have to do this. So go to youtube.com and twitch.tv. 138 today will make Gator Watch a graphic injury from the world of sports. In the meantime, interesting stuff from sports broadcasting. 1, Bill Belichick will appear on CBS Sunday morning show. So, Bill Belichick, is this the NFL pregame show he's going to be appearing on?
No, I think it's just a show on Sunday. CBS Sunday Morning is one of these, shows that they have. It's part of his tour, right?
He's going to be appearing this week or every week?
I think it's this week. It's
okay. I thought
16th.
when you put this in your notes, I thought he was part of like their pregame coverage.
No.
Okay. So he's just going to do another interview?
From what I understand.
He should stop doing interviews.
Or should he? We'll find out on Sunday.
Well, the last one went so well, he should do another one? The last one's led to all hell breaking, just total chaos about him and his girlfriend. And has led to a news cycle that I'm sure he's not enjoying. So the book deal, I don't suspect
this is a good idea.
No, I do not think it's a good idea.
Huh. I'm surprised that you don't think this is a good idea.
Well, I mean, it might make for great TV, but also from the world of TV broadcasting, NBC has hired Michael Jordan for NBA coverage. Now, his role is not specific. Do we think Michael Jordan will be good at this?
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase this with Bill Belichick.
Okay.
He is doing an appearance on Good Morning America on Friday, May 16th. The CBS Sunday Morning show was the one that he had done prior, which was the disaster. So this is the first interview he's doing since then. And it is going to take place Friday morning on Good Morning America.
Do we know if it's live?
It'll be a live interview with co-host Michael Strahan.
Okay.
So I don't think this will be interesting to see because Strahan's football, right?
Yep.
So will he ask a question of Bill that Bill's going to be willing to answer because he can, find that commonality?
So the way they're going to get people to tune in is they're going to ask about her. I mean, we just know that that's the case. And there's no way that Good Morning America would send a host out there not prepared to ask her about her.
Or bringing him to the show. I imagine Belichick's coming to the show.
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to the show or they're going to him. But either way, yeah, this is going to start the news cycle all over again. If he didn't want that, well, then guess what?
So how do you craft the question if you're Michael Strahan?
You start with sort of an innocuous, what people are saying. What are they getting wrong? And what do they get wrong about the perceptions of you and your girlfriend? Jordan Hudson.
No, I think it's called Macy's now.
And then once you do that, then you start in, but that's your window in. And there's no way he's not going to do it. 2, Michael Jordan on NBC. What do we expect from Michael Jordan on NBC?
So this is part of the playoff coverage, King? Is this what we got with Michael Jordan?
No, he's just joining NBA. When they go to NBC,
next
he's
year.
going to be, next year. He's going to be part of, he's going to be, what was the title? Special contributor?
Yeah, it's Michael Jordan, and people love Michael Jordan. This would be interesting to see how this one works out because he doesn't have this is out of his comfort zone, I would think.
Yep.
Is he going to be bland and boring? I mean, I don't know if he has that personality that you want to see doing this kind of stuff. I mean, he's not Charles Barkley. He's not Shaq. Not even Kenny Smith has, earned this role and done a nice job with it. But now, get Michael Jordan to comment on the NBA. He's going to be.
I think these jobs are so much harder than people realize. And, when as far as TV analyst jobs, and I guess, being in the studio is way different than working a game. Working the game feels like there's almost a script or a story that is being told, and it's your job to convey it. Not as play-by-play, but as a color commentator, you can take people to places they've never been and describe what they're seeing. In a studio, it's a little bit more entertainment and, talking about topics that really takes a lot of work. I'm not going to assume he's not going to do the work. It just struck me that Michael Jordan was never the kind of guy that would provide things that would have us all fired up to hear. Like, there are certain players you kind of knew. I think we knew that Barkley and Shaq could be funny back when they were players. Yeah, and I guess you don't have to be funny. You don't have to be funny, but has Jordan ever been funny?
Oh, he's never been funny. He's certainly been intense, and he's said, like, you get the behind-the-scenes footage stuff when they had the 30-piece bit on the Bulls and Jordan. You got to see some of the stuff that was, wow, I haven't seen that side of it. That's interesting. But I can't imagine that's what he's going to be bringing to the table, because that's kind of like, that's totally unscripted behind-the-scenes stuff. Now it's going to be front and center. Hey, break down the Pistons-Indiana Pacers game tonight.
Right.
I think this job title of special contributor is insanely vague. Like, to me, no, seriously. First of all, I don't expect a full-time gig. He's not going to be sitting there like Barkley every night they have a game or on the weekends, whatever. I think they bring him in when they want to bring him in because, by the way, this guy has more money than you could possibly imagine. He doesn't even need to do this, right? I mean, he could be in Monaco doing this on Zoom. I don't know. He owns race cars. He sold the Charlotte team for $1 billion. Obviously, the shoe line, right? So I think this is a name. This is providing name value and shock value for NBC. I mean, he's the biggest name in basketball. He's probably one of the most famous people in the world. Now, when they bring him in for these special contributor roles, what is he going to say? I have no idea. He's 62 at this point. Does he just not give a F anymore? Right? You know what I mean? Where he can, and then he's crowned by GOAT by many people. So maybe he feels like I can just say whatever I want. You're going to have to respect my opinion on basketball because I'm considered the GOAT.
The ceiling's the roof.
Yes. Or is it just one of these, he's going to be super generic? I have no, you know what I mean?
Okay, so let's one more to get to, but we're up against it, and we want to.
Oh, what else do you want to do?
I sent you a link to a video.
No, you were mentioning something else.
Yeah, we shelved that for producer says 150. So there is a link to a video I just sent you. Tell me when you have the video lined up and ready to go. It is from last night's Yankee game in Seattle.
No.
Oswaldo Cabrera is on third base. It's the ninth inning. The Yankees are up 10-5. There's a fly ball to right field.
Well, it's just the video is just spinning, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to this.
Is it?
Oh, no.
Is it ready to go?
Yeah, it's ready to go.
Okay, I want you to enlarge the screen as big as possible. I don't want you to watch the thumbnail. Please enlarge the screen.
Yeah.
All right, you got it enlarged?
Yeah, and I've got it to the point where, is it Aaron Judge at the plate? He just hit a fly ball to the outfield.
Well, hold on. Stop it. You haven't. Go back to the beginning.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, are you ready? Are you ready to hit play?
Yeah.
All right, hit play. What are you watching?
I just made a catch and throws home and...
Look at the angle.
No, it doesn't go that way. That's not where it's supposed to be. Oh, it might be. He might be in some pain. You know, John, I haven't seen an angle go east-west like that in a long time. You think we got? Yeah, you put a towel on top of it for crying out loud. Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger boat here. Come on. Oh no, that's it's simple. He's just running. He wasn't even touched.
Those are the scary
He's just
injuries.
running around. He's I'm going to avoid the tag, and I'm going to try to slow down, and my leg got caught underneath me, and I just dislocated my ankle.
His ankle, his body is laying east-west. His ankle goes north-south.
He was safe. He went back and touched the plate, and then starts pounding the ground with the other hand.
Yeah, I don't think he was touching the plate. He was in pain and anguish. And you know what's bad when the trainer comes out and the first thing he does is cover the injury?
Yeah, he just drops a towel right on it. While the announcer's going, he appears to be in some pain. Thanks.
Yes, it did appear to be in some pain.
Yeah, he appears to be in some pain.
Yeah. That's a grim one.
You should text your nephew, see what he thought of it.
I should, given that he was there. I don't know if he's during his off days, if he's out in the bullpen sitting there, or if he's in the dugout closer to where the play. I mean, it's grim, and obviously, certainly don't like, as we said earlier, don't like seeing people get hurt. However, Gator, that's a pretty bad one.
I don't like that.
No,
didn't like that one. I've seen way worse.
Yeah,
but that one's not. Nobody wants to see that.
No, you haven't watched one of these in a while, but
no.
All right, it's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
So if you want your grass nice and green, not because of your vomit, but because you want it green because it's beautiful outside, the great people to call are Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. We can get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today at 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. You don't want to wait. We got warm weather here, right? That means everything's starting to pop up. The weeds are starting to pop up. Dandelions are cropping up. You want to make sure that you take care of the dandelions because if they go to seed, that's no good. They're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. It's not too late to treat for crabgrass either. If you see crabgrass in the summer, frankly, it is too late. Take care of it right now. You call now. You get that beautiful weed-free lawn this summer. I love Natural Way. I've used them for about a dozen years now. They don't give you the runaround. They tell you exactly what they're going to do. In fact, I came to my house yesterday. I came home, little note on my door said, hey, here's what you got to work on. This is what we saw. Thank you, Natural Way. I appreciate that because they got experts that specifically tailor solutions for your lawn using high-quality products and high-quality expertise. It's a locally owned company for over 35 years. It's a Michigan company. They believe in charities here. You should support them as well. Give them a call today at 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Hope everybody's doing well. Brad Holmes addressed the graduating class at his alma mater, North Carolina A&T. That'd be a pretty interesting one. Feels like something I want to go watch. See what Brad had to say to the graduates of North Carolina A&T.
Yeah, get you fired up.
Have you ever seen like a motivational speaker, like a former athlete or coach, do a motivational?
Yes.
Yeah. Who'd you see do?
I don't remember. I mean, I've seen stuff online. Yeah, I can't think of one specifically. I definitely have seen that stuff.
My son graduated last year, and Brad Meltzer was the keynote speaker. He was the commencement speaker for the University of Michigan, and he was awesome. Like, he had me ready to go do something of substance.
Oh.
I don't know if I did, but I walked out of there fired up.
Tell me what you want me to do.
Mm-hmm, kind of.
I'd like you to take a nap today. Sounds great.
Follow the routine.
So inspired to take a nap.
So, who do you think would be good at it? Like, really, really good at it. Somebody you'd like to see speak at a commencement.
I think Nick Saban would be great at it.
Didn't he just do the University of Alabama? He might have.
Did he?
I think he did.
But just seeing him this past year not being the coach of Alabama,
yeah,
and doing stuff like I would watch him on Pat McAfee, and I thought Nick Saban was great on McAfee. And there were times where he would like basically give a recruiting pitch or tell you what it was like in the locker room and the things that he would say. Some of the things he would say, some of the things you're not going to say. But I found him. I was really surprised at how much I liked Coach Saban. And the way that he approached things.
You know what's great? Because we were just talking about Jordan possibly being on NBC's coverage in this vague role of special contributor. And it was not Saban at Alabama. I was wrong. Anyway, Saban on game day far exceeded my expectations. And it's interesting because he only really struggled at one thing. And it was when he had to like read a script over highlights, which... You know, he sounded just somewhat robotic. But when he was off the cuff, Nick Saban, I couldn't believe how entertaining he was. I was shocked. He did a really, really good job. So maybe Michael Jordan will be really good at this special role. And I guess if you're cast in the right role, you have a big enough name, and the people who are producing the show know how to lean into your strengths. Because I feel like Saban, they got better at how to use Saban as the year went on College Game Day. I loved him. I loved him in that role.
Yeah, because he's just, I mean, he's pitching right from the heart there, and anytime you get that, and you got somebody who's articulate enough, it can be worth it. And with Saban, it definitely paid off. I think Belichick would be interesting too. Actually, when they did you saw different documentaries, and there's one with Saban and Belichick separately, and then they bring them together, whatever. They're old friends and stuff. Bill Belichick is an interesting man. Like, he's not showing much in these interviews, and it's, on to Cincinnati and all that, on to Seattle, whatever.
Right.
He can be in front of cameras, can be boring, but he can also be really super interesting. And a guy that's been that successful, and you ask him a question, like, hey, what's the secret to your success? Or what did you take, from learning from Bill Parcells that you learned? And then he'll articulate it, and you're riveted. Because it's, you want to know what is the secret to your success, and he's giving it to you.
I'm trying to think of like older guys that were really good storytellers. I think Jim Leland would be really good at a graduation ceremony. I feel like really good storyteller.
Yeah.
Funny, relevance. And when he talked, I always felt like I learned something.
I've seen George Brett on a number of occasions speak, former Kansas City Royal, a Hall of Famer. He's wildly entertaining. So entertaining.
Yeah. All right. So the other thing that we were going to do, but we ran out of time, is we were talking about TV. Things are coming up in the broadcast medium. There's an F1 movie coming out soon with Brad Pitt. You asked the question in the show sheet, will Doug see this movie? Before I answer the question, do you think I'll see this movie?
100% I think you'll watch this movie because you love Drive to Survive or whatever it is, that Netflix special, the behind the scenes stuff with F1.
Drive to Survive.
You love that more than you love watching. You don't even care about F1 racing. but the behind the scenes stuff you were all about, and this is going to be a movie about it, and it's Brad Pitt. I think that you're going to be very much interested in watching this movie.
Kang, do you think I'll see it?
Yep, for all the reasons Gator just stated, and as well, you are in a different place in your life now than you were 10, 15 years ago. Like, you are more able to see movies now than you were. I mean, you're going to almost be empty nester-ish once the last one goes to college.
Yeah, there is a chance. I mean, we're not sure what life holds. Twists and turns are ahead. But come September, it might just be me and the wife, and I'm like, so, want to sign up for yoga? Like, what the hell are we gonna do?
So there's another actor in this movie that I'm pretty sure you've seen it, the movie that he's in, and to have him opposite Brad Pitt is going to be interesting. You saw the movie No Country for Old Men.
Yeah, is it Chigurh?
Yeah, Anton Chigurh, the character played by Javier Bardem.
Is Javier Bardem in this movie? Oh, that's kind of badass.
Yeah.
That guy might be the single most creepy character I've ever seen in a movie.
He's up there, man.
Thump.
Outside of that, I'm looking at this. Lewis Hamilton's in it.
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I feel like he'd be movie guy. So, yeah, Drive to Survive is way more entertaining to me than actual Formula One races. So I don't watch any of the Formula One season. It's true. I stay in the bubble, and then I watch Drive to Survive.
Movie comes out in the summer, June 27th. So I can definitely see you watching this.
Yeah, I doubt it, but hey, it could happen.
Oh, you're going to see this.
I hope I get back into movies. It'll be fun. But, it's... Kang, how many movies have you seen in the last, say, 5 years?
At the theater?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I can't remember. When did Air come out? The Jordan movie.
A couple years ago.
Was it?
Yeah.
I think it's the last one, honestly.
Really?
I cannot. Yeah, I don't recall going to a theater. Oh, you know what? I saw a kids movie last summer. Inside Out. I don't even know if you guys have heard of it. It's like the most popular, I don't even know if they call it Pixar or whatever it is now. Animated. Yeah, Inside Out. That's where I'm at, guys. I'm watching that.
Wow.
In the theater.
Okay. Well, look, hey, it's it's funny watching you go through this because I know exactly what it's like. Air was pretty damn good. I did see Air. I enjoyed that way more than I suspected I'd enjoy it.
Yeah, I did too.
Gator, did you like the soundtrack? Did you like the soundtrack, Doug? It's kind of like, was that more your era?
Of course.
Like,
yes.
when you heard the music, did it trigger memories, like
Yes.
core memories and what you were doing when that song came out or whatever?
100%.
The 80s, late 80s.
The mid-80s soundtrack, yeah.
All right. So Rico Beard has made his way in studio. He sees movies all the time. Do you think you'll see this Formula One movie with Brad Pitt that's coming out?
Probably not.
Probably not.
No. I mean, maybe if I'm like flying on a plane or something, but probably not in a theater.
Not likely, huh?
No, I'm not a big Formula One guy.
No, I'm not either, but I love Drive to Survive on Netflix.
Really?
Love it.
Oh, well, maybe it works. I think it looks like one of those that I'm got a 4-hour flight. Let's see what this is about.
And you do take many long flights.
Give it like 20 minutes.
He's a baller, people. All right, so what do you guys got planned coming up? Is Mike? How's Mike? What
We
kind
ought
of
to get
mood?
to go on a team plane.
That's true. How's Mike
Is Mike
doing
okay?
with the Celtics?
He is. It was funny because I put on our show sheet, condolences or mercy kill. That's it.
Okay.
I mean, he was calling out Tatum, and Tatum was playing out of his mind last night.
It didn't matter. It's the fact that he was breathing the same air. It's just like, dude, he had 42 points. It's the Eli Manning. Like, he won you 2 Super Bowls, and he'll complain about, what about, like, dude, he scored 42 points before he went down. Yeah, but. Okay. Okay.
So he's going to be in rare form today.
No, that's every day. It ends in a Y. But no, he's happy because it actually spills over into, with the lottery and everything that happened last night, the biggest winner, the Pistons. We'll explain later.
Ooh, interesting. Well, I do find with the Celtics, Tatum can be out for a while. The Celtics already were on the brink of having to break it up. Maybe Cleveland wasn't as good as we thought they were. Is Detroit closer than we thought?
Giannis leaves the East.
Giannis leaves the East. Could be closer than we thought they were.
I mean, yeah.
LFG.
Cooper Flag will be in the West.
Fire up. Fire up. Well, have a great show. Stay safe. Everyone, treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Several Lions coaches speaking with the media today. New offensive coordinator John Morton says that he expects a breakout year for wide receiver Jameson Williams. He noted that Williams' attention to detail has been very high in meetings so far, and he also raved about his speed, saying he's never seen anyone run faster at this point. It's now back-to-back days. We've heard from disgruntled Bengals D lineman Trey Hendrickson. Today he was asked if he still wants to be in Cincinnati. Yesterday, CBS listed Detroit as a top landing spot for Hendrickson should he be traded. Leaf Trading Cards has released a limited signed Armando Galarraga card with the inscription Almost Perfect on it. The card features a picture of Galarraga covering first base with Jim Joyce standing behind. After their 14-2 rout of the Red Sox yesterday, the Tigers hit the field for Game 2 tonight. Tyler Holton will make an opener start as he opposes Brian Bayo. Bayo holds a 2.91 ERA this season. Here, the 6:40 first pitch right here on the ticket. The Portland Trail Blazers also announced they begin a process to put their team up for sale. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey now. All right, we're ready to roll on a Tuesday, jam-packed show. Rico is in his Crayola Caribbean green shirt today. It's back, everybody. Who's excited, huh? You look beautiful. Let's dive in. I want to start the show. It's kind of like Casey Kasem, request and dedication, except it's not a message that was written in. It's me live dedicating something to Rico. This one's for you, big guy.
Okay.
You are the king of conspiracy. You are a man of mystery. I think we can put something to bed. A, you were right about last night. And B, I'd like to offer you, the people of Metro Detroit, the following statement that I just personally I believe it's inarguable. And I know the water carriers for the league will get all chesty about it. But I want to offer you the following. The NBA lottery is, in fact, completely rigged. It's just completely rigged. Now, it's not just about last night. I want to give you some historical context. Like, for instance, when a downtrodden franchise who's never won a damn thing has a generational player born in Akron, Ohio, they get the number one pick that year. That's LeBron to the Cavs. How about when the league vetoes a big trade and they kill a franchise in New Orleans, and they just have to find an owner? And Tom Benson didn't even want the damn thing, and he's like, fine, I'll do it. New Orleans and stuff. You know what the league said? Here, we'll hand you Anthony Davis. Oh, wait, there's more. How about when LeBron left, the Cavs got the number one pick that year? How about when LeBron came back, also number one pick? How about Chi-Town hero D. Rose? Oh, wait, Bulls. How about Wemby to the Spurs? And how about last night? Hey, Nico, here's the deal. It's like a scene from Taken. I have a very particular set of skills. Like Nico had a gun to his head. You're trading Luka for Anthony Davis and poop. In turn, you will be slandered, your life will be in danger, and maybe your lawn got vandalized. But we're giving you the number one pick. Now Nico Harrison and the Mavericks get Cooper Flagg. Luka for AD and Cooper Flagg is an actual trade.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. The NBA impregnated you last night. So I'm convinced it's fixed. I'm done. Rico wins. Caribbean green pullover. FTW. It's fixed. Argue it.
No, Nico was Lonzo in training day at the end when he was just like, I'm putting cases on all of y'all.
And last night, that's how that went.
And you forgot, Mike, probably the biggest one ever, going all the way back to 85.
Oh, Patrick Ewing, frozen envelope. How about a fledgling franchise in the swamps of Florida? Shaquille O'Neal, here, we'll give you a penny. This thing has to work because Disney owned it.
Oh, and Charlotte. We're starting up a new franchise in Charlotte.
Well, there's Alonzo Mourning and LJ. So look, people, I want to know. Look, we joke about conspiracies. We have fun with the refs in the NFL. I'm being totally sincere when I tell you this. This thing is rigged. There's no point to the NBA lottery. And look, no hyperbole. The team with the worst record hasn't gotten the number 1 pick in 7 years.
Yeah, including the Pistons twice.
The Detroit Pictons.
Pictons, yes. Didn't even know the name. But yeah, the system is set up for these bad teams. And, Mike, the 3 teams that needed it, the best was 4th. And that was the Hornets.
How about the Wizards who ended up 6th?
Right. Like, what did we do? Oh, we're not one of these teams.
I want to know from you, the people. Are you willing to step from the shadows and into the light, from a conspiracy theorist to a simple truth teller? This is rigged. Like, I'm done. After last night, I'm done. The fact that Charlotte, Washington, Utah, nope, and nope. Hey, Philly is teetering. Go ahead and get them into the top 3. Cooper Flagg, who might be generational, might be this good, he cannot go to one of these brain-dead franchises. You know what? Nico, we owe you one. Send him over to Dallas. Yeah. And the Spurs of all teams. Really? Now the Spurs, come on, they're getting Giannis.
You saw that one coming a mile away.
You were right. Caribbean Dream hoodie.
I forgot they had 2 picks because I was like, oh, wait, they're 14th. Well, so much for my. Wait a minute. But wait, there's more.
Yeah. I'm convinced it's rigged. You can attack me. But I've seen enough now. I'm done. 248-539-9797. This is the most rigged thing in sports. I'm just fully convinced.
Yeah. Because you're looking at the team that got the best pick was 1.8%, followed by the team at number 2 with the Spurs is 6%.
The Dallas Mavericks.
Followed by Philly at 10.5%.
The Mavericks have been slandered, harangued, made fun of, mocked. They are teetering. Their fans are walking away from them. Here's the way to save them. Yeah. Cooper Flagg.
Fire Nico shirts and chants all throughout the game. People getting kicked out of games.
And Cooper Flagg. Now their starting 5 is going to be Kyrie, Clay, Cooper, AD, and a duo of Twin Towers in Likely and Gafford. Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, and if they don't want Cooper Flagg, great. Let me just slot Giannis all up in there. It's David, you're laughing. It's rigged.
It's because I didn't even think of Dallas as an option because they were 1.8%.
And
I'm
guess
thinking
what?
Philly, big market.
The league owed Nico. You're going to trade Luka to L.A. You're not going to shop the deal. You're going to get slandered. People are going to think you're a complete moron. But shh, we got you.
We got you on the back end. And that's what it was. Because the second day was like, oh, and there's Portland in at the 11th spot. That means Dallas has moved in. Oh, wait a minute. I was like, could they be making up for Dallas for that whole Luka thing? Yeah, they did. Because Dallas right now, yeah, Nico is just walking into his office. He's that Vince McMahon walking to the office today.
Is.
Like, okay, who's all wanted me fired? I knew what was going to happen.
Sure is.
I knew the script. I read the story.
I want to know
did
from
my
you
homework.
guys. Do you believe the NBA lottery's rigged? Period. That's the question. And if you don't, tell me why. If you don't, argue the evidence we've provided. Every time this effing league has a chance to bend the will of said league, to shepherd generational prospects, to do what's in the best interests of the league. If Cooper Flagg went to Charlotte, it's a disaster. If he goes to D.C., it's a disaster. Terrible basketball town. LeBron, look at all of it. Oh, remember when the league totally screwed over New Orleans. Mystery buyer. It's Tom Benson. Here's AD. Then, here's the best part. What happened the next go around? After the league had screwed them over in the Chris Paul deal, the Zion year happened.
Zion, yeah.
We got to keep this franchise in New Orleans. We don't want to move it. Don't take it to Seattle. Zion. I'm just telling you.
And here's more evidence coming through on the ticket text. They say, remember where AD was traded to before they got Zion, the number 1 pick. He was traded to L.A.
Lakers, yeah.
The Lakers are the Illuminati, 248. I'm done. I'm done. Up, LeBron goes to Cleveland, number 1 pick. LeBron leaves Cleveland, number 1 pick. Up, LeBron's back, number 1 pick. Need a franchise to be saved? Number 1 pick. Hey, this guy's generational. Don't send him to limp bleep Charlotte. Dallas.
Hey, how about we make Chicago relevant again? Hometown kid, Derrick Rose.
Exactly. And here's the best part. The league, this is the only league who goes, we have no credibility after the Luka thing, so let's dip into our lack of credibility, bend the will of the universe to just make sure that all went okay for both parties.
Apparently, Mike, you don't read the NBA writers because they said this is no such thing as a conspiracy theory.
The NBA writers are a collection of Jerry Falwells holding boom mics. Shut up.
This is the same
you water-carrying scumbags.
Well,
it's fixed.
Well, this is the same league that had a referee on the take. And he came out and said it wasn't just me, and we haven't heard he got body bagged. And then you had players just recently betting on games, betting on themselves. And you're telling me that this league is all of a sudden above reproach, and this is something that's just, it's just all a coincidence. Then do it out in the open. It's very simple. Two guys shouldn't be walking in from a closed room with an envelope. Well, only these two gentlemen know the results of this. Just do it in front of everybody. If it'll take away from some of it and be like, well, wow, that was just kind of lucky.
Or here's an idea. You know what? Lotteries are stupid.
Oh.
Signed Red Wing fans. Here's an idea. NFL doesn't have a lottery. Just do the draft. Teams still tank. Just do the draft. That's it. You go out and go 12-70. There's a cost. Nobody goes to your games. You're viewed as fecal matter. You know what? Here's the number one pick.
Maybe that'll help you out.
We don't have any of these problems in the NFL. What is this?
No.
Even now, they jerry-rigged the thing because of tanking, right? Because of the process. Well, guess what? What you did isn't working.
Right. And even when you weren't trying to tank, Pistons last year, okay, you won 14 games, and your punishment is here's the 5th pick overall.
Detroit Pistons.
That's it? Yeah, you don't get number 1, even though it was a generational player. It's not going to go to Detroit.
248-539-9797. Last night, I waved the white flag. I'm done. It's fixed. I quit.
Welcome.
I'm with you now. Completely. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the people in the mix. And yes, why I think the Pistons were the biggest winner of last night. We're going to get to that at 3 o'clock. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim. Want to watch the totally corrupt lottery? Go for it. You can watch it at Stadium Swim. See Mark Titus's head the size of a hot air balloon. It's right there for you. Bottom line, Circa's got it. It's in the heart of Las Vegas. Want to see corrupt ping pong balls? You can watch it on the big screen. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. David, we'll get ticket text 2:30. I want to go right to the people because I want to welcome everyone, and no one is going to be viewed as a conspiracy theorist. I after last night, I'm one step short of believing in Rico's aliens. The NBA lottery is absolutely rigged. That was an effing joke, and it's not the first, and it won't be the last. And we made the jokes yesterday. There's no way the league is letting Cooper Flagg go to Charlotte or D.C. or Utah. It's just not going to happen. Cutscene? Yeah, even better. We're going to make it right with Nico. Almost like we told him, hey, deal Luka for AD. Don't shop it. Don't tell nobody.
Take the slander.
Darkness of night. Even the Baltimore Colts are embarrassed at how you did this. And we'll give you the number 1 pick. Well, how can you guarantee it? Don't worry about it. I got a guy. Let's go to caller DJ 97.1. Deej, what's going on, buddy?
Mr. Valenti and the crew. What up, though, fellas? Y'all all right?
Yeah, I'm shocked you weren't at the lottery operating the ping pong machine.
No, I don't want no parts of anything crooked. I'm straight. Welcome to the party, Mr. Valenti. Welcome. The doors are open. Me and Rico welcome you. You're late to the party, but you're welcome. Thank you for finally coming on home, sir. I can give you one that you didn't even bring up.
Sure.
Remember an expansion team in the 90s that was trying to get off the ground, and they got a generational Hall of Fame center out of LSU.
Yeah, I brought up the Magic. Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then they won 40 games, had no chance of getting the number 1 pick,
Hey, here's
and then
Penny.
all of a sudden they got Chris Webber and Anthony Hardaway. Man, stop. Welcome to the party. Stop. Hello?
I know.
Yeah, the
I know.
hat swap.
Yeah. No, DJ, I think it was just last night felt so egregious. It felt so out of hand because it wasn't just one team getting screwed. They all got screwed. The percentages don't even make sense. Do you know the top 3 had a 0.00145% chance of happening?
Yes, Mr. Valenti, but I wasn't that upset because of what happened with Wemby. I've been telling you this for over 2 years.
I know.
That was the icing on the cake for me.
Listen, I lived Wemby. The Celtics won like 6 games. We were supposed to have Tim Duncan. Instead, I got Chauncey Billups with a lightning bolt cut in his eyebrow.
When they gave Popovich the lifetime achievement severance package pick, I said, man, I'm good. Yep. I'm straight.
Yep.
I've seen enough. And they do it right in front of your face. And I'm going to leave you with this. And this is the conspiracy of all conspiracy, but it's right in front of your face.
Yeah.
But you said it to the best. The NBA is always about what is best for the NBA. So, Mike and Rico, here's the biggest conspiracy of all. What have we learned in sports over the last 30 years of nothing else? When guys is 40 years old or older and they start doing stuff that ain't been done in the history of the sport, that kind of leads to what? He might be doing a little something extra. So, with that being said, a certain superstar's wife 2 years ago was possibly investigated by the FBI for PED use, but it got swept under the rug. That same superstar in 2015, when the NBA said they were going to start testing for HGH, he lost 60 pounds of muscle, came back talking about he went on a keto diet. 2 weeks into the season, he was playing like crap. He took a vacation down to Miami to the Biogenesis where he came back jumping out the gym. Got swept under the rug. Now, all of a sudden, at 41 years old, he's putting up numbers that nobody else in the history has ever done, and it gets swept under the rug. I've been good on the NBA. I see it clear as day. I'm good.
Yeah, and listen, I know who you're talking about, and guess what? I always laugh how they blanket some of this stuff. Oh, he spends $2 million a year on his body. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm guessing that probably gets you stuff we don't even have tests for. Just throwing that out there.
Experimental stuff.
And you can't prove it, and I didn't say his name, allegedly, but I know what DJ's doing. DJ, by the way, I got a question for you before we let you go.
What up,
a little birdie told me. Now, you didn't happen to find yourself at Churchill Downs on the first Saturday in May, did you?
Absolutely, I did.
Now,
thank you.
I want to apologize because you ended up at one of the worst weather derbies of all time, but did you at least have decent fun with my sport?
Absolutely. Okay. It was the best. I told Rico it was the best 2-minute event, most exciting 2-minute event I've ever been to. Lions games, anything. The rain didn't even matter, man. Like, when that horn, and them horses shoot by you, man, it is a rush. Like, it was an absolute wonderful event. I was shocked, Mike, that it's in the middle of, no disrespect to my cities, I love my city, it's on Linwood and Elmhurst. Like, it's literally in the middle of the ghetto.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
DJ, it's worlds colliding. You got a collection of people dressed like complete idiotic Great Gatsby characters, and then you got people selling bottles of water and barbecue out of garbage cans. It's two worlds colliding.
Hey, Mike, it nailed me. You would think it would be in Birmingham or Auburn Hills. It was right in the middle of Dexter. And on top of that, the people are so smart. They're paying. You got to pay them to park on their grass and watch them barbecue on the front line.
Yep.
Like it was.
I didn't know it was like that.
Oh, it's brilliant. Now, if you really want to level up, and I mean, maybe it's actually level down, go to the Preakness and see where Pimlico's at. You're in the wire. Stringer Bell is your Uber driver.
What?
I did not know this.
Oh, Pimlico?
It was
I thought the Kentucky Derby was like some pristine, set aside part of Kentucky.
Hey, Rico, I did too, my dog. It is hilarious. It's weird watching white people who you know got a lot of money walk right in the middle of the ghetto.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But once you get in there, it's everything is advertised. Like, it's history all over the place. It's elegant. Once you get in there, but the outside is just going to wow you at first. You're going to think
DJ,
you're not in the right place.
they just said, keep looking forward, dear. Just look forward. We're going to get to the race.
Beatrice, don't make eye contact.
We don't have any change.
Don't look at those people. Oh, my God. It was crazy.
We actually have live audio of Stoney at the Derby. All right. DJ, appreciate it. I'm glad you had fun with my sport. My man. All right.
I didn't know that. I don't even want to go for the race now. I want to people watch outside of the venue.
David, the smells of barbecue, it's everywhere. People are barbecuing in oil drums. It's amazing. Kids are rolling up to you. Here, 50-cent waters. Dude, it's a scene.
It's funny because the only place I knew was like that was the Citrus Bowl in Orlando. I don't know if you've ever. It's located right smack in the middle of the hood. It's like
so's the LA Coliseum. Watts is right there. Mm-hmm. So this is just you got to experience.
Yeah, USC.
But the ultimate, I'm telling you, the ultimate is Pimlico.
Really?
If you go to the Preakness, forget about Kenny running on the porta potties. Kenny will be running for his life. That is in one of the worst neighborhoods in Baltimore. Oh yeah,
because USC, private college in California, literally boys in the hood.
Right next door.
Yes. They shot boys in the hood across the street.
Yes.
And I'm not exaggerating, folks.
No, you take a wrong turn, you're in Watts.
I was like, I remember Drew Sharp took me. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
See?
He's like,
yeah, horse racing. It's for everyone. We'll get back to the
looking straight.
Oh, my God. I love DJ's shock at that. That's tremendous.
I would have been too. I had no idea. I would have been like, Mike, why you send me to the wrong place?
I didn't.
Just keep walking. You'll see it.
Oh, it's a scene, man. 248-539-9797. More of your lottery conspiracies. Are you buying what we're selling? After last night, this damn thing is totally fixed. We'll get to more of your calls coming up, and how Rico's love affair with a man's polo shirt has led us to maybe Rico letting God into his heart. We're going to talk about it at 3. Very emotional story, Rico told me, and why it's going to make one of your teams a title contender. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Weather's. It all clicked for Rico. Listen, Lisa 25 Buick Encore GX, $199 a month. Moran Buick GMC or a 25 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $211 a month at Moran Buick GMC. New inventory arriving daily. Fast online ordering at MoranExpress.com. Simply put, they've got what you need. MoranExpress.com, you get the certified service. You get the free loaner vehicle. You go about your day. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, straight to the people. David, I'll get ticket text on the back end of the segment. Mark is in Sterling Heights, and he's up next. Mark, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind, buddy?
Man, I'm thinking that the only way to stop this crazy NBA cheating is we got to hit the sports books and guess this. You know what I mean? Just guess who's going to get the number one picks. Last night, Dallas was plus 3,000 to get the number one pick. Maybe if we kick Vegas's ass as a group, we could get this stuff to stop.
That's amazing. Mark, I think the simplest solution, they tried something, it didn't work. It's 7 straight years where the team that needs the first pick overall the most hasn't gotten it. You've had some very questionable results. The league needs to refix the lottery, and in my mind, it's by not having one. Just get rid of it.
Saying, boys, wherever Giannis goes, if Giannis leaves, we kind of know who might get the number one pick next year.
Milwaukee will be right to the top of the list.
You know what, Mark? Unless it ends up being Cooper Flag going there.
We don't know the way it's looking. Whoever loses a guy or something happens is going to end up with a little gift from the league.
So that means once LeBron retires, L.A. gets the first pick.
Oh, that'll happen. I mean, well, why wouldn't it happen? But see, L.A. never needs the first overall pick because it's the Lakers and because seemingly every free agent has this desire to play there.
Has Boston never gotten where it seemed like it was rigged? No.
Yeah, 1997, Tim effing Duncan. We were the worst team in basketball. Not only did we not get Tim Duncan, I didn't even get Keith Van Horn's bum ass.
I said, well, you didn't deserve it.
No.
That's all I was asking, because Boston's a blue blood.
No. Celtics have the worst lottery luck of any team. Go look. Awful.
Worse than the Pistons?
Worse. Wow. Antoine, 97.1. What's up, Antoine?
Couple things, man. DJ throwing my hood away like that. I'm from Dexter, bro. So be careful with that one, DJ, for real.
Get him, Antoine.
Antoine and DJ throwing hands.
Like, whoa, Dexter and Cortland, bro. I still own the property. And my mom do. All right, listen, fellas. The NBA always has done what's best for business. That's what they do. Are we going to watch Cooper Flag tagged along with whoever the hell's on the Washington Wizards? No. What are we going to watch? Are we going to be excited to watch the Dallas Mavericks with that lineup that you named go against, I don't know, Giannis and Wemby, or, I don't know, Luka and LeBron, or Jokic? Like, yes, they have to do what's best for business. Otherwise, the talent that Cooper Flag is going to go to waste. We don't want to watch NBA basketball as it is, fellas.
Right.
Let's think about it. The product is poop.
Antoine, my biggest question is, how did San Antonio get VIP status? Because of all the places they shouldn't, but they have.
All I know is that San Antonio gets the big man. They always have. Tim Duncan, David Robinson, now Wemby, and that's why I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to trade for Giannis. I don't know, for whatever reason, they're attached to that. That's been that way for.
Well, here's where you should be upset because
you with the Wemby.
Here's where you should be upset because they basically told the Pistons, "Yeah, you're not getting Wemby." So,
man, listen, man, we for whatever reason we went stature. We're not a blue blood, but we.
Antoine, your phone is busted, man. I can't help you there. But look,
Dexter and Cortland to do it.
David, my goodness, what's the matter with you? Let's go over to Dorian, 97.1. Dorian, what's up?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you?
Hey, I agree with both of the callers, all of them. But it's good for the league because we keep forgetting that this is basically sports entertainment, and this is no different than professional wrestling. Hey, listen, they do it in the NFL. They just did it with the hockey team, Red Wings, a couple years ago. We get fleeced. Big market teams like in New York, in L.A., in Texas must win. People are out west. They're not out east. It's cold. The players don't want to play there. Everything that we know and we talk about every day, we know what is fact, and we should not be surprised that this happened.
But we're at a point now, it's so ridiculous. I mean, Dorian, the NFL doesn't have a lottery. So whoever is up there, they're up there on their own volition, right? Dorian, if you're going to have a league that's got 30 teams, You can't have 7 straight years where the worst team doesn't sniff the number 1 pick. That's a broken system. Corrupt or not, it's broken.
Right. But every now and then, they will look. They gave us Cade for our garbage years because they know they gave us the Blake Griffin deal was a whole Schadenfreude situation. Ballmer was trying to buy the team anyway. You know what I'm saying? So these owners, who works for who? The league works for the owners, not the other way around. And so Adam Silver has a responsibility to keep our eyes when we've been talking about the product for like at least a decade now. And Mike, I feel sorry for your team, man. This is just Tatum has just been 88 games on average for the last 8 years.
Listen, here's how I view it. A, they weren't winning the championship this year. B, Dorian, this is a lot like life. Sometimes hard stuff has to happen to you to make the changes you need to make. Now the Celtics don't get to bleepy foot it. They don't get to kind of do it, sort of do it. They sure as hell don't need to do anything stupid to try to, we're going to keep – you're not chasing nothing. You're dead. Man. Tatum's dead. We'll see you in 2026. Blow the whole effing thing up.
Man, I had such the presentation for you two. I was like, this was his big game.
Yeah, but he was
coming out there balling,
Okay,
Mike.
But I'm sorry. Here's where we disagree. Now, both things can be true. But by the middle of that third quarter, he started the play with his food offense, where all of a sudden, here he is on the back line demanding the ball. First of all, he should never bring the ball up the floor. Second of all, 15 seconds of dribbling into an ISO hero ball where it always ends up away from the basket. He shot the Celtics into a 14-point lead, and he shot him right out of that game before his right leg exploded. So, no. I don't. If it's his best game ever, they win the game. They were down 8 when he blew his Achilles. So, right there.
Just saying, if he came back, won the game, scored 60, it was going to be something legendary status.
Well, here's the other thing.
Remember when he dropped 60 at the Garden?
Hey, he may have guarded people in the wheelchair better than with both legs. So, I don't want to hear it.
I was just all set.
No. It's a mercy killing. And it's what we're going to get into at 3 o'clock because the Celtics are dead. Pistons are the big winner. And the Knicks, those idiots, they think this core is going to win championships. No, it's not, you dullards. So instead of blowing that thing up, they're going to keep rolling with this crap with Captain Piggly Wiggly and his little curly Q haircut.
I would simply say for the Knicks, if you don't win it this year, good luck.
They're not winning.
Because this may be it. The way teams are right now, it looks like it's going to be you and the Timberwolves in the finals.
Enjoy. Let's go over to Bill, and then David, I'll get those ticket texts. Billy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, Mike? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I woke up this morning and I've been irate about this lottery so long. I mean, to have Popovich leave, you did a great job explaining all the players and cities. He retires, they get a number 2 pick. That's 4 out of 8 years, I believe, they've moved up. You look at our Pistons, I think we're 1 for 15 plus.
Yep.
And then I go over to hockey, and we've never moved up. And I'm just at the point, like you said, the simplest solution is they got to just blow it up and get rid of it, go to the NFL. It's just not a fair system.
No, that's it. And again, the year Wemby comes out, who was Wembanyama's favorite team? The Spurs. Who's the official team of France? The Spurs. I mean, come on. Will you please? All because of Tony Parker? Bill, I'm with you. If you get rid of the lottery, you can't accuse any of it of being not on the up and up.
And your point, the NBA in 19, when they tweaked it, it got even worse. You got teams like 1.8% winning it.
Yep.
That's not fair to anybody.
No, it's ridiculous because also what you're doing now, the teams that need the help most can't get it. At least in the NFL, if the teams are routinely at the top of the draft, Billy, it's because they're ass. It's because they can't get it right.
And if you told me that one time out of the last 7 years, somebody with 1% won it,
bleep happens.
Okay, you know what? That's a lottery. Congratulations. But the last 7 years, the teams that needed the most
has gotten put over a chair.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and push you out to 4.
David, ticket text.
They are cheating. What happened to the draft being done in front of people? Why do they have to do it with cameras off? Frozen envelopes plus some ping pong balls are lighter than others. If David Stern was still with the commish, I'd fully believe you. Not sure the new guy
what do you
is
mean?
any more legit. You said he's not
No.
more legit.
When the NBA changed the weighted odds of the lottery, it gave Adam Silver creative license to play fantasy basketball manager.
Yeah, the 3 numbers come out, and then you look at the chart of what it's simple. You know what? Just ping pong balls with the team's name on it. If you are one of the 3 worst teams, you get 30 ping pong balls.
There you go.
A team like, the Spurs and all that, you get 2. Okay?
You got to get that stupid combination 11, 12, 3.
Right, no. It's very simple. You just, depending on how you are.
And then the defending NBA champion gets 1 golden ball.
Yeah.
No, I don't agree to that.
I'm just saying we're 1 step from that. I mean, it's like Plinko on Price is Right.
You'll be okay.
No, listen. We got a championship last year. I'm good. As long as you go all in and you get one, you're good. Will I always believe in my heart the big 3, the 08 Celtics? They left 2 titles on the board. Once when KG blew his knee out, once when Ray Allen was on the take from the Mafia in Game 7 against the Lakers. This group, I told you, they're the Braves of your youth. A lot of winning, very little meaningful. We've made, 6, 7 Eastern Conference Finals? They tanked the final against the Warriors. They lose to a ridiculous Miami Heat in 23. And this year, please, whether Tatum dies or not, they weren't winning the game last night. They can F off to the sun. We got 1. We hung 18. We're good. I'll see you in 10 years. You want Jaylen Brown? Deep discount. Cartilage sold separately. David, ticket text.
On his left hand, can he dribble?
No.
The NBA Lotto is awful. They need to adopt an NFL-style format immediately. It is 100% rigged. The Jazz should have gotten the number 1 selection.
If Jazz, Hornets, or Wiz get it, it couldn't go to Dallas. It couldn't. If it went to the Spurs, I'd make sense of it. Blood clots and things. Fine. It couldn't go to Dallas. Based on that trade, the way it went down, the credibility hit they took, and who needed that more than anybody else? The team with a 1% shot at it.
Mike, it is 100% rigged. The worst teams in the league are pretty much cooked because they'll never be able to get the top talent, and the NBA doesn't even try to hide it anymore.
Like, what do you even do if you're in Charlotte today? Why exist? You didn't even get number 2 or 3. You got number 4. Well, DC, at least they're trying to build something. They have some young players. Mm-hmm. Cooper Flagg would have put them to the next level. And they would have been something to not be reckoned with, but to pay attention to. Mm-hmm. Utah, I don't know what they're doing. Danny Ainge is doing what he always does. He's playing hoarder. He's like an Italian grandmother who won't throw away her highlights magazines from the 80s. Jeez. He just collects picks and stuff and things. Thank you, David. Tremendous. Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, they count on Northville. They will have what you need when you need it and at the best price guaranteed. So call Northville Lumber today, or better yet, stop by. Take home some samples at the showroom. It's Northville Lumber. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, this is an against my will NFL schedule blitz. Oh, I know the other shows. They like waxing their flagpoles about the schedule.
What do you have?
I think this is the dumbest thing in sports. So
okay.
No. We're about to get into it.
There are so many dumber things in sports than this.
Okay, fine. NIL, then this. Okay, David, hit the music.
So let's go through what we have already. There's been a ton of games already announced. So let's go through it here. We know we have the opener already. We have the Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys on September 4th. Let's get through the international slate, though. The international slate, their games were announced today. We have September 5th. We have I always do it. I was about to call them the San Diego Chargers. We have the Chargers against the Chiefs in Brazil. That is per a report there.
Why?
That will be September, what is that date again?
5th.
September 5th.
Okay, first of all, the surface was dangerous, and you had a major star get hurt last year. Let's make sure we roll out and do it again. Fly teams halfway across the globe to do this.
With important quarterbacks there. You
can add to this. Guys, just stay on the hotel compound. Don't leave.
Yeah.
Don't go sightseeing.
Don't want to see you get kidnapped or
Right.
anything.
Don't get kidnapped. Good luck. But enjoy Brazil. Brazil.
Or somewhere a little safer. Let's get to the Dublin game. That is on September 28th at 9:30 a.m. on NFL Network. You have the Vikings visiting the Steelers.
I'm going to say this, and I'll take all the slander. I hate football at 9:30 in the morning, especially on a Sunday. And whether you're a churchgoer like David or you just like your Sunday morning to run errands and do the things you got to do, I don't need football at 9:30. So F all of this globe-trotting nonsense. Now, if you're Kenny, you're hungover, you can barely get off the couch, click football. Noted. For the rest of us who are trying to be productive adults, I hate all of this.
I'm right there with you because I normally forget about the game until it's like in the second quarter or halftime. I'm like, oh, yeah, because it's never really a game that I care about. David, I mean, I'm sure you will because it's your team.
Yeah, I watched this one.
I've never, I'm with you, man. 9:30 does not scream NFL at all. If they're going to go overseas and play, you know what? I don't know what the time difference is, but at least play it 3 hours later. Start it at 12:30.
And the following week, the Vikings will stay overseas, and they will go to London to face the Cleveland Browns. All of these games are at 9:30. And then you have October 12th.
Well, hold on. If now this is one, Mike, for your cash or ticket, I would just go ahead and take the Vikings and whatever the point spread is.
Because they'll be there already.
They're used to the time difference. They're used to everything, and they'll just be waiting for the Cleveland Browns massacre them, whether it's Shador or whoever. So, yeah, that's the only guaranteed game I can give you, that game right there, Vikings.
October 12th, you have the Broncos and the Jets. October 19th in London, you have the Rams and the Jags. Then in Berlin on November 9th, you have the Falcons and the Colts. Then to finish off the international slate this year, November 16th, you have Washington against the Miami Dolphins.
See, that seems like a throwaway game to me. That seems like a game that you probably should have been played, if anything, a 3:30, 4 o'clock start. That's like two pretty good teams, and because to me, it's what the Thursday night games used to be. Put your bad teams on, let them have that one primetime game. Yeah, the Commanders and Dolphins, that's a waste.
By the way, that September 5th game in Brazil will be exclusively on YouTube.
Oh, even better.
It's free, but it's on YouTube.
That's just
you got to find somewhere else to watch.
Just even better.
That's free. So everybody has YouTube.
Correct, but it's just another place you got to go. Let's get to a Week 10 matchup.
You'll be okay.
No.
You'll make it through.
No, because this segment represents everything wrong with sports. Everything.
This segment.
All of this. The greed, the oversaturation, the way that they are monetizing. Forget about the game. Forget about who gets to broadcast 1 o'clock or who's got the rights. We're piecemealing individual games for bounty. Yeah. We're selling a Black Friday game for $150 million. It's ruining the most special thing about football. I'm ready to watch football on Sunday at 1 o'clock and then 4 o'clock, and then we've been waiting all day for Sunday night. That's football. The rest of this is garbage.
It's evolving, Mike.
It's not evolving. It's greed.
Well,
greed is not evolution.
I'll give you that Black Friday matchup. Put it this way,
NFL ain't going to go backwards, so it evolved.
But that's not evolution.
If it changed, that is evolution.
Okay.
Black Friday game will be on November 28th. It is going to be the Bears at the Eagles.
Good,
at
you
3
watch
p.m.
that. You watch
Prime
Black Friday.
Video.
It's ridiculous. Okay. Why do we need a Black Friday game? That's when Nebraska and Iowa are supposed to play. Why do we have to have a Black Friday game? That's a college football day.
That's the NFL. Don't yell at me. I had nothing to do with the NFL. So you're not going to watch the game at all?
Absolutely not.
At all.
No, just like when they put idiotic NFL games against the college football playoff, I'm not watching those.
And I will give you that update because the weekend there's going to be a triple header in the college football
they're going up
playoff.
Right against it.
It's 2 NFL games that day. So, yes.
Ridiculous.
In week 10, Monday Night Football, 8:15.
Hold on, David. See, I would think the way you flip channels, that would be the perfect day for you because you could just go from game to game to game.
I don't need it.
And you don't have to go out and go to an app. You could just stay on your cable package and just watch it all.
Why can't we just have college be separate from the NFL? That's the way it always has been for a good reason. We don't need this, just like we don't need games on Christmas Day.
Well, the Week 10 Monday night game will be the Eagles at the Packers. I do have your Christmas matchup there. It will be the Broncos at the Chiefs on December 25th. That's the only one so far announced. There will be 2 more.
So, 3 games on Christmas.
Yeah, there will be 3 games on Christmas. The weekend before
that's the
that,
Amazon Prime game.
Yes, the weekend before that, you have a doubleheader on Fox. This is, I believe, the college football tripleheader day. You have the Eagles at the Commanders, and then you have the Packers at the Bears on Saturday,
They're going
December
right
20th.
for college football's throat because those are actually, on paper, may mean nothing by the time we get there. On paper, those are premium matchups.
Correct.
They're going, that ain't Jags-Titans on a Thursday night in 2000.
Not the Browns and the Bengals.
And I think what they're banking on is going to be like the first round of college games this year. Aside from the Arizona State game, they weren't really games.
Yeah, you really going to bet on that, though? You really should. Whatever.
It's the NFL, David. They're not afraid of anybody.
No, and I think Rico's right.
They took on the NBA and said, wait, that Christmas thing, that's pretty good.
David,
how about
Rico's
we play?
right, though, because the college football playoff is broken. Why? Greed. Too many teams.
You're exactly right.
The games are going to be awful. Rico's right. I don't expect the first-round games to be magically delicious this year. They're going to be garbage again. What are you sipping on? What is that? That looks exotic.
It does look exotic.
What is that?
It's pink lemonade.
Wow.
And I'll close it out with
this. You don't see that every day.
I'll close it out with this. With the most miles traveled this year on their schedule, 37,000 miles for the Chargers, least 8,000 miles for the Bengals. That's the most and least.
Real quick before we close it out, David, you guys gave me a fact I did not know today.
What's that?
Your Giants have on paper, the toughest schedule.
Yes, they do.
Followed by the Lions are 2.
Yep.
Wow. And the easiest schedule, of course, privileged 49ers.
There you go. Which our response to it was?
They were a broken team.
Haha.
Yeah, so reward them with this. Okay, got you. That is your NFL schedule blitz.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson told reporters today he will not play unless he has a new contract in place this season. He shared that Cincinnati head coach Zach Taylor warned him a month ago he would be fined should he not show up to minicamp. That frustrated him. Lions offensive coordinator John Morton spoke with the media today and said he would add in a few new wrinkles to the current offense he's used in the past, but he doesn't see any reason for a lot of new quirks because it's working. The Tigers will employ an opener tonight in Game 2 against the Red Sox. Tyler Holton heads to the mound. He'll oppose Red Sox Brian Bayo. 6:40 the first pitch here on 97.1 The Ticket. In other MLB news, Pittsburgh Pirates ace Paul Skeens has committed to Team USA for the upcoming 2026 World Baseball Classic. The NHL has suspended Florida Panthers minority owner Doug Seyfu for all activities involving the team and the league after a social media back and forth with a Canadiens fan that included references to the conflict between Israel and Palestine, along with Canada becoming the 51st state. The series tied between the Leafs and Panthers at 2 right now. Tonight, Dallas looks to take a 3-1 edge over the Jets. Face-off at 8. Michigan State football added another piece to their secondary. Texas Tech defensive back Devin Cromwell headed to East Lansing. At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, good to have you. If you want to hear about NBA corruption, Odyssey.com rewind. However, that corruption, I want to tell you who the biggest winner was last night. And then Rico has a love story. It's very exciting to me because Rico is actually going to come to my side on something, and it's a question of whether you're ready, people.
Well, it's only fair you came to my side to start the show.
Listen, today is all about compromise. It's bipartisan politics. But I think the Pistons were the big winner last night. Hear me out. First and foremost, Cooper Flagg's not going to be in the Eastern Conference. Full stop. He's going to Dallas. Second of all, Giannis won't be staying in the Eastern Conference. He'll be going to San Antonio.
Or Dallas.
No, I truly don't think you can trade Cooper Flagg. Nico would need a military escort.
You don't think he could just walk in and say, no, double down?
No, because, look, ultimately, Kyrie's not going to play next year. I don't think you could trade for it. Yep. Look, just work with me.
Go for it.
So, okay, Spurs. Boom, done. Giannis is also leaving. Big winner last night. No, you don't root for it, but guess what? You're a benefactor of it. Jason Tatum's dead. See you in a year and a half. Celtics, by way of Tatum dying, they're done. They do not exist. They are shadows and dust. I think this summer you'll see Jaylen Brown dealt. You'll see one or both of Kristaps Porzingis and Drew Holiday dealt. So the Celtics do not exist. The Cavs are fake as hell. I've been telling you that all year, so whatever. And now the stupid bing-bong Knicks are going to win. They think they're sweet. They won't make the changes necessary. They'll keep that crew together. Guys, here's the deal. The East is wide open. The time is now. Now, I know Rico's going to sell you love. But I want you guys to tell me, do you see it my way? That the East, it is now the Pistons and Orlando. You are the two teams that have the ability to rise and quickly. Now, Orlando has a duo with Paolo and Numbnuts, Wagner. That duo, healthy, which they were not this year, trumps Just Cade. But
you're leaving out Indiana. But I know you don't believe it.
I don't believe in a team that needs to go to 130 to win. But I know you love Halliburton and you're his godfather and the whole thing. You were right on Halliburton.
Different styles. You got to be able to win those types of games as well.
They're goofballs. I don't like their jerseys. So look, I want to know if you believe what took place last night with both the lottery and Jason Tatum's Achilles has sped up the Pistons' timeline. Now, this is where we go full circle, Lion King style. We are going to go right back to where I sold you this pen because Rico saw something last night. It was a bit of an epiphany for you, and it all started with a polo shirt.
Yeah, I was watching the draft, and, they introduced everybody. Hey, this guy's representing this team, and representing the Pelicans was Zion, and I'm like, wow.
What? You can keep talking.
Oh, I thought you said me to hold on. Oh, okay.
No.
It was Zion, and I was just like, wow, Zion has gotten into great shape. This is the best I've seen him look ever. I mean, going back to the days of Duke. And I'm like, Zion shed all the baby fat. It's gone. I don't know what the incentive was that the Pelicans put him on to make sure he stayed in
They
weight.
had him at the lottery, and all you hear about is him getting traded this summer. What was that?
That didn't make any sense, but I don't know. Maybe they were showcasing him because I'm looking at him like, if that guy stays in that shape and can stay healthy, he can absolutely help this Detroit Pistons team. He is the guy that you should go after to bring here. Because Mike, I kept thinking like, I like Zion, but man, he's not serious. That looked like a man who was serious about his profession. That looks like a man who was dedicated in what he wants to be in life. He actually knows now, I want to be an NBA player. So I got to look the part. I got to dress the part. I got to be in shape. He was there.
So let's have some fun for a second. Because I want to add something to the mix. Because that polo shirt has you in your feelings. Now you're coming to my side because Zion would be cheaper.
He looked like a serious player, and he didn't look like a guy who was being forced to play basketball in New Orleans. He looked like an NBA player.
Or would you rather have Jaylen Brown? What happened with Tatum last night? Jaylen Brown's getting traded.
I would take Zion. I would take Zion because Zion's not going to cost you as much. Jaylen, you got to match that money.
You don't have to match it. Remember, you can trade money into cap. Pistons are one of the only teams that can do that.
True.
Now, yes, Tobias would be a part of that deal for money. The dead body of Fontecchio, money. Figure Celtics would take back 33 and send you 52. But Jaylen Brown is a finals MVP, a 4 or 5-time All-Star, and a perfect Robin to Cade's Batman.
He is. I look at Zion. Zion's going to be cheaper, and I think Zion wants that change of scenery. I think Zion looks like a man who give me another chance, and I'll prove to you I'll be better.
I agree with you,
do better.
I agree with you. I would go for Zion over JB. Okay. But, people, what do you want? Look, last night to me, you may as well have had a Pistons logo on the screen all night. Cooper Flagg ain't going to be in the Eastern Conference. Giannis is not going to be in the Eastern Conference. You look at how this played out. Jason Tatum died. The Celtics, that we thought they were going to make alterations, I think the Celtics are going to implode. It's what they have to do.
Because Achilles is, what, a 6-month, 7-month?
Try 18.
Okay, I'm thinking ACL. Okay, no. Okay,
You're like him with Tank Dell.
No.
Oh, he'll be back in 10 days.
No, because I'm like, wait, one is ACL, Achilles. I'm like, one, you can come back. It's going to be probably half a year.
You won't see Jason Tatum until the beginning of the 26-27 season, meaning he's gone all next year. Because the soonest he could come back would be April. Well, what are you kidding me?
Point.
He's not going to play.
Unless he does just enough and the Celtics get the number 1 pick of the draft.
Sure. 248-539-9797. David, do you agree with me? The Pistons were one of the big winners last night.
What? No.
Unbelievable.
I don't agree with you. I'm sorry. I do not agree with you.
We got to get you some more grits.
You know what?
Come on, man. That's the mother of his children. You can't do that.
I still think that the San Antonio Spurs were the biggest winner last night over the Pistons because of what they can now do with getting Giannis.
You know what?
That now trumps what Detroit can do. Detroiters were like, "Oh, let's go get Giannis,"
but you weren't getting him.
I agree with you. I do, but now there's not a shot.
He's gone, and it ain't going to be in the Eastern Conference. Cooper Flagg's not in the Eastern Conference.
That helps.
Jason Tatum 6 feet under. You're the big winner. You.
It put a bullet in the fact of thinking that, okay, well, what if you put Giannis with this and that and the other?
It put that bullet in there, yes.
Because, I think everybody was looking at, oh, my God, Cooper Flagg, he's going to go to the Dallas Mavericks. The biggest winner was San Antonio because they have 2 and 14 that they can say, hey, here you go. We'll give you that. We'll give you Castle and somebody else.
But do you believe last night sped up the Pistons timeline?
It did. I do believe that.
You love Zion's polo.
I think that the Pelicans kind of were putting him out there and showing people he was in shape. Because they could have sent anybody. But it was like, Zion, you know what? Put on that medium. Go sit up there. Flex. Show off. And let everybody see how serious you are about playing basketball. And then they're expecting the phone to start ringing. And yeah, if Trajan, and we've said, if Trajan knows something, he's been around Zion long enough to know if Zion is worth it or not. And he may be looking like, bruh, I told you, if you went this way, I'll try and pick you up. So I would love to see the Pistons go after and bring Zion here.
Good.
You sold me.
No, listen, this is
and then
good.
I saw him, and I'm like,
oh, I know.
Whoa.
No, you were like, look, people, it's very simple. We talk about windows, right? We talk about timelines in this town. I want you to argue that what took place last night with the ping pong machine and with Jason Tatum's Achilles detonating, that it doesn't open up your window right now, that you don't have time. You don't want to sit around for 2 or 3 years and percolate. You want to be tactical, and you want to make a bold but calculated move, because now I think it is anyone's guess. If you told me right now the Pistons had the number 1 seed in the East next year, I wouldn't laugh at you, provided they made a move. That's how open the East is. What about Cleveland? Cleveland is the 2015 Hawks. I don't care.
And yeah, I guess we're going to get a balding point guard for Indiana. That'll just cap it all out for you.
KD to the Pacers. Eliminated. 248-539-9797. No, I'll tell you. You know who I'll tell you what. I have a perfect trade candidate for the Pistons. Now, what I need is for you and you, not Kenny, because Kenny would have to Google this player. I just want you guys and the listener, let me sell you this pen. This name has not been put out there. I think he'd be perfect for the Pistons. I mean perfection. And I don't think it would cost you that much. I'll give it to you next. 248-539-9797. All right, if you like free pizza, Hungry Howie's has you covered. It's very simple. You go to the website, hungryhowies.com. You sign up for the emails. You spend $10, you get free pizza. End. It's just that simple. There's no catch. There's no like hidden terms. There's no bunch of legal copy where like Rico, I'm screaming, booming or anything. No. You just go to the website. You spend $10. You get a free medium 2-topping pizza. Any crust, any toppings.
I like pizza.
Booming. Limited time offer. So scoop it up before it's gone like Jason Tatum's Achilles. Only at hungryhowies.com. What? Only here before it's gone like the Celtics championship hopes. hungryhowies.com. Go get it. All right, we'll get to the people here in a second, but I want to just sell you this pen, and you can tell me what you want to do. But I thought the Pistons were a big winner last night. Tatum dying is horrible, but not for you, it's not. He's gone. He will not play next year. He may never be the same player. Rudy Gay tore his Achilles, wasn't the same player. Kobe Bryant tore his Achilles, wasn't the same player. Kevin Durant tore his Achilles, not the same player. Dominique Wilkins, I know it was 30 years ago and technology wasn't as advanced, but Dominique had ended his career. The point I'm making is the Celtics are done as you know it. It has opened up the East. Cooper Flagg is not here. Giannis will be leaving, probably to San Antonio. Pistons are the big winner. So Rico fell in love with Zion and his polo, and Rico just received a missive.
Yeah.
Can't tell you from who, but Rico was not wrong. The Pels were showcasing Zion because they're trading him. But here's what I wanted to say. You know who my favorite Celtic is, and I think he's built to be a Detroit Piston. This is a guy who's a two-time all-defensive player. This is a guy whose clutch is all hell, shoots about 38-39% from three, can play on or off ball, and has zero ego. Makes every smart play. Can draw a charge at one end of the floor and an alley-oop dunk assist on the other. Costs you $28 million a year.
Okay, now who I thought.
Derek White. Derek White in the backcourt with Cade Cunningham is perfection. White can draw the more difficult defensive assignment every night. White can run the offense and get Cade off ball to give Cade a little bit more action into the offense.
And how much?
$28 million a year.
So that means you're giving up on Ivy.
Yeah, but again, Ivy's extension eligible.
No, Mike. I'm just talking this out. You just kind of dropped this in our lap. So no,
I know, and I apologize. But again, it's a player who is signed. Let me just double check. He is signed. You would have 4 years with him. He's just turned 30.
See, that's actually the route that I thought that Trajan was going to go. I'm going to be aggressive, but it won't be the splashy aggressive. It won't be the I'm running out to buy this jersey type of player. It's not going to be the, oh, my God, season tickets just went up because we just signed this guy. That falls in that category. Smart play. That's actually pretty brilliant on your end.
Have to give to get. I'm going to need one of your wings.
Okay.
But my whole point
getting
to
him,
you
I'll give you Thompson.
I actually wouldn't hate it after watching the Celtics get orbital rammed on the defensive side of the floor all fourth quarter. You know what? David, we could talk. The point I'm making is the Celtics are going to have to do uncomfortable things. So take advantage of it.
Him, yeah. Jaylen Brown, no.
No, Jaylen needs knee surgery. That's just my personal opinion. David, ticket text. We'll go to the callers.
Someone says, Zion sucks. This is just when they say Miguel Cabrera's in the best shape of his life. He looks great in the spring. No thank you on Zion.
Okay, hold on. Real quick. I just have to do this to defend Rico's honor. A player who averages 24.6, 7.2, 5.3, and shoots 57% from the field. Oh, and is one of the best isolation downhill players in the league. That sucks.
And this isn't a Mickey in the best shape of his life. I don't use that often. He truly was like, wow, Zion got serious. And he looked like an NBA player. So I think people are just saying he sucks because
they don't watch basketball.
And he didn't want to be in New Orleans. We knew that from the day the lottery happened that year. He's just been kind of like, this is a paycheck for him. But I think he sees the light at the end of the tunnel. If he can get a fresh start someplace else, I think whoever takes that chance is going to benefit from that. Okay, you know what? Tell that person, think of Zion as a modern-day version of like a Chauncey Billups, a guy that just everybody wrote off, and then he came to Detroit, and you loved him.
Well, I will tell you this. We get a lot of ticket texts coming in every day during the show, and that was the only one that was against Zion.
Okay? You're just trying to upset me.
No, I know. I wanted to give you the first one. I wanted to get it out of the way.
I just thought last night was a very good night for the Detroit Pistons. And I don't care. Oh, you can't celebrate others' misfortunes. No one's celebrating Jason Tatum's hurt.
It's an opportunity.
But I'm sorry, life happens.
Right.
Oh, my God, your boss died and you got a promotion. What are you going to do?
Right.
I can't accept that because...
you can't benefit because Bob crashed his scooter.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to say. Bob's dead.
Yeah, the house you really wanted, well, the person who was going to buy it found out they didn't have the money, so I'm calling you.
So my point is, I think it moves the timeline up. I think it's a very exciting time for the Pistons. I don't think doing nothing should be on the table. So that's the conversation. I wanted to throw one creative idea at you. You know I like the Zion thing. It's all risk, all reward.
No, Derek White would also, it would work as well. It would be less splashy. And honestly, I don't think most Pistons fans, they would say, well, Trajan failed. He didn't really do much this offseason. David, if you know who he is, but if you don't, you're expecting big names.
Derek White is a championship winning player.
He
Not
is.
just because he has a ring. I'm telling you, he plays winning ball.
He is, but the fact that we just brought his name up, most people will be like, Derek, that's all that we could get was Derek White?
He was huge for the Spurs when he was there.
David, he has turned into one of the most clutch three-point shooters in the league. A knockdown shooter. What do the Pistons need? Shooting. What do the Pistons need? Perimeter defenders.
You mean aside from Beasley, who, well, he was good, but he disappeared in the series.
Yeah, one guy's made those shots in the finals. The other guy's done it on PlayStation. Let's go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on?
Is he Max Clark?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Bobby, what's up, pal?
Well, I'm with you there. I agree with everything you said. I don't really have a whole lot to add, but I will say this.
Yeah.
It's all on Trajan. This is going to tell us a lot about Trajan Langdon and who he is as a general manager. If he wants to just, play small ball and act like we're a small market and do nothing, or if he wants to make like a trade, even for Derek White, I think Meek Mill in one of his songs had a lyric, "Scared money don't make no money. You can't play scared."
No, and look, Bob, we like to throw some creative ideas out there, and I think picking the Celtics carcass dry should be on your list. Take advantage of the fallen champion, by all means.
Yep, 100%. I want to say one more thing. I know that the Devin Booker trade thing has died down too, and I'm actually so glad that it has, because it adds another dimension to this. If you're the Pistons, the one team who cannot acquire Devin Booker were the Magic. If they did, it would have been over. I think they would have been the top team in the East. So that's another development that came out a couple days before the draft lottery. That puts us in an even better position.
Yeah, I think
now that he.
Go ahead.
So what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say I'm with you in that the Magic are one player away from being a real problem. And if you're going to say, well, they weren't good this year, their big three played a total of 92 minutes together. Come on, guys.
Yeah. But I think the Pistons are in a very favorable spot. It's unfortunate what happened. I'd be okay with Derek White, like you said. I'd be okay with Jaylen Brown. I would love Zion though. Zion here.
Yep.
That idea has really. I thought about it. I think I talked to you earlier about how he's gotten injured, and I didn't really love it. But the more I think about it, the more I realize Detroit could be great for him, and he could be great for Detroit.
And there's the key, Bob. This is a town that's big on second chances. This is a franchise that, whether it was the bad boys or whether it was going to work, reclamation projects have been the bedrock of what you've done. A change of scenery. Go look at what it did for Rashid. Go look at what it did for Chauncey. Go look at what it did for Rip. This is all about cost of acquisition. Okay, if you want to call up and go, I want Giannis, great. Say goodbye to 5 first-round picks. Say goodbye to all your young players. Or here's the clearance rack. Why? There's a high-risk quotient. Mm-hmm. But if it works, you're getting a top 20 player in this league for 30 cents on the dollar. Does that feel right to you?
Yeah. It's a chance, and
I take a swing.
And man, I already can hear, Mike, if it did happen the second he got injured, it would be the "I told you so" hotline of
I understand that.
Shouldn't guys.
But that's from people who don't have the spinal cord to actually have an opinion of their own. They just wait until something goes sideways, and then they moan like a prostitute. I'm not interested. Yes, I'm talking about Wojo. I'm not interested.
I wasn't even.
You don't have any opinion about anything, but you'll say, "Oh, see, I told you he's fat." How's that Chet Holmgren opinion working, Bob?
I forgot about
I'm
that.
I'm just saying, like, you have to. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to not have an opinion.
Right. It's a chance. It's a risk. You are a playoff team. You made a gigantic step. Now your next step is not to make the playoffs. That was this year. Make the playoffs. And nobody's angry. Nobody's upset with you. Now you have to look. And as you said, the opportunity is there to be one of the halves in the East, to be one of the top 3 teams so that you have home court advantage and that you can possibly get to play in the NBA Finals again.
Has the Pistons timeline sped up based on what took place last night, both on and off the court? Our answer is yes. We've thrown out a couple ideas. Would love to hear from you guys. We'll get to your calls next. Rico, go ahead.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time so you can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat and the supine benches. Plus, they got free weights, cable towers, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it, they have it. Everything is at Planet Fitness except for you. And right now, if you head to Planet Fitness and it's 50 in the Metro Detroit area, $1 down, $15 a month, get you a membership into Planet Fitness. You need more? How about this? Convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine, plus free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Like I said, head over to one of the 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area to join up, or you can join online at planetfitness.com, or you can use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Straight to the people. Odyssey.com rewind. We had all of our lottery thoughts, but 3 o'clock we've dedicated it to the Pistons are the big winner. Tatum dying. He ain't going to play all next year, and the Celtics are going to blow themselves up. They're done. Cooper Flagg, not in the East. Giannis, probably to San Antonio. These are all things that help the Pistons. So the question is, should they speed up their timeline? And then, yeah, we had some fun with some ideas. So let's go to Mike on a cell, see where he's at. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Love the topic. Glad to talk to you.
Thanks, buddy.
Garrett White, I couldn't agree with you more, Mike, but I just need a second with you, Rico, here, because I want to talk to you and to everybody else that is thinking about Zion. And I just want to look at it from this perspective. Zion is exactly this. Think of the hot girl with all the great curves when you were in high school that you were dying for, that you fooled around with when you were in your senior year, right? Then she gets married, she blows up, and then she gets divorced, and then she goes to Weight Watchers, and she loses a bunch of weight, and you see her out at the club, and you get hooked up with that, and then she's your second wife, and she just blows right up again. His weight is like a roller coaster at Cedar Point with a ton of lower body injuries. You are looking through that guy at rose-colored glasses, man. That is the wrong way to look at him. I would rather wait a year and go after Jaren Jackson 1,000% than go after when his contract is up and not have to pay any assets for a guy with his weight history and a bunch of lower body injuries. Do not fall for the hot girl that's recently lost some weight.
I'm leaving this to Rico. That took a real twist. Microphone.
Mike, I get what you're saying. I'm going to say this. I look at Zion as an opportunity of he never wanted to be there. And if the injuries, I understand, but he's gotten himself into shape and you're going to have to take a chance. And if you wait, that waiting means he may go somewhere else. And that could be the reason why you're not going to go to that next level. You're going to have to risk something in order to get to some place that you haven't been in a long time. It's been over 20 years since they won a title here at the Pistons. So you got to do something. He could be available for you.
Here's the other thing. You brought up Jaren Jackson. This is the problem with bring up name thing. Yes, Jaren Jackson is a defensive player of the year. He's a unicorn 7-footer that hits 3-pointers. All of these things are true. He's going to get an NBA Supermax deal. He will cost you not quite double of Zion, but close. Then there's the whole acquisition cost. I mean, you could start with Ron Holland, Asur Thompson, Jalen Duren, 5 first-round picks. And before you go, Valenti, bro, Mikal Bridges got 5 firsts. If I'm Memphis, you're trading me everything. Like, it's a blood draw.
And see, that's the thing. With Zion, you don't have to gut your team in order to bring him here. The same was like when people were talking Kevin Durant. Like, I don't want to see this team gutted because I've seen what teams look like when now you're down to just 2 people and a bunch of tryhards. You're the Lakers. You're all of these teams that the second anything happens, you're out of the playoffs or you're done. So if you could keep everybody and you only got to come off some draft picks and a couple of players who you probably had no long-term interest in anyway, I would make the deal. And yeah, I know everybody's going to be waiting for him to either blow up or get injured. But let me ask you this question. What if he doesn't?
No, you're not allowed to do that. You can only say bad things. Yeah, if he doesn't and he comes here and averages 27 and 10 and he's the perfect Robin to Cade's Batman and he's an explosive 6'7" open floor demon who in late game can play and operate the offense out high in an isolation basis, get Cade off the ball. Yeah, no. You can't talk about that. Just fat things. Dude, I can't help these people. Right. Like, it's just ultimately
he would be your guy. You would love him the way you love a whole bunch of other people who may be deemed problems or this or that, but they're your guy.
Just say it. Perfect players don't come here. Learn it. That's it. In the NBA, perfect players are not coming to Detroit. They're not. Either the acquisition cost is too high, or when you call, the agent doesn't even say that you called. Right. So here's this alternative. Rico giving you someone who you can afford to get. Here's the risk. Here's the reward. If we're only comping it to, I want Michael Jordan in his prime, then I don't know what to say. Right. Let's go to Ryder, and we'll move along. Ryder, what's going on, brother?
Mike, Rico, boys, how we doing?
Good. Hey, what's on your mind?
Good. I want to say the Spurs won last night, but the Pistons came in a close second. Let me tell you why. Spurs can obviously get guy from Giannis. He can get Giannis now, but Pistons, it lowers the accusation cost of everybody in the Western Conference now with Cooper Flag going to Dallas. I can go and get Lauri Markkanen at a cheaper price, Devin Booker cheaper price, like you guys are talking Zion. I really like Zion. He's a big isolation guy like you guys are talking about. We need that. But you can also go take some players from the Eastern Conference now. The Celtics got to blow up. I like Derek White. He's a scrappy guy, another ball handler. Come on, who are we going to have to compete with next year? 4 teams. The Pacers, a joke. Cavaliers, another joke. And now we got the Magic who are stepping up. I mean, come on.
No, and I mean, look, you see it the way I do. Bottom line is maybe the East will be competitive, but you're not going to have this brontosaurus at the top of the deal. The Celtics run is done. And it was probably done even if Tatum didn't blow out. Because, look, Ryder, I didn't think they were going to win the title this year, but let's say they did. It doesn't change. The new ownership isn't writing a $300 million luxury tax, second apron.
Right.
So they're done. And they got their championship. Right. I'm good. Blow it up. The Pistons need to capitalize.
Exactly. And I didn't mean to come off in a harsh way. I'm very passionate about
please,
Pistons,
you're
right?
fine.
Ryder, you're good, man. And Ryder,
I'd take 10 calls of you every day.
Yeah, please. No, you're all good with it. I just think they've got to move their timeline up. We are in a town, Ryder. None of these GMs act with urgency.
Yeah,
I agree. I also want to speak to another point you guys are always talking about: what will happen and what should happen. What should happen is what we're talking about on air right now. What will happen? I think Trajan said it in his press conference. He's going to let the boys develop.
Yep.
I think in his mind, he can get a little more trade value at the deadline for maybe Ivy or maybe Duren.
The problem is the team that's going to get him, he's going to be extension eligible, and you only got him for half the year. Ryder, here's the other problem, and we're up against it, but you're not wrong. Piston fans act as if Duren and Ivy are signed long-term. They're not. They're extension eligible. And I'm not really ready to quadruple or quintuple their salaries. Mm-hmm. So trading one of them is the minimum.
I'm with you. You're going to have to make some changes, and it's going to be somebody that you probably fell in love with, but trust me, you bring in a name. And like I said, I saw Zion and was like, you know what? This guy looks serious.
That polo shirt, there it is. If you've been injured in an auto accident, maybe you're drowning in medical bills or dealing with insurance companies who don't give a damn about you, enter David Feminino to the equation. He will fight the insurance companies. He will get you paid. That's why the phrase "Get David, Get Paid" isn't just a phrase. It's a promise. So if you or someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope things get better. Call David Feminino, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David, hit the music and I'll know what the hell we're doing here with a blitz. What do you got? All right, go ahead.
So let's go through this here. We've been talking about the lottery, some things from it. Let's talk about the different teams here. What I was going to start with was I was going to talk about Dallas, and I was going to say, should there be a conversation here? Well, doesn't need to have that conversation because breaking news here, the Mavericks plan to draft Cooper Flagg, won't even consider trading the number 1 pick.
And here's why you can't. The way the league is designed now, with the tax aprons, with keeping teams together being an impossibility, here's the other thing. If Kyrie were healthy, you would have a different conversation. He is not going to play next year. So Cooper Flagg is a salary offset, and I know they've got some aging players like Clay and AD. Maybe Cooper Flagg hits the ground running, and he can be a sixth man type guy. You can't trade that. I mean, if I ask you to, last 15 years, would Cooper Flagg be the third best prospect? Second best? It'd be Wembanyama, Unibrow. Who else?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe, well, we all thought Zion was going to be better. Cade.
Cooper Flagg is a superior
right
number 1 overall.
Yes, he is. Yes,
I mean, it's not one of these drafts where you're like, well, it could be.
Right. This is the guy. And by the way, just turned 18.
Yeah.
You get an extra year of development.
Yeah, you're not saying he's LeBron.
That's right, because he left high school early.
Reclassified.
Yeah, you're not going to say he's LeBron, but it's that type of draft where you're like, this is the guy. This is the number 1 talent in this draft.
I guess the reason why they're doing that, because I thought the same, like, okay, if you want to go for the bird in hand and say, you know what, let's just say you bring Giannis down there, I'm quite sure that whoever, like Milwaukee, would be like, seriously? You want to trade him? Okay, let's talk.
Right, the problem's the salary. And that's a death sentence for Dallas.
Now, the other thing is, knowing that I told you this in the break, knowing you're going to be the number 1 overall pick, would you actually be working out at the NBA Combine?
They showed him shooting. There was a video today. He was shooting shots.
Oh, no, he's going all out in the 4-cone drill.
If I'm Dallas, I put an ankle monitor on him and I put him in house arrest.
You're not kidding. I'm calling his agent. His phone is, hey, stop. We saw that he's done. We're taking him. He's off the clock. I don't care if you got to fake an injury. He's done.
David, go ahead.
Let's move over to number 2, San Antonio. They have a choice between Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, but is it really a choice there, or do you trade that pick for possibly Giannis?
This is your Giannis thing.
Yeah.
You have De'Aaron Fox, Wemby, Giannis. If they could find a way to keep Castle in that trade, God bless. This is your trade. This is what you do. That's the team.
Yeah, because I don't think that either Harper or Bailey is going to be that guy that, no, we didn't get Giannis. We got him instead.
You know who they comped Dylan Harper to last night on TV?
Who?
Cade.
Did they?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you care. I just wanted your opinion.
So then if you're Milwaukee, what are you doing? What are you taking there?
If I'm Milwaukee, I'm taking
Dylan
Castle.
Dylan Harper? Okay.
Yeah, and I'm taking Castle from
Well, yes, you want Castle in that deal
and
for
I
sure,
probably
yes.
is saying, you know what, I want pick 14 as well.
No, I want 14 picks.
Yes, because you're right. San Antonio has the number 2 and the number 14th overall selection.
Think about how ridiculous this is, though. You're trading a first ballot Hall of Famer, NBA top 50 all-time player with term on his contract at age 30. And, well, I got Castle and number 2. I need more of more.
Yes, but of the big names. Now, the other players going there, but these are the ones that Milwaukee can turn around and say, all right, we're going to start our new franchise with these players.
The interesting thing with the number 3 pick, Philadelphia has the number 3 pick. They got lucky last night because they were top 6 protected, and they were projected to be out of the top 6. Now they have number 3. What do you do with the number 3 pick there? Because if I'm them, I package it up with Paul George and I get something.
Yeah, you probably end up with Kevin Durant.
I think they would be okay with that.
My thing is this. The players that are there, and I'll lean on Rico for the Ron Harper Jr. deal, but like VJ Edgecombe is a player I watched a lot of. He's undersized. Well, here's your problem. You'd be putting him next to Tyrese Maxey. I mean, that's a great backcourt if you're sophomores in high school.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you do there. But would I be using that pick? Probably not.
No, not at all.
But I lean on Rico. If you like Harper, tell me.
No, Harper will probably be number 2, so I don't think Philadelphia is going to see him. I think they're going to be looking at Ace Bailey, his teammate, because I would take Harper over Bailey in the heartbeat.
I switched the names.
6'9",
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Rutgers loser B. Sorry, I twisted them up.
Yeah, Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper.
Bailey's the big man. He's going to need some size. I mean, he's going to have to work on his body and get things going. If I'm Philly, I'm going to try to move that pick and bring in somebody who's ready right now.
Let's talk about Utah. They fall to number 5. Should have been number 1 overall. Right now, I see a projection of Knipple
Bobby
going there.
Nipples.
But just how do you
don't
sell this to the fans?
You may as well get hit by a car.
No. Guys, are you serious? We've experienced this for the last 2 years. The day after the draft, all of Detroit is like, how? But we were the worst team. How did we end up with pick 4 and pick 5?
Knipple is built in a lab to play for the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, 6'7".
He's a gym rat. He's all hustle. He's a smart player. I mean, it's not that Knipple's a bad player. It's just, it was the Cooper Flag sweepstakes, and the Jazz got nothing.
It was Wimbayama, and we didn't get him. He went somewhere else.
That was horrible. I did skip over Charlotte. I guess you can always skip over Charlotte.
Do you realize, though, Charlotte is the NBA's least successful franchise in the history of the league?
Correct.
They have not picked number 1 in over 30 years.
It's been 30 years?
19 different teams have selected number 1 in that same time frame. At that point, do you just close up shop like Blockbuster Video?
1991.
Do you just say we're not in the basketball business anymore?
You know what? Page me if you need anything.
You like that?
They had a 14% chance to get it. Haven't had it since 1991, and boom, that happens to them. Like, come on now.
It happens every year, though.
Yeah, they never get it. They never get a shot at getting it here. Another winner, I guess you can say, Nico Harrison, right? I mean, Nico Harrison just went out there.
2 GMs
all
got
the
a
jabs, yells, everything. Now what happened to all those fans that wanted to get their season ticket money back?
Well, they deserve their season ticket money back for what the organization did.
No, but the funny thing is, now you're going to be reapplying for season tickets and go to the end of the line.
No, but I thought Daryl Morey and Nico, they basically got a get out of jail free card last night.
Definitely there. A loser here that they talk about here on this list here is the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yes,
they had a chance to get another top pick. They didn't, but
yeah, but look, they've got 19 first-round picks in the next 5 years.
It's
but
not
you're
going to
right.
hurt them.
It would have been a top 10 pick. The problem is this isn't the NFL. If I go to Rico and I say, hey, I got an unbelievable deal for you. Oh, what do you got? I have pick number 7. Who am I taking? Darkman Jones from Croatia. Where's his picture? Don't have one. It's a silhouette.
Shorten of the mock draft, it'll be Trey Johnson. From
Pete
Jackson.
Maliacha, or whatever his name is, from Duke.
No thank you on there. And then another loser, of course.
Wait. You know what? Maybe I'll get Yaka Jonas from Illinois. I like him.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just like you liked AirPod, and I watched that kid. He can't hit a basket for Golden State. What'd you do to that kid?
Who?
Pajemski.
Oh.
You loved AirPod.
I didn't do anything to him. He's just in a bad spot.
He can't shoot.
He'll be okay.
Finally, the last loser here in another team in another franchise.
The Boston Celtics. When your best player becomes Lieutenant Dan.
I was going to say the Washington Wizards.
Yeah.
They should just pack up.
Look, the only thing they have going for them, they are in a long rebuild. They are acquiring young talent. They needed Cooper Flag desperately to get to the next level and to put someone next to Alexander Sarr. Their problem is they didn't even get the consolation prize of Harper or Bailey. I don't know what you do. I mean, is that a Trey Johnson from Texas? Is that what you do?
Yeah, right now this mock draft has him getting Jeremiah Fears.
Oh, the good Fears.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, the good one.
The one who didn't get shot.
The one who can shoot.
The one who didn't get shot.
Okay, but that happened 2 years ago.
Okay, you just don't get shot and all of a sudden you're good again.
What does that have to do with your jump shot?
Okay, I've never been shot, but I'm thinking it's probably a rehab mic.
Okay, all right,
and everything.
Fine. Everything's fine.
I'm just saying.
Not in Washington, it's not. That is
no, it is definitely not.
That is your NBA lottery blitz.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Tigers take on the Red Sox tonight at Comerica Park. The tarp is on the field, but A.J. Hinch has submitted his lineup card. Gary Carpenter leads off and DH is here today. Gleyber Torres will bat second at second after his 3 RBIs and a home run last night. Zach McKinstry will hit third in right field. Riley Green starts the middle of the order in left. Center Torkelson will bat fifth. He looks to shake off an 0 for 5 yesterday as he plays first. Trey Sweeney will bat sixth at short. Dylan Dingler begins the bottom of the order. Jace Young at third. Javi Baez rounds it out and center field again here tonight. Tyler Holton makes his first opener start of the season. He made 9 last season, carrying a 1.59 ERA in 17 total innings of work. No locker for pitcher Chase Lee, according to Chris McCoskey. It likely means he's the corresponding move for Keter Montero. Montero expected to throw at some point tonight. Jake Rogers also set to start his rehab tonight in Toledo. Several Lions coaches spoke with the media today. New offensive coordinator John Morton says he expects a breakout year for wide receiver Jameson Williams. He noted that Williams' attention to detail has been high in meetings. He also raved about his speed, saying he's never seen anyone run faster. North Carolina football head coach Bill Belichick was asked by ESPN today how the relationship with his girlfriend impacts his coaching. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, that has to be the least believable piece of audio of the day today.
Yeah, point blank.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. We are, 2.5 weeks, basically, from his buyout going from $10 million. June 1st, Belichick's buyout goes from $10 million to $1 million. If you're UNC, don't you just write the check?
Yes,
Haven't
sir.
you seen enough here?
Mike, I think the better question is, at ACC Media Days or whatever this is, the fact that you have to answer the question of how much influence does your girlfriend have with football should tell you everything you need to know. In question that I never thought I would get answered or asked or answered at a media day, that one. How much? And he has to come out and say she'll have nothing to do with football. Yes, you write the check. You have a countdown clock in the office until all of a sudden it goes from $10 million to $1 million.
Well, the problem too, and again, it's always been this way to a certain element with college football primarily. This wasn't anything that Bubba Cunningham wanted. This isn't what North Carolina athletics wanted. This was a couple of boosters who got all bricked up on Cialis, and they wanted Bill Belichick.
It was the Deion
paid
effect.
the freight, right? So the problem is Deion's not 73.
No,
Deion's not having some late stage crisis.
No,
and
Deion actually had a Heisman Trophy winner in Travis Hunter and his son.
Well, there you go.
He had players where you could at least showcase the players. There's nothing to showcase, but North Carolina knew because of Bill Belichick, you're going to be on TV for those first 4 weeks. Joel Klatt and those guys will be trying to do your game, the interview, and hey, coach, how's it feel to be in college type of thing. You don't have a product. So good luck with that.
So here's the question. Does Bill Belichick coach a game at North Carolina? Do you think when the season opens up, he's their coach? I'm not telling you I have the strongest opinion on this. I just think there has to be conversations going on where people look around the room and go, we didn't bargain for this. At no point did I imagine 24-year-old cheerleader girlfriend with a lanyard storming the sidelines of the practice fields. Sorry. Nor did I see the CBS interview going the way it went when Bill Belichick was turned into Ray Liotta at the end of Hannibal, eating his own brain. Like, there's a certain element to this where you look around and go, wait, what did we buy here? And if the buyout goes from 10 to 1, do you push the button and just get out of this? Because let's be fair. To say that college football has become a young man's game would be the understatement of the year, right? You have a 73-year-old coach. He wasn't a long-term solution anyways.
Right. And unless you thought his kid was going to be the heir apparent.
Oh, for God's sakes. What, Captain Funnyface?
Mike, this was a novelty act. This was just, hey, we want to be relevant, so let's just do something. It's working in Colorado. They get a ton of attention, and maybe we'll get players who want to play for Bill Belichick. That all went out the window when they were like, well, who's in charge here? Is it you or is it your girlfriend?
Rico, you said something very smart last week when you said, we don't even know who's on their roster. And I get it. Being in the news, it's great. Good or bad, sometimes, right? It's great. They're getting talked about. Bill Belichick's in the news. But this is bad news. This is weird news. And the problem that I have and why I believe he will not coach there is because they went to the circus and now the animals are going crazy, running all over the place, doing whatever they want to do. And it's like, oh, we got to get out of this.
Huh?
That's what I feel. You're right, Mike. They're going to have to say, you know what? This is not what we signed up for. Bye-bye.
I don't think he coaches a game in North Carolina. I think maybe they try to save face and it'll be, some health concern or do whatever, but I don't think it's going to happen. It can't. If you're North Carolina, you want to be taken seriously because you're a joke right now. Every other team is just – it's easy to recruit against you. Like, well, you know, hey, if the girlfriend walks in one day and says she wants a new quarterback, guess what, son? You're going to get benched.
It's one of the most bizarre stories of the year. But then Rico's right. You see the video on the monitor, but you also had Jeremy in his update. The fact that you're asking the head coach what role does your girlfriend play in North Carolina football, I'd be mortified if I were a booster. Or if I were even better, someone in that athletic department who got railroaded by said boosters. This was not a project that they wanted.
How about just the whole, she got banned and then got full access in 4 hours last week. Oh, she's going to be banned from football. Wait a minute. Actually, she's not. She has full access to everything. She is a distraction. And I don't know the young lady. She could be a fine person. But to North Carolina football, she is a distraction. Okay. I don't know her.
Okay, you don't need to. Any 24-year-old who shacks up with a 73-year-old, you've lost the good person card. Okay? Stop. At best.
Maybe Belichick is funny.
At best, you are emotionally and mentally unstable. And at worst,
maybe Belichick is funny and she's got major grandpa issues.
I commend you for trying to be nice.
Yeah, I know, but there was no reason for it.
Say, I don't want to come across as slandering the young lady.
She's done enough on her own. I think you're covered.
I'm just saying. It looks like, seems like, feels like.
Yeah, great. You know what also was a real scene? Bill Belichick, 73 years old, at a pageant contest.
Yeah.
If you're a grandpa, that's acceptable. Not for your girlfriend.
The problem is this. This, I believe, has just killed his legacy. He went from being the smartest coach, and then there was the whole, was it Belichick? Was it Brady? Well, Brady went on and kept winning. You didn't. Team had to get rid of you. You went to college. Okay, I'm going to win at college, something Brady didn't. You're not even going to get that chance. Right. Now you're known for your girlfriend. People are going to know you for that, and they're going to forget about all the good stuff that you did.
Such a weird story. David, you can get the ticket text, and then I've got something fun. I want to do a study in artificial intelligence on one of my favorite topics. I'll explain, but go ahead, David.
Imagine this was a coach in Detroit. In one of our local colleges, we want that guy fired yesterday. There's no way he is there week one. That is Milo from St. Clair Shores.
I can't imagine it. Although, no, I could. Because if this was happening at Michigan, the media would say what a great idea it is and how Jordan had really revolutionized Michigan football and how it had... No. Actually, the bathwater drinkers, they'd find a way to make this into a positive.
You know what, Mike?
You know it's true.
I don't have the bell around. You're fair. Yes, you win.
If it happened at State, forget it. Oh, my God. Please, first of all,
you went from Tucker to him?
Right, I'd be killing the team, but then forget it. The media, ESPN would be parked in the football building parking lot.
Paula, get your frequent flyer miles ready.
It would be an insanity. Go ahead, David.
Someone says, this North Carolina thing seems like a script from a movie or some Netflix show. It makes no sense.
No,
he
David,
can't be there anymore.
David, it doesn't. Because I'll tell you this. If anybody in a script writing class that I had turned this in, it will be filled with red marks. Do better.
Someone else says, bunch of haters. Do your thing, Bill. None of you would turn that down. You're a bunch of liars. Drew on 94. It's not.
Drew, you're missing the entire point. Do yourself a favor. Take your right hand, which isn't on the wheel, and place it there. You're thinking with the wrong head, bro. You're not a 73-year-old Hall of Fame head football coach embarrassing and soiling your legacy in the name of Punani.
Right.
What are we talking about, Drew?
Right. It's.
I mean, what are we talking about, Drew?
It's the life lesson that I give my nephew all the time. You'll become a man when you turn down less.
Right. Hey, Drew, if Bill was at bowling league and a 24-year-old cheerleader who, I don't know, had some daddy issues, wanted to shack up, that's Bill's prerogative. When you are the CEO of a prestigious university's football program and you have 8 million Super Bowl rings, you're the most famous coach in history, no, it's kind of a weird thing. It's odd, to say the least.
Unless she's saying, I want to introduce you to my mom. That
who's younger than you?
Still.
Uh-oh.
Okay. If mom is coming in at 54, okay, great. No. But whoever that texter is, yeah, both hands on the wheel.
Please.
Speaking of wheels, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and they have a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, so whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, spacious SUV, or even a drop top, I know it's cloudy today, but trust me, better days are coming. Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys. The selection is best right now, and no more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and budget, including the May Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Okay, so first things first. If you're looking for our reaction to the wild NBA lottery, Odyssey.com Rewind, we opened with it. We then talked about how everything that took place both on and off the court last night, the Pistons were a huge winner. Talk timeline, moves. I want to have a little fun with you guys. So all the rage now is this talk about AI, artificial intelligence, right? It's on your phone, and it's going to take human jobs. And Kenny runs around. He thinks it's going to be iRobot soon enough. The point is, that is a topic I hate. The AI thing, I detest it. My favorite thing is retro logos. So I saw, I don't want to say a study, but it was an interesting AI generated. It was letting artificial intelligence rank the top 25 retro logos. You're out there in listener land. I mean, let's face it, whether it's the Wolverines when they wear their fun, you see the gear now that has the Wolverine with his little hat on.
Sailor hat, yeah.
Ruff Sparty, or hey, we all love the Lions retro logo. Retro logos are, I don't know, I think there's something really, really cool about it. I've always loved them. So what I wanted to do is this. Evan, Kenny, David, you guys each select your 5 favorite retro logos. And I want to see if artificial intelligence and human intelligence have any commonality here. I have the list, and here's what I will tell you. 7 of these are from one sport in the professional 4. 7. One singular of these is a college logo that if anybody gets this, I would tell you you're getting lunch for a month. Okay? One of these is in an other category, meaning it's not the Big 4 and it's not college.
Was it soccer?
I can't tell you that.
Okay.
Strike that from the record. Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Whoever gets the most of these gets lunch tomorrow. And that might be one. This is not easy when you're thinking about all 4 pro sports, all colleges, plus. If any of you get one of these on the board, I'm proud of you. I think if you broaden your horizons, everybody can get one.
Okay.
AI versus human intelligence.
Why's everybody got to talk about AI? It's all about AI.
Right, here we go. All right. This is per DraftKings AI ranking the top 25 throwback team logos. Why don't we start with Rico Beard? What is your first guess?
My first guess, my favorite throwback retro logo, the Houston Oilers.
What's considered retro, by the way? Just old?
Yes.
Not the current? Okay.
The Houston Oilers did not make
this is fake news.
Okay, all right.
It's a nothing logo.
It's an oil derrick in pastel.
It's the powder blue derrick.
It's a color is all it is.
Artificial intelligence says you're
it
stupid.
Doesn't know what it's talking about.
Okay, all right.
We can't trust AI.
No. A lot of intelligence. All right, Kenny Cott.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you'll be hockey-centric.
I will, but I'll start football with this one, the old school green Philadelphia Eagle.
It did not make the list. 0 for 2, AI says you're a dummy. Over to Hatchet.
Well, I'm going to go hockey. I'm going to go the old Gordon Fisherman New York Islander logo.
This isn't the 25 worst logos of all time. This is the best.
Oh, I love that logo.
Then you were the one. Congratulations.
We found it. People hate. I love that logo.
Okay. Evan
so
Jenkins.
It's not on the list. Okay.
No. Evan Jenkins, Lord of Apparel.
Yes, I have to take this logo because I thought it was already going to be selected by the hockey guy, and that is the Mighty Ducks.
It is not on the list. I'm telling you, you guys have missed an obvious one from the world of hockey. That's all I'm saying. We go back to Rico Beard in his Crayola Caribbean green hoodie.
So I'll just round out the hockey and say the Hartford Whalers.
Rico Beard. AI says you're intelligent. The number 3 ranked retro logo.
That little W?
It's a whale's tail into a W in beautiful Kelly green and navy blue. Over to Kenneth Cott. Number 3. Good job by you. Kenny.
I'm going to go the old Arizona Coyotes logo, the Kachina Coyote.
It did not make the list, nor should it.
As he was saying it, I'm like, there's no chance.
And I think we probably
Deco Coyote.
I
It
think
was awesome.
We probably hit our quota for hockey logos.
I don't think so. Over to Hatchet Man.
I'm going to go with the old Tampa Bay Buccaneers Pirates.
Guess what? You're a smart man. Number 18 on the top 25, and get it right. His name was Bruce the Buccaneer.
Bruce the Buccaneer, yes.
I wish they'd bring it back. I love that thing. Over to Evan Jenkins.
There's 3 of them here. I'm going to go with the Charlotte Hornets.
It is not on the list.
Come on, man. Buzz City?
I'll give you a hint. There's only one logo in the top 25 that features teal.
All right.
Over to Rico Beard, whose shirt is not teal. It's Caribbean green.
You know what? I'm going to go with the old school Cincinnati Reds.
I love that little baseball, man.
Yeah.
But artificial intelligence doesn't. You're out. Over to Kenneth Cott.
Give me the old Winnipeg Jets logo.
Oh, shout out Teemu Solani, number 15. The hockey stick made the J in Jets.
Wow.
And by the way, what were they thinking when they got back to the league? Hey, look, we're the Royal Canadian Air Force.
Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just go back to their original logo? That was great.
Your sport, you tell me. Number 15, Kenny Cott. So, on the board so far, we have Rico at number 3, David with number 18, Kenny with number 15. David, to try to take the lead. AI versus human intelligence.
I'm going to take it. I mean, you pull me in with the teal, and I'm going to have to do it. It has to be the Pistons. I know it's not, but it has to be, right?
It is not.
I know.
You are out.
And it wasn't the Hornets, huh?
Evan has a snarl on his face. You're up next.
Yeah, because I'm naming these awesome logos. How about...
But it's up to AI.
The Vancouver Grizzlies.
Number 6.
Yes.
Evan Jenkins. Shout out Big Country Bryant Reeves.
That's right.
That's a great guess, Evan. I was trying to pick Pistons better than
That's
theirs,
the
though.
teal one.
Good
Nice
one.
job
Good
by you.
one.
So, 1, 1, 1, 1.
I was going to come back with that.
All right. Over to Rico.
I'm not really feeling this AI. Let's go with the Atlanta Falcons Dirty Bird helmet.
Not on the list. Over to Kenny Cott to take the lead.
Give me the Quebec Nordiques.
Kenny Cott, you're a beautiful bastard. Number 10. Artificial intelligence respects whatever the hell the Nordique logo is.
Another crap logo.
Is that an igloo? Is it a stick with an igloo? What is the Nordique logo?
Couldn't tell you. It's just very old, and I like it.
Can any hockey-nista tell us? Is that an igloo? Is that what that is? Kenny has 2. He has the lead. Over to David.
Go back to the NFL, and I'm going to give you the old Denver Broncos orange D with the Bronco coming out of it.
No, sir.
All right.
I will tell you, as an additional hint, there are 2 logos on this list featuring blue and orange as a color scheme. Blue and orange.
Okay.
Over to Evan Jenkins, looking to tie Kenny Cott.
I'm not going to take that as a clue. I'm going to stick with my guns, and I'm going to say the Toronto Raptors.
Not on the list. AI does not respect Barney the dinosaur. Over to Rico Beard.
You know what? I'm going to swing for the fences.
Baseball?
See what I did there?
I do.
I'm going to go with the Detroit Tigers.
Not on the list.
You said blue and orange.
And I don't even think their logo's changed.
Over to Kenny Cott.
Give me the Minnesota North Stars.
Kenny Cott is on fire. Number 7. You know what?
David, what's on his screen?
No, this is how we know artificial intelligence is garbage, because it lines up with Kenny's intelligence. That's a problem. Kenny has 3. I mean, on fire.
Well, that and whatever he Googled. So
No, you wouldn't dare.
I looked up retro hockey logos, Evan. Is that all right? Am I allowed to do that?
Should know him, but just saying.
He doesn't have the DraftKings list. We go over to Hatchet, looking to stay in the game. Moans don't count.
Let's go with the old school Miami Hurricanes.
Not on the
Orange
list.
and-
You're out. Over to Evan.
All right, I'm going to do another expansion team, this time in baseball, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Not on the list.
I like that logo too.
I had
so
the,
cool
no,
when
I
it
had
came
the
out.
logo, but once you said there was no teal, I had to eliminate
Over
that.
to Rico Beard.
You know what? The Montreal Expos.
Number 2 on the list.
That was my next guess.
Rico has 2 in the top 3. You're in the mix. You have 2. Kenny has 3. David and Evan 1 apiece. Over to
But
Kenny.
mine are higher ranked.
True. Kenny.
But I have more of them. I like the old school Arizona Diamondback, the A with the green and the purple.
Good for you. Not on the list. Over to Hatchet.
Let's go old school Warriors.
Oh, the Blue Man Group with the lightning bolt?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It was awful. Shout out Andre Kirilenko.
I'm thinking blue and orange now.
Baron Davis days.
Andres Biedrins. Steven Jackson before the strip club incident. Over to Evan.
I'm going to stay in baseball, and I'm going to say it's a classic logo, the Milwaukee Brewers.
Number 1 in our hearts and number 1 on the board, Evan Jenkins, the old baseball glove that was an M and a B. Okay.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, I'll do the reveal next. Here's what I want. Ticket texters. Give me the best retro logo. If you think you can get some that are on this list that AI generated by way of DraftKings, I will give you the rest of these on the flip side.
I want to know the college. I had a college team, but we'll
You
do that
could
next.
sit here for 3 days. I don't think you'll get it.
Okay, so that's good.
No, and it's not that it's a small school. It's that it's an obscure logo of a big school.
I'm going to show you what I have.
I don't want to
think-
see it.
Whoa.
No,
I'm
save
gonna
that.
leave the room.
Save that for your dentist.
I'm
though.
out of here.
All right, spring is here. Summer's around the corner. Old Nation Brewing has the perfect way to enjoy the sunny days, including this weekend. The Tranquilas, their Mexican-style lager, crisp, light, ready for the warm weather. And whether it's a beach or a patio, or in Kenny's case, his couch, they have got you covered. Respectfully brewed in Williamston, natural high-quality ingredients. Taste the difference yourself. Support local, support independent, support Old Nation. It's oldnationbrewing.com to find a retailer near you, 21 and up, and Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Major League Baseball has announced that after a deceased individual passes away, they'll be removed from the ineligible list. That, of course, applies to the hit king Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson. Rob Manfred had the following to say, quote, "While it is my preference not to disturb decisions made by prior commissioners, Mr. Rose was not placed on the permanently ineligible list by commissioner action, but rather as a result of a 1989 settlement of potential litigation with the commissioner's office," end quote. All this means he could be elected to the Hall of Fame. Tigers injured catcher Jake Rogers set to begin the rehab with Toledo tonight. Pitcher Jason Foley on the other side, who started with Toledo this year, didn't give up a run in 6 appearances, is done for the season. He had right shoulder surgery. Here, Tyler Holton start at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Odyssey.com rewind if you want our NBA lottery thoughts, corruption, but also how what went down on and off the court last night I thought really benefited the Pistons, including the Celtics vaporizing. Tatum's going to be gone all of next season. Go and get it. We had a little bit of fun here, both with Bill Belichick, who's just a piñata at this point, but then AI versus human intelligence and some fun with these retro logos. David, what do the ticket texters have to say? I'll see if they've got any of these.
The Chicago White Sox old logo?
No.
Utah Jazz?
No.
Seattle Supersonics?
Yes, but which one?
They didn't clarify.
So this was controversial to me.
The Sonics.
Do you remember the 80s era Seattle skyline, yellow
Yes.
and green? But then do you remember the Gary Payton, Sean Kemp NBA Finals version, early 90s, where for some reason they decided we're going to throw some pasta sauce in here? Remember the maroon?
Yes, I do.
Sonics with the Space Needle through it. The maroon version. The Gary Payton Sports Illustrated cover version is what made it. That is number 4.
That made it over the original?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Never have guessed.
1978 New England Patriots logo.
Bruce the Patriot
Yes.
did not make it.
Really?
Did not.
Someone's giving a college guess. The ASU Sparky logo.
I would totally agree with you, but AI doesn't.
Okay.
Not the college logo.
Another college guess here. The old Kentucky logo with the big claw.
Not Kentucky. Also not the right conference.
Okay. The Colorado Avalanche triangle with the mountains.
Did not make the list. Here are the hockey ones.
Yeah.
Okay. You had Rico guess the Whalers at 3. You had the Nord Stars at 7. You had the Nordiques, who I still need to know what the hell the logo is. I think it's an igloo, maybe, at 10. You had the Philadelphia Flyers at 12, the Flying P. You had the Jets at 15. At 17, you had the California Golden Seals. Kenny, you like the Art Deco stuff. There you go.
Yeah, that's a deep cut right there. I love that.
At 21, the defunct Atlanta Flames. Those are your hockey.
The Fiery A
Yes.
logo? Yeah.
Great logo. Terrible hockey town.
So the Nordiques that's not an igloo at all. It's just an N and an L with a hockey stick.
What?
It says it's not an igloo. It's just an N and an L.
Well, what's the little door? It's got a little door.
It says a red hockey stick with a blue puck sitting on top, leaning on a blue bordered red N.
I've been lied to my whole life. I thought that was an igloo. Okay, we can keep it rolling. That makes even less sense. Because on the jerseys, the fleur-de-lis, like the Joe Sakic era Nordiques, they had the fleur-de-lis, there you go, the cold weather. It's got to be an igloo.
Yeah,
Nope.
it is. It's an N and an L with a...
It's not an L, it's a hockey stick.
Well,
it's a hockey stick. Look at the puck. What are you going to tell me? The thing above it's a pepperoni and not a puck? Let's just keep it rolling.
Blame Canada.
Go ahead, David.
Ticket text, someone says the 1970s throwback Lions logo.
Lions didn't make it. Here are your NFL ones, okay? Kansas City Chiefs. Cleveland Browns, that one I totally disagree with.
The elf?
Brown.
I know. I'm not artificial intelligence.
No, the brown helmet or the elf?
The brown helmet.
Ugh.
Not the creepy little elf. Oakland Raiders made it at number 8. Chiefs at 11. Browns at 13. Buccaneers at 18. Those are your NFL ones.
Denver Nuggets, Alex English era.
Number 25 on the list.
Wow.
The multicolor skyline, Fat Lever,
I was about to say,
LaFonso
Fat
Ellis,
Lever.
Alex English era Nuggets. Doug Moe coaching.
Someone saying the Cleveland Indians, Chief Wahoo
Did
logo.
not make it, but I did read they're in negotiations to bring that back.
I thought that was a fake story, but that's real. I'm
Yes.
so happy. Well, Houston Oilers, we know that wasn't on the list. Someone guessed, well, you gave all the NHL when they guessed Atlanta Flames.
Yeah, your
but
NBA.
no.
Nuggets at 25. San Antonio Spurs 80s edition with the orange, turquoise, and pink for no reason. The banner behind the Spur logo. Other NBA. I want to make sure I get all these. Grizzlies at 6. This one you never would have gotten, and it's not your fault, and it's why artificial intelligence cannot be trusted. The Buffalo Braves. Bob McAdoo edition. I know. I didn't make the list. Don't yell at me. And Sonics at 4. The college one. Do you want to place your guess?
Have we hit all the blue and orange? Is it the Florida
The two,
Gators?
No. The two blue and orange are. There's 3 of them with blue and orange. One of them's the college. One of them's a defunct team, and one of them's a baseball team.
Gators?
Not the Gators.
Baseball team.
Auburn Tigers.
No. Here's your baseball team. It is the old school 1980s where it featured their stadium in the logo, the Houston Astros, where the Astrodome
I'm
was
looking at it right now.
in the
Yes.
logo. The defunct team was an ABA team. The defunct Miami Floridians. You never would have gotten it. AI can't be trusted. The college one. Here's what I'll tell you. I disagree with it completely. I find this thing creepy. A friend of the show probably likes it. And it's from the ACC. Those are your hints.
Virginia Tech?
Virginia.
No and no.
Oh, Syracuse. Orangeman.
Otto the Orange with his silly hat and his demonic eyes. Absolutely not. But AI said yes. There you go.
That was for you, Mike.
Yeah. That's a Tirico special. But there you go. AI can't be trusted. David, any other ticket techs? And then we can move to our a little blitz. A
No,
little
a lot of
schedule
people were
release.
just guessing Syracuse. There,
Okay.
So, yeah.
Just wanted to have some fun with it because here's my thing. People act like AI is this. This list is garbage. AI will not replace human intelligence when it comes to retro throwback logos.
Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Wade Boggs era.
Yeah. Not just the Rays, the Devil Rays. And I'm sorry, the Cincinnati Reds with the man.
I like the little guy.
That's fire.
Where he's got the mustache and the baseball and the little stovepipe hat. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
I'll tell you this. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what you say, Kenny. No one in this room. I love the Gordon Fisherman Islanders logo.
Rest in peace, Zygmunt Palffy. All right, there's your logo fun. We'll move on. Schedule release. Everything you need to know. We will get it to you next. And then we may need to have a Trey Hendrickson conversation, but in a different way than yesterday. When an aggrieved player speaks for 22 minutes and begins making threats, I want to reverse engineer something. I want you to tell me why it won't happen. Give me the reason. Give me who to blame or what to blame when Trey Hendrickson's not a Lion. And I'll outline some solutions for you. And his quotes are absolutely wild. They are. When a guy starts referencing shark attacks, wait till you hear this. We'll get to it.
You going to play the whole 20 minutes?
You know what? We'll see everybody tomorrow. Yeah, I'm down. Play it twice. All right, listen. Victor's Home Solutions. Finding the right roofer, it's a brutal decision to make. So let Victor simplify it. Customer concierge team, check. You're covered. Questions get answered. Accountability's a must. Installers who install a perfect roof. Quality's never an issue. You can get also new windows for your home when you get that roof. And with Victor's, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. That's how confident they are in their process. With Victor's, you save $500 on any new roof or home full of windows. So what are you waiting for? Call them today. Get your free 21-point roof inspection or window estimate today. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. NFL schedule blitz. Oh, I know the other shows. They like waxing their flagpoles about the schedule.
What do you have?
I think this is the dumbest thing in sports. So
okay.
No. We're about to get into it.
There are so many dumber things in sports than this.
Okay, fine. NIL, then this. Okay, David, hit the music.
So let's go through what we have already. There's been a ton of games already announced. So let's go through it here. We know we have the opener already. We have the Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys on September 4th. Let's get through the international slate, though. The international slate, their games were announced today. We have September 5th. We have I always do it. I was about to call them the San Diego Chargers. We have the Chargers against the Chiefs in Brazil. That is per a report there.
Why?
That would be September, what is that date again?
5th.
September 5th.
Okay, first of all, the surface was dangerous, and you had a major star get hurt last year. Let's make sure we roll out and do it again. Fly teams halfway across the globe to do this.
With important quarterbacks there. You
can add to this. Guys, just stay on the hotel compound. Don't leave.
Yeah.
Don't go sightseeing.
Don't want to see you get kidnapped or anything.
Right. Don't get kidnapped. Good luck. But enjoy Brazil. Brazil.
We're somewhere a little safer. Let's get to the Dublin game that is on September 28th at 9:30 a.m. on NFL Network. You have the Vikings visiting the Steelers.
I'm going to say this, and I'll take all the slander. I hate football at 9:30 in the morning, especially on a Sunday. And whether you're a churchgoer like David or you just like your Sunday morning to run errands and do the things you got to do, I don't need football at 9:30. So F all of this globe-trotting nonsense. Now, if you're Kenny, you're hungover, you can barely get off the couch, click football. Noted. For the rest of us who are trying to be productive adults, I hate all of this.
I'm right there with you because I normally forget about the game until it's like in the second quarter or halftime. I'm like, oh, yeah, because it's never really a game that I care about. David, I mean, I'm sure you will because it's your team.
Yeah, I watched this one.
I'm with you, man. 9:30 does not scream NFL at all. If they're going to go overseas and play, you know what? I don't know what the time difference is, but at least play it 3 hours later. Start it at 12:30.
And the following week, the Vikings will stay overseas, and they will go to London to face the Cleveland Browns. All of these games are at 9:30, and then you have October 12th.
Well, hold on. If now this is one, Mike, for your cash or ticket, I would just go ahead and take the Vikings and whatever the point spread is.
Because they'll be there already.
They're used to the time difference. They're used to everything, and they'll just be waiting for the Cleveland Browns massacre them, whether it's Shador or whoever. So, yeah, that's the only guaranteed game I can give you, that game right there, Vikings.
October 12th, you have the Broncos and the Jets. October 19th in London, you have the Rams and the Jags. Then in Berlin on November 9th, you have the Falcons and the Colts. Then to finish off the international slate this year, November 16th, you have Washington against the Miami Dolphins.
See, that seems like a throwaway game to me. That seems like a game that you probably should have been played, if anything, a 3:30, 4 o'clock start. That's like two pretty good teams, and because to me, it's what the Thursday night games used to be. Put your bad teams on, let them have that one primetime game. Yeah, the Commanders and Dolphins, that's a waste.
By the way, that September 5th game in Brazil will be exclusively on YouTube.
Oh, even better.
It's free, but it's on YouTube.
That's just
you got to find somewhere else to watch.
Just
that.
even better.
That's free. So everybody has YouTube.
Correct, but it's just another place you got to go. Let's get to a Week 10 matchup.
You'll be okay.
No.
You'll make it through.
No, because this segment represents everything wrong with sports. Everything.
This segment.
All of this. The greed, the oversaturation, the way that they are monetizing. Forget about the game. Forget about who gets to broadcast 1 o'clock or who's got the rights. We're piecemealing individual games for bounty. Yeah. We're selling a Black Friday game for $150 million. It's ruining the most special thing about football. I'm ready to watch football on Sunday at 1 o'clock and then 4 o'clock, and then we've been waiting all day for Sunday night. That's football. The rest of this is garbage.
It's evolving, Mike.
It's not evolving. It's greed.
Well,
greed is not evolution.
I'll give you that Black Friday matchup.
Put it this way, NFL ain't going to go backwards, so it evolved.
But that's not evolution.
If it changed, that is evolution.
Okay.
Black Friday game will be on November 28th. It is going to be the Bears at the Eagles.
Good,
at
you
3
watch
p.m.
that. You watch
Prime
Black Friday.
Video.
It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Why do we need a Black Friday game? That's when Nebraska and Iowa are supposed to play. Why do we have to have a Black Friday game? That's a college football day.
That's the NFL. Don't yell at me. I had nothing to do with the NFL. So you're not going to watch the game at all?
Absolutely not.
At all.
No,
okay.
just like when they put idiotic NFL games against the college football playoff, I'm not watching those.
And I will give you that update because the weekend there's going to be a triple header in the college football
they're going up
playoff.
Right against it.
It's 2 NFL games that day. So, yes.
Ridiculous.
In week 10, Monday Night Football, 8:15.
Hold on, David. See, I would think the way you flip channels, that would be the perfect day for you because you could just go from game to game to game.
I don't need it.
And you don't have to go out and go to an app. You could just stay on your cable package and just watch it all.
Why can't we just have college be separate from the NFL? That's the way it always has been for a good reason. We don't need this, just like we don't need games on Christmas Day.
Well, the Week 10 Monday night game will be the Eagles at the Packers. I do have your Christmas matchup there. It will be the Broncos at the Chiefs on December 25th. That's the only one so far announced. There will be 2 more.
So, 3 games on Christmas.
Yeah, there will be 3 games on Christmas.
That's
the weekend before
that's the
that,
Amazon Prime game.
Yes, the weekend before that, you have a doubleheader on Fox. This is, I believe, the college football tripleheader day. You have the Eagles at the Commanders, and then you have the Packers at the Bears on Saturday,
They're going
December
right
20th.
for college football's throat because those are actually, on paper, may mean nothing by the time we get there. On paper, those are premium matchups.
Correct.
They're going, that ain't Jags-Titans on a Thursday night in 2000.
Not the Browns and the Bengals.
And I think what they're banking on is going to be like the first round of college games this year. Aside from the Arizona State game, they weren't really games.
Yeah, you really going to bet on that, though? You really should. Whatever.
It's the NFL, David. They're not afraid of anybody.
No, and I think Rico's right.
They took on the NBA and said, wait, that Christmas thing, that's pretty good.
David,
how about
Rico's
we play?
right, though, because the college football playoff is broken. Why? Greed. Too many teams.
You're exactly
right.
The
games are going to be awful. Rico's right. I don't expect the first-round games to be magically delicious this year. They're going to be garbage again. What are you sipping on? What is that? That looks exotic.
It does look exotic.
What is that?
It's pink lemonade.
Wow.
And I'll close it out with
this. You don't see that every day.
I'll close it out with this. With the most miles traveled this year on their schedule, 37,000 miles for the Chargers, least 8,000 miles for the Bengals. That's the most and least.
Real quick before we close it out, David, you guys gave me a fact I did not know today.
What's that?
Your Giants have on paper, the toughest schedule.
Yes, they do.
Followed by the Lions are 2.
Yep.
Wow. And the easiest schedule, of course, privileged 49ers.
There you go. Which our response to it was?
They were a broken team.
Ha.
Yeah, so reward them with this. Okay, got you. That is your NFL schedule blitz.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Breaking this hour, Boston Celtics star Jason Tatum has undergone successful surgery to repair a ruptured right Achilles per the team. There's no timetable for his return, but he's expected to make a full recovery. Boston will look to fight off elimination tomorrow, down 3-1 against the Knicks. Meanwhile, tonight, the Pacers and Cavs battle it out in Cleveland. A Cavaliers loss will knock them out as well, and one of their key pieces, Donovan Mitchell, is still questionable. The nightcap at 9:30 features the Nuggets and Thunder as well. They're tied at 2. Deceased MLB All-Star Pete Rose has been removed from the ineligible list, making him an available candidate for the Hall of Fame. Rose received what was expected to be a lifetime ban after betting on games during his career. Some good and some bad news on the Tigers' injury report today. Let's start with the good news. Jake Rogers beginning a rehab with Toledo tonight. Casey Mize, who went on the injured list over the weekend, is already scheduled to throw a bullpen tomorrow. Meanwhile, Jason Foley, who was cut from the opening day roster but was off to a great start at Toledo for a shoulder ailment, has undergone season-ending surgery. A.J. Hinch has penciled in Javier Baez to bat ninth and play center field again tonight. .640 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket at Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, great to have you with us. If you're looking for NBA lottery chaos and corruption, 2 p.m., Odyssey.com rewind. Also, 3 o'clock, why the Pistons were a sneaky winner last night. We will explain. But I want to bring you this, and before you roll your eyes or turn the channel, we're doing this in a different way. But Trey Hendrickson spoke for 22 minutes as a non-participating member of the Cincinnati Bengals at OTAs. And we've talked about it before. Look, Trey Hendrickson has said, I'm not playing without a new deal. I want a new deal. They promised me a new deal. They said if I performed, I'd get a new deal. Yesterday, he said, essentially, I got lied to. Well, today, he did the equivalent of rolling the hand grenade into the bedroom and shut the door behind him as he walked down the hallway. 22 minutes. The headline is, I will not play this season without a new deal. That's your headline. Now, it goes deeper, and David, I don't know what audio you rolled in, so if you'd be so kind, that way we're not operating the redundancy department. I'll fill in the blanks. But I want the audio you rolled in first.
Yeah, I rolled the audio in. He was talking about shark attacks. He's Floridian. He talked about shark attacks.
And he's referring to Zach Taylor, who, by the way, he hadn't talked to. The organization is not talking to him. Zach Taylor with the always inviting text, 30 days before minicamp, if you don't show up, you'll be fined. That's a nice personal touch for your best player, a first-team All-Pro, and a guy who had 17 and a half sacks last year. David, anything else? Go ahead. Nope, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my question. We're going to do this a different way, and I want you to think about this before you answer, text, or call. Why won't it happen? And everything's on the board. And it could be everything from Brad Holmes' ego, salary cap, actual availability. The Bengals are bastards. Why won't this happen? Because I don't think any of us believe that it truly will. I put the odds of this at the Dallas Mavericks 1.8%, but I'm keeping hope alive, is that if a player of this caliber is threatening to sit out, the Lions have $40 million in cap space. Yes, CBS said they were the number one landing spot for him. That is not why I'm going to start hoping for this. I think they looked at it the same way we do. Mm-hmm. They need more pass rush. They need a proven defensive end opposite Aiden. I know. I'm sorry, Brad. No, we're not angry we have Aiden. We're just looking to do more, be more. And they have the cap space, which most teams don't have. But here's my question to you in listener land as you drive home today. Tell me why this isn't going to happen. Is it because the Bengals will pay him? Is it because he will retire? Do you believe he's not actually available? Do you believe the Bengals have an irrational asking price? Or do you believe it's as simple as Brad Holmes, his ego, and his plan? It's all on the board. Why won't it happen, Rico?
You know what? This one I'm going to absolve Brad Holmes from. This is just a couple in a heated fight. And you don't know why and how the fight got escalated to this point, but Trey and the Bengals are on a whole nother level of pettiness that you felt the need to fly all the way to the Bengals headquarters to have your 20-minute impromptu press conference. You could have did it anywhere. You could have did it at home. You felt the need to come here to one-up and show up them because you felt disrespected. The Bengals feel disrespected. This thing, I don't know how it's going to work, but this is just messy. Figure out your lives, and once you're done, give me a call. But right now, if I'm Brad, as much as I want another edge rusher, not right now, because it's something else. I feel like it's something else there, Mike, that we don't know.
He's saying it's personal. He's saying This is now personal, what Zach Taylor and this organization did to me. He said yesterday, coaches told me if I performed, we'll take care of you. You know what they did? They paid Chase and they paid T. I think his cards are all out there.
I mean, it is, but Mike, I'm saying I don't know the genesis of why it got to this point.
Because the Bengals are cheap bastards.
And if that's the case, then you would think that not just Brad, but everybody would be lining up saying, we'll take him,
But they can't. That's the difference. You have $40 million in cap space. You are one of the rare teams that's a winner and actually has money. Not the only one. Okay. So you're right in that sense, but let's not act like 32 teams can make that call.
Okay. I'm going to just go back to what I'm saying. I'm not going to blame Brad on this. This is one where I think both parties are willing to burn the house down before they actually come up and do something smart and something that's a win-win for both. They rather either party. I don't want either to have anything. We'll burn the house down together.
See, here's the thing. Yes,
it's not what I hope for. It's just what I see.
It's definitely the Bengals here. And Rico, you said it to me pre-show. We show prep, whatever you said. If I'm the Bengals, I'm calling his bluff, and that's what they're doing right now. I was amazed that he showed up today until I realized, oh no, he's speaking. Because I was like, why would you be there if you want a new deal? They're not giving you a new deal. You said what you said yesterday. Why are you there? And then you're right, Mike. He threw that grenade in there, and I'm like, oh, I get it. Because in the video, he's talking to the media, and they're practicing in the back. Mm-hmm. You see them throwing footballs, doing drills. All the attention yet is on him. Mm-hmm. They're not seeing what they're doing in practice. They're talking to him. But the Cincinnati Bengals are at fault here. They're the reason. And why I wondered why no other team, not even just Brad Holmes, hasn't made a deal. Because they refuse to do anything.
Now, they've said you can seek a trade. But that doesn't mean he can seek the trade and the Bengals come back and go, try again, we want 3 first-round picks. You're saying it's Bengals being unreasonable. How do I in 4 or 5 words go what you're doing?
It's both. It's Bengals and Trey.
Okay. I'm going to blame Brad. So there, that's done.
You're going to blame who?
I'm going to blame Brad.
Bingo. That's exactly what I mean.
It's just simple to me. He's more worried about Jahmyr Gibbs in 2027 than he is giving this team the best chance to win this year.
I think it's the Steve Yzerman effect of like, I have a plan and I'm going to be stubborn to it, and you're going to have to deal with it. And I think that's exactly what's happening with Brad Holmes. I think, by the way, all of us in a pie chart could be right about this. I'm not saying Rico's wrong, and I'm certainly not saying David's wrong. But I'm more
sounds like it.
No, looks like, seems like, feels like. No, I'm more on Mike's side, though. I think this is a Brad Holmes problem.
Look, and understand, none of us know, but that's part of the fun is, look, I don't know many people who don't want it to happen. I'm asking you why it won't. Now, look, the Lions have 42.3 of space now. I have openly said to you, I do not care about 2027. I just don't. Right. Oh, my God, so what happens if we can't pay Jahmyr? And? Like, I don't care. Oh, but what about Aiden's money? We'll figure it out. Like,
Okay, am I giving Brad too much credit for this point? Maybe Brad, not his first time around the block, as it gets closer and closer to NFL kickoff, that price is going to come down. Because at this point, the Bengals are going to see he's serious. We got to recoup something. So right now, I could ask for everything, and you got to pay me.
I would agree with you, except everything I know and everything I hear. The Lions are just not interested in doling out, paying out that kind of big deal unless they've birthed the baby. They only want to pay their own guys.
Okay.
Now,
because I'm thinking
you're not
a week
wrong.
before the season.
You're
Maybe he's
wrong.
a second-round
But you're
pick.
not wrong in principality. My argument would be the function of it is I want that player at OTAs. I want that player at – I need to get them in my scheme.
Right.
So you're right in the price, but I'd also argue if I get a guy that late in the process, what am I waiting till? Week 3, week 4?
Yeah.
So, okay.
But at that point, I look at him as, okay, we just made an in-season trade.
Okay, I'm saying it's Brad Holmes and the plan. I won't be slanderous. I do think ego is a part of it. I do think they have a way they want to do it. They are rigid. I just think it's them. Now, it could be a combination where maybe they'd actually break character, but the Bengals are like, we want 17 picks. We're not doing that.
Okay. Call me when that price comes down.
Exactly. So I'm asking you guys why it won't happen. Because, again, if you don't want Trey Hendrickson, first of all, you're kind of a unicorn. I just don't know too many people who are like, nope, no interest. You can feel free to explain why you don't want him, but it's a different question than what I'm asking you, which is why won't this happen? It makes so much sense. I don't care if Cincinnati, here's my first round pick. Take it. Here, let me insert a joke for Rico. Take all my third round picks before Brad trades them for wide receivers or players who don't have picture profiles.
Or backup QBs.
So you could do those things. I wouldn't care. Because I would argue if I acquire this player, I become, the best version of my team. But I also think I now rise to the level of or slightly above the Philadelphia Eagles, which is the defending Super Bowl champion and the favorite in the NFC. You make this move, you give yourself the best chance this year and next year. Mm-hmm. Why won't it happen? I think it's Holmes. You think it's a multitude.
No. I think Trey and the Bengals are willing to burn down the house rather than just do what's right for both parties. It's now become a line in the sand, and neither one seem weak. So that's who I blame.
248-539-9797. Phone lines are wide open. Why won't this happen? And it could be anything you're thinking of. You want to blame the cap, 2026-27? You're kind of leaning towards the Brad Holmes angle. But cap is separate. You can do that. If you think the Bengals are drunken sailors, that's fine too. Why though? 248-539-9797. All right, when it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need legitimate representation. You need Abraham and Rose. Look, they're not random tax people. These are brick and mortar guys. Maurice, Jerry used to work for the IRS, for God's sakes. They'll create a plan, advocate for you, fight for you, and guide you through the whole experience. So save your time and hopefully your money. Go to abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you will never have to deal with the IRS again. That's Trey Hendrickson. He talked for 22 minutes. He blistered the organization. He called it personal, basically accused coaches of lying to him. There is no contract talks, and he's not going to play without a contract. So things are going great in Cincinnati. The question is, why won't this happen if you're a Lions fan? None of us know the answer, and we all hope it does happen, but why won't it? And before people call in and say salary cap, here's the thing. I'm not suggesting for a second it won't be challenging. But I'll give you an example. After this season, does Graham Glasgow need to be here? No. Well, there's $6 million. How do we even know Frank Ragnow returns for 2026 or if he'll be in one piece? Well, there's $13 million. Want me to keep going? There are non-essential pieces, right? You've drafted so well. You found a Christian Mahogany. You drafted Ratledge. Well, you're going to replace some people. Eventually, Penei Sewell's moving to left tackle. That means Taylor Decker, there's $15 more million in cap savings. Like, those are the decisions that teams make. And you take less to stay, or you get 100% of nothing, and you're gone. I can fund the Trey Hendrickson thing. What about Aiden's buddy? Go to Goff, redo the deal. Go to players, restructure. Yes, you're going to create a cliff that the team eventually goes over. But I'm willing to do it. Why? Look what just happened to my basketball team. If the Celtics didn't go all in and put themselves in a horrific financial position, they don't get a title last year. But the fact is they hung banner 18. They got it done. Whatever happened before or after does not matter. Now Jason Tatum's dead, and none of it matters. We got a title. You move on. I don't think it happens because I think the Lions want to play it safe. And they just don't want to pay outsiders. I could be totally wrong, but that's my reason.
Yeah.
Rico says it's a couple fighting, and he wants no part of it. It's a Maury Povich show.
It is. But I think at the beginning of the season, or even a couple of the games in, once they realize that Trey was serious, that price will come down. And at that point, you may get him for quite the bargain. If I'm Brad, I'm checking on it every week, but I'm checking the price. And okay, it's like trying to buy plane tickets. All right, now it's time to click.
Let's go to E97.1. E, what's going on, buddy?
Hello, fellas.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. So the reason why it won't work is because the Lions, they're used to being sellers. They're not going to buy. They're not going to pay them. They're not going to pay the guy. It's the same old SOL Lions. When it comes to getting players from free agency, he don't want to come here. I would love him to come here, but I don't think Brad is going to pay for him.
No.
That's just like Giannis coming to the Pistons. We can throw everything at him, but the Lions and the Pistons are not ready to be buyers just yet. We're not ready. And one last thing.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations to the Wolverine softball team for winning the Big Ten championship. Go Blue.
Sure. Let's go to Mark in Rochester. 97.
Them your people, David.
Mark, what's going on, buddy?
You know what? I'm going to get you a T-shirt.
Mark, what's up?
Did I just hear a softball championship shout out?
Yeah, Mark, I can't speak to it. I was like, yep, if it's important to you, God bless.
Hey, if it wasn't in Otto's update, I don't believe it.
Okay.
Oh, man. Hey, Rico, you were killing me yesterday when you were like, hey, go back and rewatch the Commanders game. Dude, I didn't need to watch that again. I didn't need to hear about that again.
Mark, I'm sorry, but I just got watching it, and it reinforced why it's just like, you got to improve this defense because it was worse than I thought. I wasn't trying to reopen wounds, but I just, you got to do better on the defensive line. And when he said, well, we got Aiden and that's all we need. No, that's not all you need.
No, and it's an exhausting topic. I mean, this isn't a shot at your guys' show. Don't take it this way. But, like, when was the last time you guys did a Lions topic that wasn't this topic? Like, I hate the fact that I can't call in and talk to you guys about anything else because it's so blatantly an issue. And it's not just this year with the injuries. It's been this way for a couple years. You know, like, I'm doing my crazy cross-championship parlay again this year, and I'm not picking the Lions. How can I? The arrogance is reeking through the room, and they're not going to address it. Fine. And, Mike, I love how you've kind of played this out. It's just, you know what? We'll see if you win a Super Bowl or not. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah. And I don't want to be spiteful like that with my own team. It sucks.
It does, but Mark, it's a coming of age story. You know, the innocence fades, you become jaded, and it's either win it or F you. That's kind of the relationship I have with my team. So it's like
I'm about there right now.
I know.
But,
and look, they might be able to get this done without it. I'm not saying they can't win it without it. My viewpoint is, and you've seen this, Mark, with the great organizations in the NFL, you do everything you can to give yourself the best chance. That is the minimum. I do not feel that the Lions are doing that, and I don't think they could say it to their fans with their increased ticket prices when you're sitting on 42.3 in cap space.
No, absolutely. It's ridiculous. Just to answer your question, I don't think it's going to happen for a combination of factors like you guys have alluded to. Brad Holmes' arrogance, Cincinnati being cheap, Trey wanting a Myles Garrett deal, all the above. But, moving forward as a team, I'm kind of looking at this upcoming year as a wash. Like, if we win it, awesome. But my expectation level is just down. And as a team moving forward, to me, going into this year, it's not whether or not we're winning the Super Bowl. To me, it's whether or not do we keep Goff. I think that's the crystallizing question. If Goff can do what he did last year with Morton as OC, then that's our guy we know in stone. But I think if Goff, falters a little bit, I think that's more the crystallizing question, not will we win a Super Bowl. I mean, look at the schedule. We're probably going to take a step back. It's frustrating. Mike, if I could ask you really quick.
Yeah.
If you believe in Arch Manning, let's just place the assumption that Arch Manning is great.
Okay.
If you have that belief, which I do, what's stopping me from firing 6-1 Texas to win the Natty? Because I don't see any other team. Drew Aller isn't anything. Oregon, I don't believe in Lanning. Any SEC teams, Kirby, I'm not buying Stockton. What's stopping me from just going Texas 6-1 here?
Nothing. I'm not an Arch Manning truther. Like, I still need to see if the young man can play in more than red zone packages or blowouts. But nothing. Everything you've described, Sark is the best play caller arguably in America. They're spending $40 million on their roster. Is Ohio State – look, it's Ohio State or Texas to me, and they're both breaking in new quarterbacks.
And see, Mark, I would say this. I would hold off because you don't know what try-hard guy is going to all of a sudden blow up on their new team.
Rico went, you know what, Mark, call back and ask the Thursday before the season, and no one's hit the portal or called the wambulance. That's probably the move. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls. We have to get into a number of things with a blitz coming up, including winners and losers from the lottery last night. More to do. 97.1.
Hey, sports fans, it's May, and that means it's baseball season. It's heating up. You're watching this local team. Are you ready to catch every pitch, every home run, and every thrilling play? Well, you better make sure your internet and mobile connection can keep up, and that's where Xfinity comes in with the most reliable Wi-Fi and best-in-class equipment. You'll never miss a moment of the action. Xfinity Internet is booming, whether you're streaming the game or gaming online with friends in between innings, or even if you're working from home while you're keeping an eye on the score. I won't tell your boss. And get this, Xfinity combines the power of the internet and mobile, so you get lightning fast speeds at home and on the go. And don't forget about Xfinity Sports and News TV. Score the ultimate sports streaming experience with the local channels you love and the sports you can't live without. Plus, you'll get Peacock Premium included at no extra cost. So to get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. It is cloudy and gloomy, but you know what? Pretty soon, guess what? It's going to be bright, sunny, summertime, and you're going to want your lawn to look the best. As a matter of fact, you're going to want your lawn to look better than everybody else in the neighborhood. That's where Natural Way comes in. Here's what I need you to do. Call 888-GET-GREEN, and for a limited time, when you purchase a full lawn program, tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. They'll hook you up with free grub control. Why? Because it's going to take care of your lawn and make it look great. Plus, when the warm weather comes, so will the weeds. Dandelions are going to choke out your lawn from water and nutrients. Natural Way will come in and stop the dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, it's not too late to even treat for crabgrass, but you got to give them a call. They'll come out and tailor specifically make a solution for your lawn so you'll have the best lawn on your block. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service right now. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. The Trey Hendrickson conversation in a different way. He had a 22-minute speech today. We asked the question, why won't this happen? And there's a myriad of reasons. NBA lottery, corruption. I mean, if you thought it wasn't fixed before last night, I don't know what to tell you. And I thought the Pistons were a big winner, both on and off the court last night because, well, Cooper Flagg's not in the East. Giannis is going to go to San Antonio, so he's out of the East. And Jason Tatum won't be out of a wheelchair for a year. So the Celtics are going to blow up. Kind of moved up the Pistons timeline to me. So all of that available to you. Let's get Ken. He's been patient. Then David, some ticket text. We'll get to a big finish. They're going to try to play tonight. That sounded like a very sheepish.
Tarps off the field.
Question mark? I hate when they do this in baseball. This isn't a Tigers thing or an ad hominem attack. I don't like when teams, quote, try to get it in.
Because you waste a pitcher.
No, it's just not fair to the fans. And it's not fair to the game. And it's not the best product. And you end up with stoppages or a game cut short versus forecast is better tomorrow. You play a double dip. The Sox aren't coming back to town. And let's just get it right. It's not a Tiger thing. It's a baseball thing. We've all watched these games. And you're going, why are they even playing? Nobody wants to be here. It's pouring. It's just, it's.
Even if you just did a day-night doubleheader. But, yeah, you're right.
Whatever. Ken is up next, 97.1. Kenny, what's going on, pal?
Hey, fellas, how are you this afternoon?
Good, buddy. What's on your mind?
Good. I just wanted to go back to the Lions real quick. I know you're trying to move on.
No, you're good. You're good. What's up?
Yeah. I think I don't believe it's going to happen. I think it's going to be the Bengals. They've already completely destroyed, in my opinion, the best quarterback in the league, Joe Burrow, and they refuse to get him any help. He stands back there and gets murdered. Their organization, I'm glad I'm not living in Cincinnati because I think they'd rather just sit on it to make a point. I think the Lions will make every effort to get it, especially as the time goes on, but I don't think the Bengals are going to give on this. I think they'd rather have him sit out the whole year.
Ken, I'm with you. They've reached the point where they've hit irreconcilable differences, and both would rather just watch the house burn than actually get something out of it.
Yeah, and what they did with Joe Burrow, that's completely unbelievable. Like I said, it's just my opinion, but I think he's the best quarterback in football put in the right situation.
No, I agree with you there, but it's the Bengals, and the Bengals be Bengling. What can you say?
Yeah?
Kind of. Appreciate it, Kenny.
Okay, man. You guys have a good night.
You too, brother. Appreciate you. The Bengals be Bengling. Yeah, that sounds about right. David, what do you got for me, buddy?
Well, on that note, you asked who's to blame here. Somebody did send this. You are overlooking Mike Brown, the owner. He's a moron. He is the problem in Cincinnati. That's why it's not happening. Someone else says, we all heard Aiden's comments about Garrett. This is the same. He wants to be the guy. He wants those dollars. So blame Aiden Hutchinson.
Okay.
Bengals have their heads up there. You know what? Signing T. Higgins was dumb. Corey in Cincinnati.
I can't argue. I mean, look, having Chase and look, it's what you're going to deal with J-Mo. I hate to break it to you. It's why I don't want to sign J-Mo. Not that I think he's a horrible kid or a bad player. It's I already have paid Amon-Ra. That's it. There's no more.
I don't think the trade will happen, as I don't feel like the Lions want to have two of the top three defensive ends under contract, so I blame cap situation. It won't happen because Brad doesn't want to pay two elite rushers. I mean, Aiden basically said it himself. Blame Aiden. Holmes doesn't have the you-know-whats to make this move because it makes his job harder the next few seasons with trying to manage the cap. Frustrated season ticket holder. The Lions won't get Henderson because they believe that this is Hutchinson's team, not Henderson's team. They don't want anyone else next to him. Someone else says.
See, I think that point, and obviously none of us can prove it. We're in the opinion game. I'm not slandering anybody. There seems like, sounds like that's a thing. And I go back to the way Aiden talked about Myles Garrett. Man, too many guys can't do it. Yeah, and look, I'm not being accusatory. I think it's pretty well established in sports at the highest levels. Not only do these guys have them, but they deserve to have them. There's a lot of big egos in this business. And the idea is, that's my money. I remember Ray Lewis talking about this. The whole idea of the guy I line up against, yeah, I hate him. Like, that guy's trying to take money off my table. And when they draft a new rookie, they're trying to take money off my table.
Man, I didn't really think about it like that, but you're right. It's true.
So I can't prove that. I'm just saying. I'm also not dismissive of it. They believe Aiden's the face of the franchise. They don't want to have that competitive nature to it. They want to make him the established, highest-paid guy in the league and on defense. Hey, all I care about is Lombardi Trophy.
No, it's funny because they actually have a history about this, except for with the quarterback position where they would only have one. They would never bring in anybody else to give any competition. Whoever the quarterback was for the Lions was your guy through thick and thin. Now, you've fallen into golf, but, yeah, it was some lean years. And they refused to bring it. Like, why don't you bring in this guy to back up? No, we don't do that here. Okay.
It won't happen because Brad is trying to build a good team that is good for a long time instead of trying to build a great team. He's trying to be the Ravens or Steelers and not the Eagles or Chiefs. Well, judging by how he addressed the media and how he went about the draft, I don't think our general manager is going to do anything to address the D-line. He thinks he's the smartest man in the room. That is Joe from Ann Arbor. Someone else says it won't happen because of Brad Holmes. He's the reason. It's crazy. They tell us the blueprint every year, and it's right in front of us. They think Aiden is enough.
Okay.
Poor choice.
Well, no, listen. If they win the Super Bowl, it's not a poor choice. You got to be right. Why, Kenny? Because that's what the money's for.
That's what the money's for.
That's exactly right. David, anything else?
Just simply Brad is the problem.
Okay, that's a ticket text, not David's personal editorial. Correct. Okay, we'll get to a big finish. We'll take care of business. They're going to try to play tonight. Bring your poncho. The weather does not look very good. 97.1. Let me take care of some business here. FanDuel giving you more reasons to like home runs. MLB Tuesdays, it's Home Run Tuesdays. So when you bet them, they give you the profit boost, and away you go. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can gear up, go yard all year long. FanDuel.com/ticket. Claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost and make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Tigers catcher Jake Rogers begins his rehab tonight in Toledo as the leadoff hitter. Matt Vierling right behind him playing right field. Sounds like the threat of rain at the beginning of tonight's game with the Red Sox is dissipating, but there's still a chance it returns at some point in progress. Here, Tyler Holton start right here on the ticket pregame in just about 15 minutes. No locker for pitcher Chase Lee. It makes way for Cater Montero, who's slated to pitch after Holton tonight. Several Lions coaches spoke with the media today. New offensive coordinator John Morton says he expects a breakout year for wide receiver Jameson Williams. He noted that Williams' attention to detail has been high in meetings. Morton also raved about his speed, saying that he's never seen anyone run faster at this point. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're going to take you right up to Tiger baseball. So we call this little thing the big finish. David, if you would.
So I'll start right where we just left off. And the question was, why won't it get done with Trey Hendrickson? Many reasons came across a ticket text. Mike, you believe that it's Brad Holmes. Rico, you believe there's a mixture of reasons there.
No, I just think that it's Cincinnati and Trey. Neither one really wants what's best. They are just trying to spite each other.
Look, none of us can prove any of us wrong, so we don't need to do this dance again.
When you show up and have a press conference right in front of the building, that's some ill will.
I still think if you want something to happen in this league, it happens. And the Lions have shown no interest. In fact, getting very defensive when you ask them to do something bold. Until or unless I see otherwise, they're more concerned about 2027 salary cap than their best chance to win a Super Bowl this year.
We also got into for a quick second, the Bill Belichick saga there. We simply just wanted to know, is he going to be there after June 1st, when June 1st, it drops from $10 million buyout to $1 million.
When you're asked at media days, your girlfriend's role with UNC football, you've lost cabin pressure. The buyout drops June 1st. The AD didn't want him. Yeah. I don't think the school wanted it. The boosters did. Yeah. I don't know, man.
Think about it. The question wasn't who's going to be your quarterback. What role will she have? That should tell you everything you need to know about North Carolina football.
You're exactly right. One thing we did learn today, we started the show off with this, and that Mike has come over to the dark side. He believes in the conspiracy that the NBA draft lottery is rigged.
Oh, yeah.
And you gave examples, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look what happened last night. Nico Harrison makes the inexplicable trade. And again, I didn't think the trade on surface was as bad as people thought. It was the idea he didn't shop. Well, maybe we know why. Liam Neeson. Here, we'll give you the number one pick. Oh, you don't believe me? Look what happened with New Orleans. Really? Remember when they didn't have an owner and Tom Benson had to play like patriarch of the city? Here's Zion. Remember when the league voided the Chris Paul deal? Here's AD. Remember when the fledgling Magic in hillbilly-ass Orlando? Yeah, here's Shaq, here's Weber, here's Penny. I mean, we could do this all day. Mm-hmm. Last night was criminal. So I'm with Rico. We're just short of aliens, but he's got me on this one.
Well, you kind of saw that. Hey, it didn't work out the way I thought, but in the end, San Antonio still ended up being the winner. They didn't get Cooper Flag, but they got enough to get Giannis. They'll take that.
And within that conversation, we did receive a call from one of our favorite callers. That was caller DJ. He talked about the lottery being rigged, but he also gave us some information. He visited Churchill Downs, and he told us, well, Mike already knew this, but he informed the rest of us that Churchill Downs is in the ghetto. You got rich white people walking in the hood to get into Churchill Downs, and I'm blown away.
I believe you didn't know this. And it's the same thing at the Preakness. I mean, Pimlico, look out with that section of Baltimore. Yeah. So, yeah, you got a bunch of goofballs. I've been one of them. You're dressed up like it's the damn Great Gatsby, except you're in an episode of The Wire.
What about...
it's a pretty wild scene.
What about Belmont when they finish it?
Belmont's fine.
Okay.
I mean, Elmont, New York, Floral Park, these are no great shakes, but it ain't nothing like Churchill.
I'm not very comfortable in this neighborhood.
Oh, my God, Alice. I see black people everywhere. Yeah, it's just...
Is this hide your wife, hide your kids?
No, okay. People crack me up when they're all afraid of what? People that are different than you? Like, grow up. I don't know. So just dumb.
So the morning show.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
A lot of blacks, maybe too many blacks.
Kenneth,
I thought Dave was going, there's my African-American friend.
No, stop. Come on.
No, one at a time. One at a time.
Come on,
That's
people.
enough for right now.
My
That's
goodness.
enough for right now. But the drop I will play is, because, Rico, that's how you felt when you watched the lottery and you saw Zion. He looked great.
Zion has dropped some LBs. He's hit the gym. He's in shape. He looks like an NBA basketball. He looks like the guy that we all thought was the number one overall pick, and he was going to come in and be a superstar in this league. I think he's rededicated his life, and I think he's focused. And he's a guy that I would take a chance on if I were the Pistons. If I was Trajan Langdon, I would make that call and see what you want, because I think the asking price won't be as much. You can keep a lot of the pieces together, but adding him with Cade will be enough. Why? Because there is a new opportunity in the East. The Celtics, Jason Tatum is done for the year. Okay, he won't be there next year. So the Boston Celtics, I don't know what they're going to be. Cleveland, we're seeing that they were great in the regular season, but not so much. It really boils down to about 4 teams for me in the East. You could be one of those 4 teams if you make this move.
Yeah, that is definitely the conversation we had regarding the Pistons at 3 o'clock, was about them winning yesterday. Yes, we understand there was a lot of things that happened yesterday, and the San Antonio Spurs, sure, getting a number 2 pick. They could possibly trade that. But the Pistons won last night. The East looks vulnerable.
Look, Cooper Flag ain't coming here to the East. Giannis is probably going to San Antonio, and Jason Tatum's dead. I mean, that's a hat trick of all positive things for the Pistons. So, to me, it speeds timeline up. Not desperation, but I think it's totally okay to push a button and get better this offseason instead of just bringing back the gym class heroes. Yeah, because the East, it could be yours next year. No hyperbole. You make the right move, and I'm not talking an all-in desperation thing.